Yesu and Suan, the Rasio, will be our one to my what did you go on mine? Walk one and you could see enough for you, Queen Nature, and I would be an any Kosonija. O Bretini, who could for Eja woman, Kunimaba, Agrana, Larry Papa, Akasano Macasa, French, and will be an annual Boajo. Asana now, Fabia, when you bonus swallow without a chip, walk on in a banana, neighbor. I don't know, be not a be Eja woman, and media some. As a children, no Panama, some Eja woman, my Diaba, or the man.
Move no a buyer under President Akufo-Addo, and again that budget was prepared by the previous government. And in going forward, no, this is the major budget. I mean, if we a year President Mahama and the government and the NDC for that matter, however, the major promises are one more edema Ghanaians ahead of the election in December. No, Dodona no anymore say those promises no will have a better reflection today in the budget. Now announcement I hold up no etime aba. Now let's begin from the central region. In Mantemo na yenko na yenhwe Ghana for expectations are one more a war from the finance minister. A hono free that is his home region, and a lot of Ghanaians in that particular region no are expecting more from him as a finance minister and the government. Central for no idea Kotini Yepa a war a buying way. The vice president is from that region, and to whom much is given, much is expected. Ain't the good people of the central region. Na Yembra.
Media betting tax. I won't see free home my betting tax and they will be up. Motion that we are market in your Maguire day, no. Over market and then they are trying to buy this one out to someone start to slow. Or may increase the price, no, someone start to say, so as a very better idea, no, who's KBR. The loan of a genuine in the 11 taxes now is now a shame in Soccer, obey if one. And this is a shame. Well, yeah, shame sending the house budget now, maybe that you and some human should say, be a benefit national Sabia. That is that materials now using swap, looking at the normal Skakama, and more use Skaka. Say, by a woman, I used to be a woman, a better from that. Because we say no problem from national Skakama. Say, by a place. Now, the person is also waiting say, by a waiting about that because and then Diama boy, yes, a Tonyama, yet me to a mitoko, mitongo, mitongwa, mitogale. Namsu Osia Bibia Mito, Bibianina, Eja, or Shana Masuma, me film Haba Mifaka, because I'm Mifaka, you know, Lord Friends. The Marcos for my yes, you are banning your catraco face. You are not a patrol. The patron or you saw ever falls by in your mouth. Don't I know some around the two when we are in $3. The one of a password. $20. So it's not bad. No what they want.
Medase, and those are some voices from the central region of Ghana. I mean, speaking clearly to expectations, one more say anope promises the party no MI during the election campaign. No, I mean those promises, a bit take effect, especially the removal of the e-levy. Now it doesn't look say Ghanaian people no expect some major announcement, a bit about. Now we spoke to people within the Ashanti region. Ghanaian citizens a war Asante Mantemwa womo eye womunyuma ahodo. Now this is what they equally have to say.
Say baby send the NDC for Mahama ekas enyomo okekain eso diso yi levy okaso be year flow betting tax okaso be year flow ya ye yusu car so kakra ya realize say ubekọ filling station and to say Ghana the car na say we all my reason tia do so ever because we na ka budget no definitely on make us maybe gas and as say ni to budget no ana dollar no so yen show but dollar cost so kakra it is say you would cost because also say china budget here what's the difference from media see the big for 4 years almost have a more candidates no or 4 years new candidates it if there is no difference in this budget now mo be kan you don't know any mo be handle because it does too much it's all back where and party to my di and toshe because over kwado fiwe that you say free senior high school and we are very specific on it. Me in the beginning no, I didn't accept it because MPP are buying and we don't share and see be a private schools private schools and it's a free senior high school a bit near a handsome rather for me to be free media and can me per se I'll be okay with it because I say economy is coming and it's a scamming now side you now budget for free HSA it's media our advice is say on shimukina but senior maybe so you be free man because the time na near secondary school even though send you train your man kitchen no because secondary schools now no more be bra ya basa ho your buses no call ya santwa because your buses no call be bra say enti say obeka obeshim kinana we year through what they are
expectations no just one the betting tax no here pa because government promise you say oba ya betting tax no oba be year through okra ma yakra ma share ni mo as a still as obobo scan no still you trust them that to tie and o mo ye ho dey and two you know mobile money no still na no scan still na yes and o mo ti and so dey about no dey and o ya fa ho and third no so no Kwame school no biano no omani koye mai o se say na bi complain e bi say school bi so mo dey e bi so mo dey enye enti sa you know sa banene sa nkwan na ben kwan sa dey ne sere no on ti so na o mo ma jwa na pa bi dey indi mai.
Okay, and those are some of the views coming from the Ashanti region. And Obia any expectation or war for this government. Now, I mean, you cannot say anything else because this is the promise party, no, any the candidate back then, and the good people of the country. Now, Utia Brantia or Kasetra 2 year betting tax, you know, idea here boys because boys, you know, and said that any Juma, one more expected say, you know, betting tax, you know, a bit free because the party promised and the candidate back then they promised say and they want more betting tax no a bit me every ho now again free senior high school in and some any the the review of it Yaya Education Forum you know say egosua in some of the regions you know womogosua womo any na them womo solicited for the views as to how policy no can be reviewed. No expectations, Ghanaians are telling you. But we equally had an encounter with people within the Greater Accra region. Greater Accra so Edin Komo in the national capital. We'll be bringing you footage, surely na what me the amount for so a war and crime and in empathy monso eka. But before that, ma mintra me ho kakra na yemra yenya boa for nkratwe emra yaba yabetwa so na yene wedding komo yene nim defoɔ so ebe kasa ewo ho na afia bedwafoɔ no atenase na yetimi edi enkomo. It looks as if say expectations big very high, but my yente unka na yene wo eni enkomo. Your numbers 0550567929 ma o messages ni nyina no emra. We'll be right back after this to have another conversation na also consensus yebegye ni nyina. Stay with me meba
Oni pada sani awon manwem wo wi ase ha asama to nyonko na to be bia nkamfa ho menso metene be bia nka me pema yeden nanso wadoma nkoma bo ade ebo nipa bata nipa ho obi ada na nyonko ensu na yirasio Wobia wani duma wodidi bua omai. Wakwana ni kosi na fro wa yukuni chechere ne ma. Wobia nani koso ni ja. Obretu ni kupodu fo eja wo mu enkuni maba. Aguna na wiri kwa ba. Akasa no makasa French wobie na no awoboajo. Asana na ho febia wani bono so awira cheche. Wakwana ni bani na sene ni ba. Ejo no bi no ntabie eja wo mu anamidi asem. Asa chirina no mpana wa asem eja wo mu asoma biaba. Wodman kuma ba de ehye yense. Yeni nsa waso eni je ni agrewu. yense yenin sawaso eni jeni agrawom afe woni abi wi ase asonimu eba sa wa yira kwanso akire ne kwampa no bi asem yo bi asmo
afei no wa join ye ne yampacho ma me na wase ye papa na numbers no eh 0550567929 0550567929 no any text line ye de ye adwuma anope mpacho ubetimi e de wadwenche ne nyina no e de aba ye beje na yakenkan ne nyina no e de amount as we await the budget for 2025 the finance minister and the first budget no any let's give you a playback there a din komono ewo asante mante mono sorry for that hitches in terms of a year yen sound no ma yen santie enubiem emra ye ba ye do beba greater Accra na afede en cry for so e kano wetimi eti ma yentie asante region ra
say baby sanya NDC for mahama ekas enyoma okekaye no ese odiso yi levy okaso be year flow betting tax okaso be year flow ya ye use car so kakra ya realize say ubekọ filling station na fu okosho enti say Ghana the car na say we o ma young reason tia dum so eba because we na ka budget no definitely o make us maybe gas and as say ni enti budget no ana dollar no so ye show but dollar cost so kakra it is say you would the air cost because air does so na budget no is a difference so media see the big for 4 years amusa ba ko any the mo candidate no for 4 years per candidate it means there is no difference in this budget now no the time you don't know any more handle because it goes too much so ba kwa en party to ma ye en to show because o ba kwa do fiwe ya say free senior high school and we are very specific on it. Me in the beginning I didn't accept it because MPP are buying and we music can now share and see be a private schools check here private schools and so free senior high school a bit near a handsome rather for me to be free media and can me person I'll be okay with it because I say economy is coming and it's coming now side me now budget for free HSA it's media our advice is say on shimkina but so no maybe so you will be free man was the time now your secondary school even though say you train your man kitchen no but secondary schools now no more be your basa your buses me no call us and so your buses me call the assessing and to say obeshimkina we year for what they are
expectations no also one the betting tax in here because government promise say oba ya betting tax no oba year for kwa ma yakura ma share ni mo as obobo iskana no so na you trust them that so tie and o mo ye ho dey ana two you know the mobile money no so na no scan so na ya send o mo ti ana so dey wari no dey ana o ya fa ho ana third no so no Kwame school na biano no omani koyo mai o se na bi complain e bi say school bi so mo dey e bi so mo dey enye it is you know sa balene sa kwara ben kwara sa da ne sre no on to so na o ma ja no bi nye dey e bi mai ya sre na ko no so so bi o ba so o be rezi fans o ba bua no but sa ya tax ne sa ya no promise any there any mo mo dey sre no onye no ye dey o so no ye bi ma only for my say o kan ya na go find other ways and means bit say sa road you know to na no mo jijina o mu ja ye ni na no o hu say o ko sa fa no mra no ko raise fans all of no find and support instead of momo any betting tax no ye dey original ESHS so no we no mo ka say o ba o because the lead can say it's a budget for moyo omo kita for free SHS very important for this year to be a president anado dan kwade ba ya akwa Ghana so be
Ghana for the Union Fasos. Yes, sir, fine, say, Oba, you are your mama. CSHS now, and now the buy your slum, 1%. Which are budget as soon as you cash, what the Abua CSHS because they will say, a Johnny Omuji, any other day complain. And they are just a minimum class that the edge and Brano, a first feeding fee, so you miss me at the school here, the multi feeding fee. Now, so no plans a bassa. So now the big two are, okay, some Brano, the fees, the books are, obey you suit, in uniform, in BPR, a free, yes, sir, one course one year, sir. We just come to a member, a man, Brano, and young, what to go school because Ghana education, and as educated, no door education, or more education, or more go school, no door, so we can say, what I say, I thought one more money developer, because our money developer, I say a man, a more education, yes, sir, or man paying, your mama said, or senior budget, what I said to you, it's
very well. Those are people in the Ashanti region expressing more expectations ahead of the budget hearing. Now, Mayemra, the national capital in the Greater Accra region, na yeni enkomo ewaha yeni tememu for a one crime and so ekasaye ma yenti wamo na yemra.
Adamase na adwumapa amosomo yeboa Ghana say yeso yenkyere ya adwen ya me ya adom na adom dum ya ochina budget in our finance minister on the for ato forcing edeba edebrain. I think says budget here budget Ghana for ni also say ebekoyi ama my Ghana. I think say Thursday no be say call Accra ebukubisa market how market na eko enwama ne bo no so be wo betina so na odebu o my Ghana na ebe show na etwa ho sika e de beye o my Ghana yi. I think say no kwa so a cause we dina soro wo ma wonim be wo fom wonim ne ama ne bo enti waya de say wako bakola. I think say makola nkwa na ko wako different places bebre akọ market no the way we see eko enti expect say we be free mo aba aye previous abina abese ko ye no na yes and eko no and I say you twa ebo ato say na eko no by we dey ankoba ne sa ya me share say why be this amaye ye ni aso eda na say by expect in amapa say budget we ni amapa bi enfiri mo mbra na dia de bia mo friend ordinary Ghanaians I know my friend ya mo ordinary Ghanaians no so eso ya so mfa so enfiri mu nti ya de na say expect bi papa bi enfiri ba ba to say the American and we sure say aban we so o me feel here because I think say hope no more because previous one there o me feel here papa o me feel here kwesi e kwa dem say former finance minister Kenofrata we see no ya bompa said e current one dey amanya sa
kasa na kana so na na yelbu so na ya kasa ba ro so na no so so ba on trying to so na sa ba so but bia wa ho chira ho chira ba ko ni so so na na ba ni zo ha na so so bi on to so na ba na wo so da mo chi na o tin ba ni ba ku ga ba tan ba mi ya ba 730 kama to ni yo ba tan ko ko na de ha bi so bi finance on the government wako nakola surprises the below the business sababu must be so business tuma sa business so na so chi habu so the chi habu so na eboa na won so ko bi won na dan na boa yen since na wona fa won ma saka yo ti wa ni boa won ni sa ka boa yen pa de bi amakora na ko offense Accra kuma sa na no be saka dimi de bi am ka say se ko fa do ti so wa kan won office won so hwe won se na yo ho to ho
Hallelujah, John Dramani Mahama. The last campaign I think so for Madina on side. I learned so or can be says I point to on your own yamipa or can so or bar or tax. tax no oba eto no oba betiti so ama ya na so oba be yefu ho nti mi de ma di nchere na ka me mpa eto na anu odin dodo nti ka me mpa o meyi fi ho mayen on be enfu ho mayen na enyoma na akokɔ so nyoma bo na akokɔ so yesre no ama emma from kakamaye na Ghana we ko mi ibu e no ko aye tusi bia o be connect pensi ti yesre no all day e be ya wa be o me tete nyoma so maye na I think say ye didi e wo ni say bana wa be bana nyoma akosimi tamaye that's tax na America no eye tax Amiyed sɛnɛ na mɛsrɛ sɛ ɔmɛɛdɛ ɔmɛtete so ɛne nnɔma boɔ na ayɛ din no yɛsrɛ nso ɔmɛtete ne naaso ma yɛ na yɛso yɛne yi ha yɛn kakra
na finance minister bɛkasa yɛsrɛ no yɛdi 6 March yi a yɛdi Ghana di na awoda mpokura ama Ghana awoda mua mpokura yɛmutɔ ma mpani sɛ sika ni ɔman no mu sɛ sika ni ɔman no mu deɛ yɛsrɛ wɔm yɛhu sɛ mmoa bi ani ɛfiri baabi ba tuhu yɛsrɛ wɔm yɛn marketers no ɔmo ti tax no so ma yɛn ne yɛyɛ ntumi mfa so yɛ business ne ntumi mfa mmoa ɔman no because yɛsɛ no yɛhu sɛ sɛ yɛyɛ mpushi sɛ yɛn boa ɔman mpani ama na sɛ si ɔman no yɛde ɔman no bɛnya business bi afiri baabi na bɛyɛ ɔman no yie nti yɛyɛ ɛwɔ kuo no mu no we the people within the country no yɛn na wɔsi ɛfoɔ so yɛ dɛn support government ɔmo tumi de bi ɔman no mu ebi so wɔn ti tax no so n'ɔba nso ɔmo bɛ yɛ nneɛma so deɛ deɛ a yɛn nyinaa wɔ ɔman no mu.
And those are sample views from the Greater Accra region. I mean, Kwame Nkrumah Circle and any enclave. Woman so adventure and no. I mean, predominantly no. Osha, 11 no kati across. Citizens no undoubtedly. Here say 11 no ebeko. Boys no here say betting no ebeko. Woman permutation in na ano say. Wamudi omubet na wambedi etimi enyo musika no without any interruption. Say abai babeti bibia ede efremo. And those are some of the views of Ghanaians. Yetimi any wamo ede and komo expectations are very high on the ground. And again, good one no ewo ho otie obaba kwa wakasa ya wamu wa rishrimu wa mampenyimu se obetimi aye. And those are the major things yene wo edi ho enkomo anope. Just stay with us. Na onso baby a wo bia no ma wadwenche no emra yebekin kai ni nyina no edi amount. First budget of a year President Mahama for his second term in office year wabei Ghana for do na no ehwe ni mo say. Rakasel Atoforsen finance minister in fact one also the first time ni becoming a substantive finance minister, and there is a lot of expectation from him. But ma yenko na yentie a year the Honorable Patrick Boama Ayawaso Central, right? Okankwe Central, Fachemi, Emrashe Bidweni, and on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. Now, on also expectation as a member of Parliament, Mayinti Emra on the floor.
It's going to be his first budget. Kessben. Yet. To be presented on the floor.
Okay, we're doing our best to bring you that a year tape from a year Okankwe Central, Mrashe Bidweni, the Honorable Patrick Boama. One in our expectation, and in fact, minority has served indication, notice, any dear Omampenyi Kaya, any dear NDC Kaya, in terms of set one more Eshe Ghana for in the 2024 general election in and one more say a bit to me a year juma na Omampenyi ebedisu. So for them, they are back and they are watching with a very good lens. One more expect to say Omampenyi and Yama be na no share hobono a bit to me a daddy a year 2025 budget no emon. Pacho ma yente wonka na yebekin kan wadwenche ni nyina nso Medase Mamina Kweku Asiedo Heba and prayer center for ase one more adaroma anope one more at the GD Herbal Mestano at the Abedjambai some pacho arthritis and a hawadre and a general body pains or what is a waposo a year we ya and now or any other health related issues we could see a do Herbal Center for adaroma and take one more at the GD Herbal Mestano at the Aba say Emra Meboa yina anope to be nano nombi ebeboa etu how the yina ase at the amount na eboa treating malaria fever also awo no ma chronic headaches severe ones etimi ababeso wo so a waya wontimi ntu ase he no anope ma wonsanka GD Herbal Mixture ebetu ase prekope e de amount typhoid and afi joint pains ni nyina no ononom GD Herbal Mixture e de ni nyina no ekọ e de ma inkunimdie Herbal Mixture e wo dwaman so se eno nso ebeboa ne titiri ye nuanom ma no mpacho wa abosome so a wobu nsa wonya cramps no ene wo ndusu eye inkunimdie Herbal Mixture ebeboa etudi nyina ase obi wo ha ulcer ana e ha na adwen pa ema utimi enya severe stomach pains aya na woyemye wo yaye untimi enya wo ho hwe anope nkonimdie Herbal Mixture no onum bia ebetu ni nyina no ase at the amount irregular menstruation cycles mu woni nyina no your back na what challenge anope ma wonsa enka eno ye bi because you know about and prayer center for adaroma adomoni we ade aba say wo Ashaimana obeko Equus Pharmacy and afi Repatch Ventures ubenye bi ewo ho Hello Herbal ewo
Yenis awaswa eni jeni agrawom afe woni ade wi ase asonimu eba sa wa yira kwanso akire ne pampa no bi asem
so at the same time ebi yi tax on tax every honum. These are our expectations from the budget this morning. Yes.
And the taxes banks are wasem na okay.
We have a whole tax system now. Quite a calculate the taxes, especially VAT, we believe say a tax on tax or say a bank na or money is simplified. Say the triano enya diana enya ya. And very important because yentimi enyina a trouble so enfan je for you can't use a tax or a levy as a basis for another tax. We need to check that one. One. Two, never be said be you a cover levy, it has to leave it uses or say free home or say a call. You did say BB say almost be interest charge. Interest charge, sika a buy a J or one or more day and near my ba. What the name of the banner CD and the 19, that is 4 working days. Now, what do you mean you near mana? I buy a J will be a further interest. I say Busan is a said, but Bosnia Bain are buying a boat for you near my bar. Because interest, we pay interest on loans. So, on whole basis is a state charging importers interest charge for importing the items.
Okay.
The rationale behind these things was in some several years past, now because of port congestion. No money in terms of port congestion. Now my port now is choked, and in order to push people to clear their goods on time, they decide some of these levies by. And then that situation doesn't exist any longer. So we think interest charge must go. We also think, say, vehicle examination.
Hello, Jacob. So unfortunate. We'll bring him back on the line. Now, Jacob Ajiman, a Wiesa and Komwe, and we're no a convener for a year. The transport forum. Now, meneno a the Komwe expectation no from the port to a year the general transport fares in the country. And I think so port charges a hodua a gu and niema so before I cry niema edebano. Nina put together and no home komo ana yeneno a dino. We'll bring him back shortly. Na yeneno a wiesa and komo 055-0567-929 055-0567-929 and no any ye numbers ye you so ede aje wadwen cheno. Na before Jacob ebeba biemono chifu atemo Kwame Shebedweni Atenase, the Honorable T.D. Vondi, was studio. Haba member nache na member na kwaba. Honorable Maakye. Na empomboko de. Bajo microphone de bra wedim kakra. Abaye mu boko.
Nyame atom. Radio hu ya mobo ye hu ye. Gusu aye boy djuma den. Na Ghana air fund ntima pa fra. Ade na hyase na ode be hu se de e be kono.
Okay.
Inti na many adanase.
Very well. Mami nwie nkomo we na mensanso emra wo so biem na yen hyase wo studio. Jacob Ochemenka.
Mevacho metonka.
Okay, to asoma me unfortunately we line no airdrop here.
Pacho mateka fra. So that me can be about vehicle examination fee. And also no say adwuma na ananka e wo ho ma ye gi say sika no say adwuma ni ho biu. Adwuma ne say e bia wo ka aba na wo kwa kuyi no nanka customs wo nwuma bi a wo ye. Ansa na wo no watimi anya we bin access to your duty say sa de ne say ni ho biu. It is 1% in etua no. Ye gi so say free honum. There are a couple of them, but you see adeba kwa meso mekane say ye ka say esanema we na free one. It is a loss of revenue to the state. About to hear sika or the bay juma. So we also suggest to say one of the ways I might be to be the sika and say and name about Ghana and Oko Customs a database of all the things we import. I think rationalize your duty system in such a way say, okay, what is spare parts in a bar 40-footer container of spare parts, it be a 200,000 Ghana cedis. Okay. It be a 100,000 Ghana cedis. Now the moment you do that, you bring precision and certainty in tax payment. And nipa na odine my bano. Or when that's what me ba say na mitria will be a maybe yoka because one of the problems we have is uncertainty in our tax system. And masab you sabi akwanya bi ba mo bi timi teach will be ye sa titi ni through on ma ebema nkofo anya ni that's wo it is nkofo betimi ebema nkofo timi de nema dodo aba no ma dodo eba no sabi aba betimi anya usika ye wadwuma. Okay. So we believe, and me give this Sasma make only custom planning for bidding come back at us as the beboa. And he said, what they are more neighbor wouldn't say more 40-footer container, 20-footer container, see na wutia. We need to assess can we accept you will be a tete or say we seek out what you is another inquiry. These are things government can do. We also suggest that government can look at bigger companies a lot of import for the first 3 months of the year. Let's create a database or a platform. Let them log on to the platform. Now, declare their intention. This year, I intend to import, let's say, 2,000 containers of, let's say, sugar. Okay. Duty rate, and a duty for a container, 20-footer container of sugar, ever see 100,000 cedis. But the sons are buying here, scanning them to make a more discount of, let's say, 10%. Now I encourage you no more to in advance. In the first 3 months, into mutu say sikanema buy one abenye sikodi ene juma. 2, omunia maneba. In World Trade Organization, there's something they talk about trade facilitation. It's not so what trade sikama buy na enema dia ba na esa na na pepe pentino. E fa scan ni mo port na eko. When you do that, you facilitate trade, and trade is facilitated. It brings in revenue. So you see, yes, I buy any sign maybe from there. Yes, I catch that buy any traba. So say, well, yeah, never we are.
Yes, but we are dealing with the trusts aban ebenya the confidence obenya in you the traders any afi one more year clearing agent ni ade ni nyina to be very open to government and transparent about the fact is said this is how many containers are likely some de beba. Now we even know say near my air cost nyina no some of the traders no under declare. And how will government be able to track all of this? Now, again, and also is against the background, say, a buying at the budget airbay. There are revenue aspect of the budget are buying any projections. And say, a buying aspect is within the entire fiscal year. Or be raising over 200 billion Ghana cedis. I mean, through the ports and also a complement. How are we going to be truthful to ourselves by saying that buying am a flat rate? And as I say, as you dear huni, say Ghana for na yeboa by in this contest.
I'm just speaking about what I say. Okay, BCBA importers, under declaration, and all those things. Let me make a very strong statement here. We live in a country where government pretend to be applying the right tax rate or the right taxes. And importers or traders also pretend to be declaring the right invoices to pay taxes. I'm telling you something very serious today. Why you be a channel yonko? And the importer needed near Melbourne when we say are buying to or sebi a brosso. And to also pay beer or Mrs. Yaban. A buying so any say the tax our apply no a brosso. And a banesa when we say import and also a bedding. So
okay,
you understand? So I believe, sir, if government shows the commitment, because a trader wants to make profit, and if he wants to make profit, he must also apply the laws of the land. And if the laws are reasonably flexible, that's a sebi obi ebe boom ranuswa, then the law must work because. The American now, no sabi, Customs Act, they must say now. It is the customs, and I buying through customs. I'm a flexible term, say, yeah, what the name I say about UTC. That's a still be boom ranoswa. They are punitive measures that must be applied.
Okay, very well. Jacob, Mamena was here no pay. I'm highly grateful. Now, in anticipation of the budget, you know, you did home combo we are. You best answer about champion. Why?
That's so much.
Thank you very much. I want count short. And that is Jacob Ajiman, convener at the Transport Forum, having a discussion about what they expect. Ma yentie Okankwe Central, Mrashebedweni, the Honorable Patrick Boama on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. Na Yemra.
It's going to be his first budget to be presented on the floor. Kessben. He's been ranking member on finance for some time now. He knows the ins and outs of budget preparation, and he's been deputy minister before, so he's not new to what he's going to be doing tomorrow. First of all, it's the president's budget that he's going to be presenting tomorrow in accordance with the constitution and also the Public Financial Management Act and other relevant legislation, petroleum receipt and what have you. One, we in the minority will be expecting a clear-cut policy and budgetary lines for the president's vision and his campaign promise of a 24-hour economy. We've heard of different definitions and scenarios being played out to the extent that a policy advisor has been appointed at the president's office to oversee that program. Secondly, I would want to understand the president's policy and budget lines for his green energy program that he's appointed a minister of state at the presidency for climate sustainability. Thirdly, his promise to the Okada riders for the regulations and what have you, what the Ministry of Transport will be doing in that regard. And I know the minister was in Rwanda with the head of the DVLA to understudy a program that a lot was done by the previous administration to roll out the best for commercial motor riders in this country. Thirdly, will be the cancellation or abolition of some taxes that I've heard MP Felix Ofochukwu, Minister. I've heard the Minister of Finance himself, his deputy Thomas Ampemniako.
And that is your Honorable Patrick Boama speaking to the issues. And the finance minister, the first budget, indeed, Ghanaians are expecting a lot more from him. Medical catchers, Honorable Vondi Atinase. Lawyer Sebe will be joining us from the New Patriotic Party. And they were late. Council, that's what about late to do. Honorable Maakye Appiah.
I'm so wedding catcher.
And medical catcher. Because yeah, Juma Eba. Parliament is saying.
A radiadum Parliament here, Boko. Okay. I will say 9th Parliament in Shasiano. Fortunately for us, we have a very huge majority.
Yes.
And we have the MPP with their number. Internal parliamentary proceedings are ongoing. We've had a first SONA of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in his second term. Very promising, very fantastic. We've had a lot of comment about it, praised him and all that. Today is the first budget. And what the budget is seeks to do, and then we must say Ghana for then. We're expecting a lot of
a budget in
we're expecting a lot.
Hello, we have a lot of expectation from you.
We're expecting a lot of positive, signs. What budget
Okay.
The youth of our country should expect a lot of jobs. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama created youth ministry and development. Pablo Adano.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a very young, fantastic young man who is working so hard. The budget, of course, is going to take so many draconian taxes away from us.
Okay.
It's going to
Ghanaians should be rest assured.
Absolutely.
It's the budget, there are a lot of
young men and women Sabio, betting kakra. We're going to see this 10% lifted out of them.
Okay.
And we business or phone. So me bahana because me tonsio na me tua momoa na mwajimi tax na momidi obi a odi sika betua de ani de yanyi ne sika. That is discriminatory, that is retrograding, and I don't think that tax is good and fair. And so we are expecting those things to be taken out of Ghanaians. Nothing. So many other taxes are import duties near dear bebre wa importers bre.
Okay.
I believe and trust in the Dr. Atufosen. He will be very simple, very smart and accurate. Delivery will be very fantastic.
Okay.
And we'll see a lot of positive things in the budget and your budget promise.
Is it not the case? It's a more baby taxes at the free hall, but a baby na mohon babe chiremo, because you are looking at revenue already. No mama ye picture no say no mine no yesika sem enyina ye. You see, through the state of the nation mo can be chire ye o mampanyin kasa ye nano Independence Day and so o ma ye hu ye painted the picture clearly. Enti taxes ni bi hono ma e kono mo de na be replacing.
Okay, you see, growing an economy is not necessarily burdening the citizenry with many taxes.
Okay.
No. You see, one of the things that as I see it to me, I say, how do we broaden the tax network? Okay, tax nets. How do we broaden the tax net? Actually, say, yemfani say Ghana hano, nipa dodo sign the tria tour. So yemfani say 20%, 30% the tria tour. Na se upese wunya sika dodo edi hwe nipa ni nyina ada na tuo na even say yes 20% 30% na etua ada na wumiem na nipa be 80% emetua tax. No, that way you bring in a lot of revenue. But one se nipa kakra na etua tax no unsan so kofa foforo be pii wo mo so a you are overburdening them.
Okay.
Dia beba ni se untumi enya were more buying to continuously pay those taxes.
Yes, but in that context, the electronic transaction levy, e-levy, would have been a better platform.
No, you see
because this is where informal sector, non-formal sector, so far as you transact business and obey transfers through your device, I mean, you are able to see a bit me a charge you baby kakra. Why do we want to take that one out?
If you look at the economic structure that birth this e-levy in itself and economically, all right, by the principles of economics, taxing in itself, it is what I termed as stealing, a very smart way of stealing. So, infant is a salary.
Yes.
Na se what it tax was sika aka wa mema account no mono.
Yes.
Na se me se me de e-levy and as infant say no pay me ba no me de momo and a todd petrol,
yes.
1,000 Ghana. Inti me di momo ni to petrol 1,000 Ghana no. Sika na wetua me salary dada. Me se me di momo eto petrol 1,000 Ghana no.
You tua salary atitu.
Ya tua me salary atitu no.
Okay.
Ne was what timituo because I've decided to use that method in paying. Nemom de okwaje ni sika bank ekuta ne physical. No odi tua petrol ni de wonti no. Number one, that is discriminatory. Okay. Number two, that is double taxation, which is stealing. What is here? And then that is no. You see, if you want to reform that structure, where there are essential services that can only be paid through this method, irrespective of who you are, based on which you are taxing, then let us come clear. But not when obibe to me the physical cash at all yen it war. That's a means to me the mimomo triadia and the abeji me to. That is discriminatory and that is stealing. I don't think that is good at all. What do you say? In any case, how much is this e-levy bringing into a little over 6 billion?
Yes.
A little over 6 billion.
That's a huge amount of money.
That's not so huge. With the greatest of respect, we had gone for COVID money, okay? Over 3.something billion from IMF alone. Is that close to 6 billion Ghana cedis? What did we use the money for? It is not how much that comes, it is how prudent you manage it. And so you don't continue to steal people's money all in the name of bringing revenue, and you are so discriminatory in collecting the revenue. That's not fair. That's not fair.
I see.
If we have a system where this particular item, this particular service, no matter who you are as a Ghanaian, we're going to use this tax, we're going to use this system of payment based on which we're going to tax you, that is fine. I'll give you a typical example.
Yes, me too.
So we should be able to say, roto
yeah.
MB before I train more. Sincerely, I didn't see the wisdom in cancelling that roto. You could reform it. You could make it more acceptable, easy to pay system. Okay, I agree with the fact that the only reason anybody could applaud them was the fact that it in a way it has taken the huge traffic jumps up in the war a toll booth in a year free ho. Those days no kasua but track kasua boat toll booth keep kozuna. It was so that's the only thing. However, obi a we treat fraud no. Ayejuma na odi ka na ya meboa.
Yes.
In the Saudu to ni aji utobu to ye de beya kwan na ye wa wo faso de ejuma na sanya bone. Obi a we treat taxi ejuma na odi ye. Okay. Ana afi no obi a wo wankasa o private car mu no. Se nyame ye wadom no wetimi anya scatter private car. Tuato kakra ne mfa nye kwan ni ye ma wo no. I don't think that is wrong.
Yes, but Ghanaians
obi ti say baby ti say Burkina Faso Niger ni ade won trasa kese je ni omode ba ne yi no ni nyina omode faso say omon faso free. I mean, I didn't see the wisdom in cancelling the toll levy, the toll levy. The roto. I never saw wisdom in it. But why would you take the money from the poor, ordinary Ghanaian? Me nana otifie. No one sending 100 Ghana. Now the uji to so adanya we use momo. Now I just free in chain. Now obi a nam kwanso awa ye adwuma. Obi a wanye sika to Lexus, ato Land Cruiser dem. No one onfa kwanso ko free. I mean, I didn't really see the composition of the I just didn't see the wisdom in that. I mean, for me, I'm expecting that he will bring back the toll.
Okay. Toll,
Embra, but in a more modern manner.
Okay.
Emma traffic Emma ekwansu bebresa. So we must devise a way of paying. Ebe flexible, ebe movie,
More electronic methods, Anna.
That would be fine.
But more power
that would be fine. So if we can provide extra generators in order to power those particular services, where we can be more accurate with it, I feel it will help. You see, can you not tell no say once 50
pesos.
Once cedi need 50 pesos. Look, say you increase the call 10 Ghana cedis. I am all for it. Because you see, you are working. And we're saying that pay some money. I don't think there's any problem with that. I don't think any Ghanaian is going to fight anything of that sort. So one of the things that I'm expecting, apart from say those taxes that really to me do not really make so much sense. Free or no. I'll give you another point. COVID levy.
Yes.
I am foreseeing COVID levy not going right now, but will go eventually.
Okay.
Because say IMF conditionalities, some of these taxes are taxed to rate. Say some of the conditions that are considered in terms of these IMF conditionalities and all that. I am expecting say COVID levy eventually will go, but if it did not go right now, I don't have a problem, but eventually
why wouldn't it go right now? I didn't hear
the American is you see, so would the baby because now person we use sad and if no more. I just hope before frock or no. Now wait me, I'll give you a typical example. For the phone we had a kosia and I'm about you will be at 10,000 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Samin cheers a cannon mile. Now me here phone we are. I just have no tears, yes, and the phone way but to her. Now be the insure about the phone and what do I say? So these are some of the things that I think that would have to go through the calculations of all these things. So these are the things. But I tell you what.
Are you implying?
I am not the finance minister.
You are not the finance minister, but you are a member of parliament. And Assembly Abekambiano carries a lot of weight. I'm asking, say, are you implying say COVID levy ya collateralize it to say the IAS lani adena now for that reason IMF conditions say COVID levy and wo kakra for some time and sani yet be clear the free. I really want to understand the picture as I say Ghana 40 years here.
What I'm saying is that these are some of the things that I'm expecting. It doesn't mean they are the things that has come.
Okay.
It is not what I have seen in a budget, but it is what I am expecting to happen. Again, I'm not the finance minister, so I cannot be sure what it is that is coming. We can all only speculate.
You are an NDC member of parliament, Joe.
Of course, an NDC member of parliament.
We are NDC member of parliament. There are a lot of things that would the committee. So definitely committee, you have a fair idea of some of the discussions are akoso. And open komo very interesting because who tapes are my boy and Ghanaians, expect say sa levy ebe free ho. So I mean by implication, what does it really tell us?
What I'm telling you,
IMF telling us a COVID-19.
What I'm saying to you is that, I'm saying to you is that, May Vondi, this is what I'm expecting. I may fail in my expectations. The budget may come, and all those taxes may just go straight away.
Okay.
But I'm saying that this is what I'm expecting.
Okay.
Okay, and that I won't be worried if that happened.
But
it doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. I may fail in my predictions. Okay. But may I say, if that tax do not go right now, I won't be worried. But it will go eventually.
Okay. But
I'm not saying that automatically it won't go. That's not what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
How about those more Mode Mahama cares, okay? Maka said there are certain chronic diseases and ailments mo pese mo take care of. And some of them dialysis ni ade ni nyina mo roli na afi mo ahwese de be ya National Health Insurance ne be cover. Now all those essential treatment Ghana for people are suggesting say COVID levy must transition into some of those things. Na emwa and solve some of the health related challenges.
These are brilliant suggestions, and I think that I had suggested that before when we were in opposition, and those are brilliant suggestions. However, again, I am not the finance minister. We're expecting a very brilliant.
But committee is also
we're expecting a very brilliant conversation this morning from 10 o'clock. We're expecting a very brilliant economic conversation, which of course we call budget reading. We're expecting it. And I believe strongly, say, Bibi Biara NDC Ashabo, see a bayano. Ghanaians will begin to see the positive fruit of it. A bebu amo mai afan intema pefra. Ebini saying, ye kase ema bank, ene ebebaso.
Bank
exactly. Said ye can essential in medicines are ye pese ye take diseases been here out of Ghanaians packet. Now His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, your friend Maakye. That's what I've called it all this while. So agricultural producer ye pese ye di sikako sha Greek mune ye ebeba so.
I'm told say budget you a lot of allocation.
A lot of allocation ebeko agric because the agric anu na bema yetimi agina brang. Inte ebeko so koko akuafo bedi den ne. Ebeko so na fe ye nyuma emebunu enyuma ebe create ama wo mo ebeko so digitization drive ebeko so nanso ye infrastructure ebe fan intima pefra akwan be what here His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, State of the Nation address, he will uncap the get fund, so that we can pay contractors. So we're going to build more schools, we're going to build more hospitals, more dormitories. Osha Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo, any minua lawyer and growth we mutra bemu 8 years on hini 8 years. And one years on BC agenda 1111. On hini agenda 111. So far, they've actually spent $400 million. $400 million. But there is no one single one agenda 111 hospital that is completed and is being operationalized. No, not even one. But baby, do a little calculation. 400 million divided by even each hospital should take $11 million. You would have been doing about 36 hospitals. We need more than $1 billion plus to finish all this agenda 111. The infrastructure drive will continue. We have Pualugu Dam. And Crawford if to final payment $11 million. Uko Pualugu Dam wa. Look, and Yampo this Sophia Saigu from Krebini. So you see, so one of the things that we want to do are prudent management. Prudent management. You see, the profligacy is too much in our country. And I think this is the time everybody must be accountable for his still worship. Very well. A friend saying national service scandal here. What it means is that an individual is able to scheme this country to extend say every man to be or a kuobi to me every Ghana sika through that particular fraud system over 50 million Ghana cedi. Do you know how much is 50 million Ghana cedis? Are
you not being prejudicial?
No, I'm not being prejudicial. I'm talking about what is available out there. I cannot be prejudicial at all. I can never be prejudicial. And we will block the loopholes. Look, I'll give you a typical something very interesting. One who Bank of Ghana new building now, anyway, I won't go there, but it's a crime scene. You know why? And Crawford see Bank of Ghana a new building omo propose and omo bibia kochire PPA omo chire omo said omo agasa allocate $100 million. PPA said you can do $80 million. Okay, but before you can even take that decision as a company like Bank of Ghana, no, you might have done so many meetings with your board of directors and all that expertise will come in. Architecture, drawing, infrastructure, engineers, everything would have been done. Complete proposal. Now we see $80 million na modi baye. Ohini, every no $261 million. And you see a banker egu na debiamu declare loss billions of Ghana cedis loss. No, you were able to organize $261 million when in your own projection you were supposed to use $80 million to build a house. Look. People will be accountable.
People will be accountable. The Honorable Von D, Chief Watemo Kwabra Shebedwanino on the ticket of the NDC. Ma Yente Wonka 05505679290 05505679290. Marima Nanafre Ponzi Gachi. Go report margin.
Yeah, Kwame Mejosu.
On that saying
Nyamia Domarakwa. Nyamia Domarakwa.
Yeah, fire. Okay.
I hate to do this, but the late lawyer has said the late.
As you consume the boy here.
The lighter note.
I'm the late lawyer. Lawyer Sabebachi.
Yeah.
Now I'm home to say.
Christo Adam Mahoye.
Who knew any fraud the late lawyer? Oh, I do ye be man.
Oh, when they say me near Precopen on the Obeton NTS. By the NTS. Now, oh, honorable. Yes, I'm a sorry crowd. Which honorable. Honorable Mahoye.
And then
Honorable Von D.
You are looking good.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You are looking good. Sir, there years can one we have been to a home song. We'll be on friends with Sunday. Ora, Cassianca, Ora from why is
what kind of young could be exams no say what is a tree, what is a tree, what is a tree, not a bed by
Abba.
A bird is an animal that flies and lands on a tree.
Therefore, a tree is
what is a tree? I don't know how about the air and pay. Oh, baby, I said my ever come budget any expectation. I could do Bank of Ghana, I could do way.
Standing in our budget, no. Bank of Ghana cannot be exonerated from budget. No way.
Okay, mama, I heard from Sonny if we now so action and pay.
That give to our warrants. I know Mojano.
I've been to a lawyer.
Yo,
lawyer.
The American Eddie kind of say, said that there be American, must I repeat it? Yeah, Chichiro mine, then Chichira Manuku. Now, it saddens my heart. So, NDC is behaving as if we are going for an election tomorrow.
Oh, are they?
Yes. You see, Mwaba Abaimu. Yato aba ama o se bebu man. The style of communication in nyoma omoye no. Asi yakoto abachina. You see, some of the promises are omoma ye no ye. Promises are de wasum. Na so siasi ye chichiro man ni ye pa ni abo man ho bra. Me nu esa ke koye chibio. Ni ehu se nyoma bi e keka ye no se ye ka se de ni nyina be ye adwuma. Ba bia de o man ni besi ne ye mpe.
And no be needed.
Oh, this is a BB to say e-levy.
A baby, send your more candidate.
Honorable Von D. Cassay, say, a man only 6 point something billion. See, I no personal kind.
Yes.
Simply because, say, or kind na baba tuning into no. What can it say 6 billion and your shame? Boba agenda 111. Okay, 400 billion million. I dear shame the what can it this is Kessben. Meanwhile, e-levy was given $433 million every year. And the initial stages, NDC ebo e-levy gui who did the ama share problems. Ye na ye agree say okay, the e-levy no maybe it is too much. Let's find a way and probably ye reducing the kakra. Ye reduce na afa monkrofo a moni omokasa ya na omonfo mu nhemu bebrebe afa de yen send this kabio ye nyina yen sha ase say yen send na say 1 year bia
no the Haruna Idrisu catch them right from the beginning of this whole discussion about e-levy. Mode ban proposals were around 1.5. It took Haruna Idrisu as a minority leader back then and the fighting any finance minister wo argue out as seba Adam Moye and a flat more about 1%, right?
It was even 1.75.
Yes, so I mean they've contributed their bit, but they have always had the stance. I mean, e-levy there a bit free because double taxation.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, and then I make sure say the effect. You see, so what it means, they say every year biano agenda 111 Jumedia MPP edi babia or yoko dru no ye benya sika botina ebetimi aye say adwuma ni bi every year. Now say every year was say sika we ya ultimate year adwuma ati say within a matter of 2 years all the hospitals no ye bewie ama nneoma foforo ese ye no ye say this ka bekom. And just to say na ye can say be ye free hon ti chinchina say asset there obi di bibi oya bunsam bi no di bibi a enye ebesi Ghana for ne hwe ne because at the end of the day no ye free wa I just say sakofa bishim.
But what I'm actually saying, you know, and it's I mean say NDC Beka say wo mo be e-levy no enye the first time right from the way okay so mo your demonstration I said don't get here mo your demonstration against e-levy.
That's what I'm saying that omabeji akonya no.
Yes.
But omo behave said omo opposition ye koto aba because abren ye koto aba until usually no said omanpanyi mahama ete ase no say NDC for the entro no mo de fam no kra no mo de fam yete ase sa ejisi mo ba no ma ba beji akonya na wa me ate ase say oman no emunye eka wo ho what started something positive ama yakate cost kakra ewo independence celebration no mu eti no nyina mount some good signals be Ghanaian some good signals eti ochamba say yakate kakra de any asema yakan no mo yanso yankate kakra I believe people will begin to understand na na yesi 6 billion enye hwe na so independence sika say 1.5 million and profit yakate 1.5 million and then we are saying 6 billion enye hwe
1.5 million now mo issue here right instead of the 15 million
Ghana okay yes. So when you do the calculations I can say is it 12.5 or 13.5 13.5 fine 13.5 million against 6 billion. That's the point I'm saying. Say the yaka is 6 billion and you bet me to agu kwa no. Mr. Speaker, who ni mimienu yenim say Ghana ntimi into 6 billion emu sa akwa. You see this toll booth so nsema eba ye nyina no. Ekwanya ye fa so a ye yifiri ho no. I think it was in a rush. I'll admit that. But you see say na road minister then no pe bibi ama Ghana for e de aso 11 nim because ade ba ko a me me problematic siapa ni road your toll system no. Why do I say so? Wonam kwa kotua toll of na say 50 pesos so say 1 cedi. Ubedi traffic so ka so spend not less than 2 liters. Yeah car so say Mr. Speaker okay there be 5 liters. Na ugina your friends say traffic mu kwa kotua 1 cedi and a liter of petrol you saying 15 cedis. It is also spend 2 liters krana. Yeah, she 30 cities at the Akotua 1 city. Look at fuel problems are your womb our country munina. Ye fuel and fan power ye machines and my yakania and them. Now so tonti na kasi nyina gukwan so no BNGs so tu are we calculating the losses? Are you making answer ni Akotua 1 city ama aban? It is they are saying things are too political.
I did use one case study to generalize the entire issue. Toll over 40 something of them across the country. And why do we use Kaswa toll booth, traffic a creti, Ebiaoko Amasamana, traffic a creti, and then probably so to speak, Temamoto way, so traffic a cry with this to say, I don't know, yastic and justifiable enough. And I said the entire nation, toll a job must be cancelled. Meanwhile, no oko sehi bibi ni wotra anwea so ko be kwaya toll booths will create traffic bia.
Places are obobo ya create problems. Those are problematic areas because when a cars are efan edoso it is a uyi sa sector see ya kan ho asemu free mu a obo say it can take about 60-70% of the revenue. Oko kade kwine so say toll booth bi ho sa toll booth in the na in fact dua na ayesa na amna bi abetomu ansa na wakwa kotua toll booth no na nya asem keto cars do say ne fa ho at the end of the year no revenue saying the generate is the tema motorway that generates the revenue. Kaswa tema minim runabout. We wanna say minim sa akosombo se share bibisa. All those places are well choked. These are the places in Mayiska. Enti say ye choked all those places are near Benifuel ni at the end of the day. Ya nipa wo ho nyina abani fuel be say 100 ma me fa ne sa near aban akwakoje 10% of fuel I abani no.
Couldn't we have equally said say those areas are highly populated yenye electronic.
So that's where I'm coming to.
Easy off the traffic.
Not even just electronic but lanes
and that is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yes. It before you did tolls no be say back no. You put those measures in place. And you bet to electronic, we try man and where a calculator who say what year and I won't try. So won't try now for Mukwa. While being our penalty. Our phone. So let's put systems in place. Now and check it and you may be at this any intimate. But we always want to create the impression say the MPP government was so insensitive or you're so corrupt or you're so Nasamo Kramo $20 billion in Timo how saying. Honorable.
$20 billion every.
Or almost $20 billion or more. So just go after it and take it. $20 billion. I think they be an baby fees in your man. You see, you have to rent in your maybe so eba. And your man means a rent acting woho. Dada. I rent taxes and so ewo.
Yeah.
Say, so we just kaya as all baby dish share in your mother barber share rent. Musana Martino, Honorable Vondi.
And the landlords in the betria. So Muntia property rate near
duty
rent taxes Wamuntia.
Good.
All rent here, the laws are there, all rent in the Utria would die as a tenant. As I say, fear run or sika what tria dear man or tria 2 hours.
Or more by regulating rent as I say if you're a Giana Debbie. So if me a fear me dino, me get 250 Ghana cedis. I don't know pesa begumi bottom. I buy say me the 2 about 250 cedis. Oje 250 cedis and media bremi 50 cedis are. Me the budget saying net 300. It be passing on to the consumer manetia. I just support and then I would do home come we. Port ni na sifu nyina. I want to say na fa sakano. Eno na ye je de okọ importing nneoma ne ba. No so ama nneoma ne boy de ode aguso. Na ye wo ekrom no. Ana say omamufo no. Ye ba betua sa taxes no. Indirectly. Enti no abi ho no mamoye yaye e-levy. Yanka no kre. Ye po to a certain extent, we are getting used to it. You should be able to say betting tax. You can some initially, I agreed with him perfectly. Atuforsen's position on e-levy, betting tax was that the tax should rather be increased to serve as a disincentive for our youth. Now, this betting is something we have to look at very carefully because Babe ha ye productivity. And so be kutesika ebia okuta 100,000 Ghana cedis. Ebia nko anasa 10,000 cedis, 5,000 cedis. Or the copper and pabwabi ekofa edeko supply maku mienu no. And 5,000 because of this discussion, Madam Fubi sende me bet in be also 5,000. And man, cash out or the chairman, it could do 108,000 Ghana cedis. Meaning, say, the earnings could have been more than that, so we near. It is what me 5,000. I'm an cash out. Cash out is just a mobile yen, no correct me, you sika.
Yes.
And what could do 108,000 Ghana cedis, or the Nisika 5,000 Boko Yajuma, that's what the bitch bet. So if we encourage this, then what is going to happen is a productivity ebeko form. See, encourage betting and na sefwa. Na betting company no say e idea oboka ankoja yo. So oboka ankoja e ono na djuma.
Na sem rant here no so wa djuma ya wo mo nkotina.
Eno na cha say left
sem rant here no productively wo mo wa djuma ya engage you regularly on a daily basis.
MPs wa djuma ye.
I'm
telling you say MPs trabet. Ministers travel.
They do it for leisure.
For leisure.
Why you do it?
It's not wrong, oh. It's not illegal, oh. I am telling you.
Sit on national television and allege.
No, this is not. You see, there's nothing wrong with it.
When I am sitting here, then you can allege. Say MPs trap bets.
Oh, you see.
I mean, that is not fair.
You see,
we are members of Parliament.
So it means, sir, what you are saying is that it's not an honorable thing to do. That's what you are saying right now.
No.
Betting is not an honorable thing to do.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that your allegation is wrong. You have no basis.
No. Oh, MPC Ajuma.
That's also only evidence to prove.
Listen to
whether or not you have no idea what it is.
Me say me make it point to be. Oh, say me can say MPC extra bet na ehano. So me can say MPC
na because we need evidence to substantiate. You're a lawyer.
Me can say MPC call asoria. On demand evidence. MPs are hard working, on demand evidence because he finds the betting not to be honorable. It's not what issue with it, no. That is the point I want to make.
Point I'm making is that you have no evidence.
There may pay on me because also me associate MPs with betting. You have an issue with it, but our young boys should go ahead and bet. It's because MPs now quite sorry. You ask me for evidence.
But is the taxing stopping betting?
And now what can
did you stop the taxing with the bet with the taxing?
What's the
taxing betting? No, Ejai.
That's what I'm saying.
Bet
Finance Minister Amiko to know. You are not getting it. I think that we are a busy kakrebi. Finance Minister Kessben at force in Amiko to know. Oh no. Initially in a stance, they say betting as I see increasing, because it's good for the economy. And I'm personally drum home the point.
And honorable refer to the fact that taxing more crowd betting and the more you tax, the more the people do it. And
sustainable job for the youth. So you can tell them to stop betting.
So do we have
only panic to come to know what 100 Ghana?
Do we have the sustainable jobs now?
On your nice yeah.
I'm coming to that. You see, the only reason I can't say and penny funny be creature betting to say it is not the bet, the way it's attractive, no. It is not about Obi Onia Jumaye. That is the whole point I want to make.
Okay.
It's not about Obi Onia Jumaye. So if we say the young guys don't have work to do,
until no muchana,
and no crack,
and you justify,
and no crack because wako wajuma nyinaba ye boy yakwa no ukuta phone so oh yeah juma. You see, it is even detracting from productivity because obi akwa adwuma e so yeah adwuma no na ne osine phone so
or check it odds
so no share the permutations and the combinations are obey no dia wini anwumre ball no mba bebo no ebi kra ho mbo virtual so all the time no eguso omobo sa enye football nko enoma bebre
so the Champions League ni drew
so we should be very serious with this country near hwe de eko also making points say betting tax no omo making losses and komajai so it means say ebimu dibidie now so do eco betting companies most of which are foreign companies a draw so chain omu no
okay
so tie boys no sports station no
now we see for mama me
that's it no omu su e was betting tax ho a enya sem keto say edi omu papa eti no mani abre say edi yan ya aban o man ye hwe na mom ye kodidi a no ababaji that's the argument of the people so nobody should say obi ni adwuma.
And in effect, no betting tax and increasing more. Is that the argument?
That is it.
Okay.
For the benefit of the country, see.
Only Ghana for the one in commodity. Youth, only one wedding.
Youth and them nyagin. But you see, we are not here.
They want it scrapped.
That's what I'm saying. Say yeah, chichi on mine. What you say? We are not here to come and communicate and please people. Keke. Name ye can you my boy your mind? Shall you Donald Trump the all yeni nyina say Obama America ewiasisi kasem no America akosoro chen obia eti oteki measures bia ne man for cry eha no but so succeed a obey just America finances na better than any other so we are not here just to please people populism ni aka say na mo penity enye na at the end of the affair chi ni Jeffrey and
very well. Last thank you from the New Patriotic Party and what you say all Kasano a 2 minutes after night my run after pause so that I'm been to na yenko
yes the politicians just go here
that's how was what aba
objective I don't me say because MPP ni no studio no all because he was objective that is all.
Yes Kwame.
Yes
this budget I have already said it me I wouldn't amend a bibi amaka ho asem. You see after 2000 elections 2000 elections now. Chairman 2021 President Kufuor presenting budget because the article say the constitution is say president should present budget, but the finance minister no do it on behalf of the president.
Yes.
So when the finance minister went to parliament, they not gonna force anyone and say, yes, but need a clear cut idea be a digital so the twaba or the other twaba we're fed up with PNDC and DC government at that time. You get me? And yakoto abadi yom. Eti budget ani ekwen anticipation no ni yenhwe no mate se ye enimi se ekwe budget.
Yeah.
2008 2009 budget. Dr. Kwabra the four present here no. Kwame. There was no clear cut tension. And I say BBB ye not ye expect e budget because enya no ne ye de koto aba. So yamfa hardship and the koto aba at that time. Ye de fed up on the corruption. Na Yesusi said Dr. Ananemu no biana and no man kiti biana ekoso and the people think say we by 8 years and we go 8 years. 2016 was a doomsday. It wasn't taxes. Was a doomsday. And the 2024 the change of government. 2025 budget here be Kwame. It's about taxes. It's about taxes because
the taxes twaba.
Yeah, the twaba
last year.
Yes,
it take effect.
It take effect because I don't know buy Nigerians to the campaign. But Kwame, this is what I will say. You see, me say, Mr. Atofo Senior, very careful. We should not go and present a political budget. Kwame, we should think about the country first.
Kessben.
There is certain agenda, should not be drawn by propaganda. Baby, I do no Kwame. Oman Penny Mahama has made us to understand. Say, Oman ye seek a someone yet. You get me? So we should swallow the bitter pill. We should not present a political budget to please some people.
What the political budget means?
The political budget means that to woo some people and think about the future elections, but not today. The repercussion and what Ghana will be in the future.
Effect Benya
and so Kwame.
Okay.
We should present the budget that will enhance the future possibilities of this country. That is what we need for now, Kwame. And it's very important. Some of the taxes I can once Kwame. We can review it downwards. Especially by tempering the thresholds. Yes. Na ya chechemu ye di achire nkofo. But because of say, ye dia politics in it, me ye sure pass there are some taxes are binding yamu and only fuel. But because of say dia politics in it, the situation compel ye see and yes sad. Yes sad now we are not helping the country. President Kufuor criticized President Iran about the number of ministers.
Yeah.
When he came, he apologized and it did not take anything from President Kufuor, and yet he went ahead to win the election.
But for this, President Mahama cannot be forgiven because I mean he's been president before. What's the second term no I mean, you promise and you fail the people, no? You cannot go back to your words because I mean clearly wouldn't be what's not so pain? Wouldn't still now wouldn't be and the scenarios need a bit different in terms of time and then seasons our women say as president.
Come make us some sure. Obama President Mahama. Everything that he said in 2020 elections, that was so kind one. The magazine one. Nene on tax be only tax be free. Number all the economic indicators and drop in favor of the government. That this country, your new level be the inflation will drop. The exchange rate will drop. Everything is flourishing. You think that who cares about what you said? That's what I have given you an example. Say, President Kufuor says something. And so one of the key here, almost say, and you create a loot. That's what President Kufuor said. And it is not only President Kufuor said. Jacob Echebilam take Ekabi. Manchabona. Was the ministers no doors? You are creating unnecessary ministers. But later they came to apologize. Yet you won the 2024 election. Who cares? Because banks were chasing people to give them a loan at that time. Committee. There's no need to quash 11. John Kuma, like I said yesterday, media launch 2024. February month no year when media launch on the Wealth and Jobs Expo made us to understand that the e-levy in that time now fetched 1.9 billion. Say a court which is 6 billion. Yes. That time they is 76 point something million dollars. Say 6 point something million dollars no 6 billion. What the bank we say no? We are the times 6 at 76 million dollars times 6. That is what we are fetching for e-levy. We can explain that is what Bawumia got it wrong. Dr. Bawumia got it wrong by saying say obes scrap e-levy. And a man and Kufu do that. The American what I say. So we should maintain this. We cannot miss this money. Well, sure, yeah. Then you will hide behind a much bano. Then after now we introduce a secret, a hidden taxes be. By the time a baby no know what buying collapse. My remember a typical example, Kwame. 2017 budget. Government scrapped KAE taxes, right? And almost scrapped lottery tax udilota. Na yato tax 10%. Mahama introduced it in 2015. NPP did campaign with it, and they came and almost scrapped free home. That's the 2017. The first budget. The first budget.
Emma Nipabo say
yes.
We've gone through these things.
When the going got tough in 2022, they reintroduced the same thing. This is what it did. Was the government introduced a bill in Parliament to remove taxes on lotto winning in the country. This follows proposal by the National Lottery Authority to the Finance Ministry. Mahama's a 5% tax on winning. That time a 5% tax. But Abani said they call 10%. Abani was cancelled 2017. They brought it back because we say and then you propaganda. Please.
No, that was you for Mama.
Oh, Kwame, you said better media.
What's the form that?
Kwame.
Around was this? Was you from that?
You understand? Near can be for the betting tax here near campus. World Health Organization. We a member state. You cannot ban tobacco. Countries be banning tobacco. The bill a contra parliament say. Ye pese tobacco no ye no public. You understand? Professor Bedou Akosamo fighting for that bill and yeah, okay, that's fine. But you see, on my own won't ban tobacco. The only thing that you can do, a man ko for tobacco no. Ama yariano a common tobacco de ban. A tobe chama or health insurance need to mean compass iron. And they said, Obama the tobacco na expensive for people. Jamaica what I say. Now, Chief Imam is on campaign against betting. Say, Esenkora.
No.
But yet me ni betting in free home. It has come to stay. What do? It's either we reduce it downwards than scrapping the betting tax.
Okay.
Sure, Mr. Papa we are saying. Dr. Edward Jambra, one day the commissioner in charge of a domestic tax revenue division, was say the betting tax every quarter and my 15 million Ghana cedis. Say season was at its peak. Football season at its peak. Say Champions League and near Bubble Champions League no. And they need to be costo. No today the betting tax ni secure the Mayan. Meme yamu cry say kesadi become to discourage this youth because you have already promised jobs the baba. Make our jobs the background. We still have to increase the tax of your friends betting. It is fetching out this kind of money, which you bet me the free dialysis. Now be all coach bet. You're taxing the free dialysis. What's wrong with it?
All right, but that's enough for me. But
I know Denny I ain't done one word through. Yet tax will be all bet the 11 year the choir yan aquaque. Mr. Foriata, Ecos Capo say a 1% special import levy. Near budget to 2017. Yeah. Baby, I say 22 tax import charges. I want Porto. You are introducing 11. In 11 and on 22 tax that President Mahama Kawasemo Abutu Kaino. In 11, it was introduced by Mr. Foriata.
Very well. So you've listened to the suggestions. I mean, Mube take it some out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a brilliant suggestion, sir.
what taxi e-levy betting tax.
Yes.
Now with the akoshe ayarefo there. You are making a very brilliant point. Gambling there a man be brain taxi. Our policy is that our youth are already overburdened with lack of job. The time to introduce taxes on betting is not now. You be year free. Listen, and yes, sika bebre na wo benya mpo ne hia bebre o. Kakra ne mpo a wenya no. Hwa wo behwe so yie ene hia. Menua say utumi seli loopholes ni nyina na say sika about the enua ma papa. Look, you will be able to manage this economy well. Number 2, growing economy and yet taxing the people too much and the our economy aye. Look, there are so many businesses taxes are yedi go omusuno and my businesses no collapse.
Yes.
Orias here. And then no as I say ma businesses who towon no mo create adwuma bebre. Near this sika agriculture no mine atumpon and yet tax na be more mine aye. Orias here. But I can promise Ghanaians one thing. You will see budgeter and we hwam. Budgeter and then it does be Ghana. Budgeter.
Ajenkwa budget.
Look,
Asempa budget.
Look, all those things they were 419 budgets. This is the
Ajenkwa budget no was a 419.
And I'll tell you why. This is a true budgeter. Dear Yabekano, Yadebeye Juma. Wonko kinkan budget say with the sky train ebeba ewi echirima ko this can sky train bi ani o na mo train na ne nam fam kra no matutu na de na ton edi wuti odi bi be na mo soro ho na mo se nkrofo ye frakadam. Look, budget we ya eba no
punchline we dey no deal.
I was seriously budget we ya eba no aye budgeter de ye wo mu no we meant what we are talking about. We meant business. Now look, these are the measures I better take care. Ebema inflation rate now about from Ebema exchange rate. Look, one of the things that I'm praying for this government, of which I belong, proudly belong, and they say, Anya Kurano, answer in the first 4 years. The next 8 years, no. Na CD na ni number 17 Ghana CD, no. At least yen tisumbra 10 CD.
Hallelujah.
Now the only measure ebetimi ayedi aye pese ye na CD na ahon de akosoro na dollar na aba from no. This budget, the beginning of the sweet things to come, better things to come is this budget. Is this budget? Look, anybody in this country who is advocating, say tax, no, say any panel on Pegana year. Because you see, we have seen many countries. Look, we have seen many countries, sir. Those countries do not progress. Look, I tell you what. Say a far Ghana companies, be pharmaceutical industries, ni a far manufacturing industry, ni a titi wa mu tax so, na se wa mu nya sika de show medwumam, na se adwuma a fa nipa bebre, na nipa bebre no atua tax nkakra, na se tax network net no, yetimi expand na cover nipa bebre instead of nipa kakra na etua no a ye benya sika bebre amo nipa ne komo aha no esne se kakra na wo tua no yes so di beba to so ama no. Look, there are so many businesses entina me gold board I omo ye manage ho na me say yenya ni yi wonim de ntia. There are so many miners out there, whether illegal or legal, as can crofo we nyano obi an tax wo mu obi anye hwemfro wo nzam anintino si ebetimi a regulate mining sector no na si ebetimi ama legal miners. I'm not in favor of illegal mining. Legal miners and mining no ho de bia maka once, and I will be holding press conference on this very soon. Look, we can stop the illegal mining and destruction of our water bodies and forest, reserves. Say ye program ni year. Mebunu bia we who gold to no.
Yes.
When him sika wom. And ninti sa wo pese sa nipa ne jaya. Adi sa woman na djuma otumi nya sika wonya wo gold ne mu bi. Na obe nden. Mini wo kase hold on. Listen to me. Mini wo kase no. Ejuma ni ho a ebetimi afa sankola ni nyina. Oti aze. Ejuma ni ho. A ebetimi afa sankola ni nyina. Na dia na wo beye. Wo behwe mining sector no. Na wa hwe bia ye ya ansa yinsuo na ansa yi kwaye. Na wa encourage wo mo akɔhye ho. I'll give you a typical example. So wufa bibi te say mining na ye no nsuo mu no a river pra mu ni ade no de machine akɔhye mu no obɔ no tototo no ohuru nsuo no a asisi yetimi yi nkola no nyina efrim. Number 2, baako bi wɔ hɔ a ɛno no ye bua asase nani kakra ni asesa mmoba no ni awɔhye asisi yi nkola no free hɔ se yi free wa nyemfa wo mo bɛhye bebi a ye friend hard rock no aban mpe modern bo betimi aboa nkola no ma hard rock mining no na no nsan nsuo eno no mbubu kwaye nwo aban muwa won no mo protecting nkola no ne enya hard rock no se yetimi yesa de na eno no sa wo pama bo France free nsuo no mu a na ne wo kire ne se bebi wo ho obetimi aye mining no kona kɔhye ho
enti gold board ne ba de
gold board no aye ade a ebeba behwe na sa mining ya esayin nsuo sai kwaye no yetimi atwase na aban amua nkola no woni apese ye mining no ni enye mining a ensayin nsuo na mbubu kwaye nwu ho
gold board ne de ho nkomo no bebe chire
na la this budget
na even with this budget I mean clearly obi a oye registered miner wono no aye proper registration with the registrar general at a company na original company ne so e dia register aje concession ya register man through the minerals commission. That person is paying taxes otua ne corporate tax aside the no every year beyond there is a mineral right fee honorable they pay mineral right fee you are aware of it, you are a member of quality. Those companies are there and he say yentime nyeji then we can say yentime nyeji but to say those recognized companies into here it is neither here nor there.
You see me to be there too gold me constituency
say illegal for
never me constituency we are too gold. I tell you what one more legal miners wakwaji in the court session wako too gold no. I am telling you say the revenue collection system is absolutely weak.
And the minerals commission to mean the annual right fee.
To tell you the truth, gold dodo anipa nenya a day kurano. Look, I'm telling you, unim. Se wako mining ene ya kwa ye juma ya horo week na edru gold dodo ayenya sika dodo ayenya ahina ekwa aban ho ahina aba nipa no ho ahina unim.
Yeah, what it means is that minerals commission and your
so I am saying that it is not about increasing taxes, it's about trying to broaden the tax net to catch all other people who are supposed to pay and are not paying. And no ye benye sika bebre abem na meni wa ye etua ni asanso akotamfo fra betu ye so a na wani a entua no koso a na ekoso a ye entua ohene wo anka obetua.
Okay.
I mean, these are the things. So it is not about introducing new taxes. So it's about making sure when you are saying etua near the ayo man. Na mo kisan so kofa for roba. Na me nkwa na me twasa me nsuma ba bebu asa ne na asai.
Okay.
Oh, so that is what it is. Taxes here and there. And kwala trap bet now ji o musika. Now you see jaiji a o se menya.
Onya. Besa bo aso bi. La se me bo aso
bi. Now uni wo mo aka wo mo aho.
Messages now ba bebre. So wo mo aka de bo aho ma party tna ba mu. This one says that good morning Mr. Speaker. I love your show. Betting tax, but I think the NPP introduced the tax to reduce the youth from betting. What was the end result? I went to GCB, the Agona Asante branch, and the staff was seriously betting during working hours. I seem to agree with the lawyer on productivity levels. Yabua Kingsley, sensing that one from FAD, I say, Yabua, thank you. I say, how much money did the government pay you when he employs you? We are fed up with their 1,000 cedi salary on a monthly basis. Kofi K anyway free ahafo ana ede aba. Kofi, thank you. Zach Ewo Ejira or say this budget cannot be contested by Afenyo Maakye and his NPP. This budget is bringing hope, jobs, and easing the hardships of Ghanaians. Inshallah, that is what Mahama promised, and that is what we expect. Thank you for a message. This one says that on a more serious note, the host is deep, and when it comes to politics, I wish the NDC man will listen to the host and answer most of his questions and his advice. Thank you for a message. About one for within and Kahon. Thank you so much. This one says that good morning, Mr. Speaker. I need help. I'm a single mother. Okay, yate. This one says that good morning, Mr. Speaker. Betting tax must be removed as soon as possible. Who told you betting tax must be increased? I'm sure that the NPP man must even have betting app on his phone, but still want it to be increased. Hey, Ghana, Ali Baba Ewo offense, so he sent in that one. Ali, thank you. Lawyer, the untrabe to Mr. Adakan, say, Uchanka crack.
Bet no, Boniana.
And your Boniba will be Ali, Mr. Utrabiana.
Boni.
Let's have Betty a little.
Boni.
Okay.
Aha.
Because as I was saying, I did my up Nibiana. There be phone their menu, your private property. This one says that good morning, Speaker. The NDC man is lying. He doesn't know anything about the budget coming. He must read the minds of the public. Simple question to you is that he cannot. You are putting a simple question to him, but he cannot answer. Ghanaians are watching. Omens, Odiwe free sword porn, Ada Eba. Yeah, thank you. Sword porn for Adope Yachiamon. This one says that Kwame, please ask Ziga to tell me just a thing that that have used the betting tax for. Okay, thank you for a message. How can you be defending betting tax with all your strength? Start staking some, and then you will contribute to the taxes as well. Don't allow we the ones, partaking in it. Thank you. We say good morning, boss. I'm Adams. Amogobo inside a year of things. So greetings to you and Abbas. Thank you. Offense for Yachiamunina no pay. I'll say good morning, Mr. Speaker. Watching you live at Ninja. It go on. You guys are deep. Matching is everywhere. Thank you for a message. I always laugh at the NPP communicators because when during the campaign, the flag bearer said he was going to cancel e-levy, betting tax, and COVID levy. So what is their problem now? If Mahama promised same and Bawumia promised same, what it means is that the Ghanaian people didn't like it and they all promised to take it out. What is the NPP communicator saying now? Thank you. This one says that good morning to you, Mr. Speaker. I'm expecting the finance minister to abolish ex gratia as promised by President Mahama. Fifi sent in that one from Obuase. Fifi, thank you. This one says that, Mr. Speaker, good morning. I have a problem about the elections in Ghana. It's the people who allow politicians to keep ballot papers in their houses. They have to send them to court. I don't really get the content of what you are trying to say. Thank you. This one says that, good morning, Speaker. Please, WAEC has cancelled our children's results. So please let the education ministry be aware. Thank you for your message. I am Mumfamudin Kahon. Speaker, please tell the NPP man to keep quiet because they use e-levy and the betting taxes to cater for their families. Mahama should scrap it. It does not do anything for the ordinary Ghanaian. Thank you for your message. Good morning, Speaker. My name is Agbe from Oti Regional Capital, Dambai. God bless you and your team. We are watching. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Peter from Upper West Region. The Honorable, may God continue to bless you. I like how you give your presentation and your understanding of issues. The NPP members should take their advice. If it could help them, it will let them come to power. Good morning to you, Mr. Speaker. I'm watching you live here at Chifu Atimokwa, Ajete Camp. Good morning to you, my lovely MP. He's expressing himself well. The fire is on. God bless you. Thank you for a message. My message is a dorsal, but your time no so quite echo. My member lawyer should not mean no cancel. My member should not mean
better no. It's NDC for Bibria and me am honorable Vondia. Sama on Pessia say, Ejuma any or minimu. enti na dodo na etwa bet no na kyerɛ sɛ bet ne yɛ adwuma tax nso yɛ adwuma utu ato enti sɛ wadwuma wa fine no na sɛ yɛsi fa ɛtoɔ nso firi mu brade a osia no deɛ wo mfa ma secondly sɛ woka sɛ wo men emabru nyinaa kwa akotwa bet because say adwuma ni hɔ a kan hu sɛ betting is addictive eti bra wo be na twa wo di adwuma ne beba no wo adwuma ne sɛ na wo kotua no why is it so difficult to fight galamsey Mr. Speaker anopai bia wotia hwɛ adwuma so a wo ye ko na the whole month no minim dia wo je dia ba me sure say 100,000 Ghana cedis and 200,000 dey enfama every month
David
but obi ko galamsey akwa sensuo no a day sika obeji akofie no eduka so metena o console ye chia oma because they all ye na ye illegal no onya sika wo mchen we etisi ye twa bet no ama bet na ye dawi a odi adwuma ba ye beko odi adwuma beba ye nyina ye hu bet twa ana ne meka ho asem se oti adwuma no twa bet
yeah
eti yesre honorable on say be fa kwan bi ade betting etwitwi ho kakra no o say hey withdraw not just say it is dishonorable for an MP say obetwa bet now say
you see we a lawyer when you go to court you stick to the evidence you don't infer
honorable
point is that I said you did not have evidence
honorable
to prove
the fact say
members of
Parliament so you are creating your own meanings out of what I said
if I say say yeah lawyer they are hard working and they have other businesses and yeah MP adwuma ne nko ano mudididie omo other businesses are omo ye edisika ba that is how vondi will you ask me for evidence? It is only when you think the thing that is being said affects you negatively.
That is your opinion. That's your understanding.
When you ask for evidence, the
fact that is your understanding doesn't mean it is true.
What me are bold? I can't galamsey once a man pay.
I don't understand why you say
when you were in opposition.
No,
not that, not at all. No, you can't even do that.
Of course,
you can't even do that. More opposition as someone more kind say emra emma ye mine wo forest no yenya ne den yentwam
exactly
mo baban mu said the ora ewo mu manifesto ma mo de adwuma no mo ka kire ye say emra emma Kwame Appiah forest mu no yeji samra ni firo enna mo be ka kire ye say galamsey fo age forest baako say nkuno sese ama enne no the whole Ghana with all the ammunitions and everything, your friend said the commander of the in chief of the Ghana Armed Forces no entimingra forest because omaji aboso. Eti na me expect say ka mo ba ye no. The first thing na mo be ye say samra no mo be ye free ho de di kan.
Council, I need me my own to us because what's Minister for Environment as good as Endra Nigeria, he has said by Ochina Wednesday, the proceedings are a very revoking those laws, will be laid in Parliament. Yes.
Parliamentary.
Just a point of information, and
thank you very much. But
sorry, I know you. Process.
Sorry, I know sorry, you see, and when it comes to these galamsey things, look at what is happening in our forest now. Yeah, the Nyamiase said the Wakano, and yet Jumama, more mechanic say, ya Jin Yetimin come, and they would want to listen. That's why they've been put to power. It is a shepherd and NDC. Mo chairman back me hold you so the knee a con. Say, I didn't na or mobile operations. I want in Persuaso. Now, one man, yes, or more back into a more kind and operations. Then you are speaking about galamsey. You see, they are saying things are moi or mine. Yenina muni and gas are dear way and moi yenyai. Na bibia dear politics near plain away na ebema mi votes. Also, 2028. You see, you are looking at the next election
rather than developing the nation.
Instead of developing the nation. You see, we come to sit here to yes sa adwin bebreu nipa omutie ye no yes mo can we are shaping their thinking and their thoughts.
Okay,
it's ye nyina ye kokwan ba kusi so ade we mo ye youth no ade we mo ye youth ade we mo ye obo se na for mo adwin na so ade den esa
very well. Me da say my ben fast that be Eclipse collateral management for na anope wo mo adaroma wo mo adoma boa papa but your Eclipse there e ba no credit brokerage wo mo ye number 1 e ba no collateral brokerage wo mo ye number 1 anope utieme o ye property owner why a document e dia to property so and Eclipse collateral management adaroma wo mo the property no document ne de be ye adwuma na wo mo tua commission e wo ho anope bra na woni wo mo emra medi enkomo afei ope eye collateral ebeboa mo wasiki loan from a financial institution. Eclipse Collateral Management said they will assist you with a collateral and based on your need assessment, one more ebetime abuao ama wonso assistance be a wuhiano wonsa etime aka anope opom wachi akwanya mpacho ko adentan barrier one more ebe Medmosis Hospital no ewo West African Senior High School no enchen wape from one more on 0543 832466 0543 832466 na one Eclipse Collateral Management for any enkomo anope na sadeke for adaroma anope one more the elephant herbal mixture no ediaba and no a quick relief at the constipation and they we a team but your untime enko private as I say we use elephant herbal mixture 100% natural afi wa kuku hawadwe no mpacho aya yusubi na ebeboa wo ye pa sadeke herbal powder no wo dwaman so mpacho onunom bia ebeboa wo ye na etimi aboa wo kuku ni nyina no ase ebetu ebehia ase krakrakrakra ede amount na afi wa wo fra dwuma so ba aya na waposo eye wo ya wachi bremo no kase na ewo ho no backbone no aya na eye wo ya rheumatism sasabro ana hawadwen ana se wo ho a aya na ohu se ufit no aswele pacho onai no esupeja na eswaso ni nyina no eyo how anope ode eye elephant ointment no edi betwitwi na eyisa wo how ni nyina no edi efri ho se open no nyina no dodo matu a herbal shops ana fe pharmacies ni nyina no eton bi Kobedia Enterprise Walk Herbal, Repage Ventures, and a Tinated Herbal, Hilos Pharmacy, and Nina no Obenya be Ewo Asama for Ebeko a year Ecus Pharmacy, and a Koko Hillside Pharmacy, Obenya be Ato Ewo Kumase, Ebeko Kolinak, na Wakwako Jibi, Misty Herbal, Apidank, and the Kahunina, and Opay Frey Sadek for on 0244 153511 0244 153511 and after 0557 997797 na one wamo eni enkomo anope na wamo ebeje wo so ama wonso ohu etimi ato Bayport Savings and Loans
Abronoma, fly high for my food piece of
my fixed deposit in T and Musika do ya pejamo edi amapa. Bayport Savings and Loans and opening country fixed deposit investment there. A year na a boama usika no enyini edema. And ope we a businessman, we association, we a group, we a individual, but your open so ye investment. Na afi usika sem to no ejina edema there. Bayport Zebra na wamumi account no enfama. For usika no beto habo me and Sabosuminsia and Asafeba, no better na one negotiated the level of interest. Remember, Sikanis, and Ukita 5,000 Ghana cedis, only Bayport 10 year Jumamum and pay time, but Obeyam for Sobebre, Sikanis. And pay Bora Bayport branch BM across the country. Now, when you are more any and come on, cry how be call ATTC school non chain Ewokum Limley. That when you were more edging combo everywhere. But your manager, Obejo, so now anope when you wedding come on the hutrapa now or Brazilian. So for one more on 0245 153283 0245 153283 and after 0263 007 922 0263 007 922 when the Bayport Savings and Loans ending come on anope One more ebeje was so about Tampa Prostate Center, Daroma. Ban prostate related challenges so Bema 40 years and above, Pacho blood no Ayana Wunyatin Kase, urine no Ebiakemo, Ojon so Anina Entime Emma, where Bema ya shock catheter, ya will bear memoir about Tampa Daromenti, won't be in no Eddie free was. I don't pay more homo day now when you're about Tampa Prostate Center for any numbers, you know. 0553 800-678 0553-800-678 na when you're by Tampa any Kobo Kaswanya no main road no eso Fifi Pratt last job and Obehu speak to them and pay na one more ebe Abu one day me time no asoma me mau 10 seconds na mintio na yefesi
my maker and say Ghana should be expecting good budget.
Okay.
And na mienda His Excellency John Dramani Mahama say Anamompa was starting a war to very modest. One was celebration of Independence Day, no, very modest.
Okay.
Ama yenya faswo nti Ghana yen budget a de ni da so ebere yen.
Bedase. Council yankoi 10 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, afraid the Galamsey near Tua, my President Kufo Bui Dam or the Giant, Emu, any to Galamsey.
And right, the home come
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
there should be no mercy for such people.
Say, NDC, Mumfamunensi form. Yeah, sure, any more budget here, Ebe is a 24-hour economy, no, Ebe Shasi giddy. Am I a Mrantiano? Ebi kwa adwuma no pa ebi kwa awia ebi kwa nwumre na chese koso den ye hwe budget eba ama ye dokono no price na timi aba 2 cities 1 city ne nya bia budget eba na nyoma
okay. See how sarcastic you are. How sarcastical you are presenting your things.
Thank you.
How sarcastical you are presenting your case.
Honorable T.D. Vondi is a member of Parliament for Chifuatimokwa in the Central Region. Lawyer KK Sebe is a member of the New Patriotic Party, a private legal practitioner. Narafin Paul Ziga. Father member back. Oh, Richard, now then I say, what to us, so then is a, but mean, try me home, bruh. Stay with me. I'm coming. My bus is here.
Asana na ho fedua wani bono so awira tete wo kwani ne bani na sene ne ba ejo no bi no nta bi eja wo mu anami di asem asa shiri na no mpa no asem eja wo mu asoma bi aba wo do man ko mo ba de ehye yense yeni nsa wo so ani je ni adrewo afa wunu e bi wi ase asoni mu e ba sa wo yira kwan so a kire ne kwampa no bi asem yo bi asmo Oni pada seni awon manwemu wo wi ase ha asam to nyonko na to be bia nkamfa ho menso metene be bia nka me pema yeden nanso wadoma nko mabo ade ebo nipa bata nipa ho obi ada na nyonko ensu na yirasio obi a woni dwuma odidi bo a oman wo ko na ni ko si na fro wa yuku ni chechere ne ma obi ana ni ko so ni ja obrechi ni ku kodu fo eja wo mu anku ni maba Agurana na yuri kwa ba akasa no makasa French mo bie na no awobo ajo asana na ho fedua wani bono so awira tete wo kwani ne bani na sene ne ba ejo no bi no nta bie eja wo mu anami di asem asa shiri na no mpa no asem eja wo mu asoma bia ba wo do man ko mo ba de ehye yense yeni nsa wo so ani je ni agrewo afa wunu e bi wi ase asoni mu e ba sa wo yira kwan so a kire ne kwampa no be asem yo be asmo oni pada sani awon manwemu wo wi ase ha asam to nyonko na to be bia nkamfa ho menso metene be bia nka me pema yeden nanso wadoma nko mabo ade ebo nipa bata nipa ho obi ada na nyonko ensu na yirasio obi a woni dwuma odidi bo a oman wo ko na ni ko si na fro wa yuku ni chechere ne ma obi anani wakwana ni kosi na fro wa you.
Bet, you know, especially the youth na etimi aboama yetimi a regulate enti stay with us na yene any enkomoi. We are live on Kessben TV, on DSTV channel 364, Go TV channel 121, and on digital oh share you live on a year Kessben Plus, and to stay with us na yene wo ending komono. Lawyer Sebe wa na Reverend Ponziga wa na me were a very big issue and open so me no be discuss it and sign a budget no etimi aba budget ne ba we'll look at it ye behwe. Surely, we'll take you through some of the major economic promises NDC in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC. Now, mind you, it is the same manifesto under President Mahama at the core campaign across the country, all 16 regions, and then 276 constituencies. And wotimi the promises in those manifesto no convince Ghanaians, especially you. You are convinced about some of the things the NDC and then the president said during the campaign season. And Ujina should be Anna Wotuabano, Edema, President Mahama, and the NDC. And it will take you there surely. Now, Yashe, the economic indicators. Don't forget, Abanyiba, one more national economic dialogue. And we look forward to some of the resolutions passed at that particular dialogue, no, I mean, will manifest itself and what national budget name not yet to me anywhere in combo. But before that, before I mention about studio, no, my member phone lines, no, so na member wakwenya no, also free. Na bra, tell us, constituency be a won't be no. This is the time, as I say, also Oma and Crawford any or mine munina yete wonka. What do you expect? President Mahama nyede na Reverend Ponziga suggested e-levy must not go, betting tax must not go. Certain critical taxes are Emma or mining sikano. Se picture no abina painted so far no. Actually yeni nyina no bibia yebetimi de ho atoso ne yebegiadi se o mining sikasem enyina yedia. Why do we want to take away kakra na yenya no na ye free ho no ma ye bede ne yenya sika no e de abo o mining ho ebra. Enti ma yente wonka na yemfa wo course no. Ma me fa de odi kan. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Obey you did is all free.
Me paso me Kasafi Madina, me did Frank.
Okay,
Frankie.
Frankie, go ask him so na minti o Madina. Budget no but there na wo expect.
Budget na ba ne say me paso ma o mampenyi Mahama. Mani taxes mo fi o mine 11 ebwa. The constitution kwala no mo coffee teachers. That taxes no munya the country and they share in Kolano.
Okay.
In the or you start taxes this one. Obey yes, Kawan, they are sharing Kolano, or free pictures. And the master man maybe because
but free SHS lady Frank, Mamma Moa Kakra, free SHS, no, I bind that day chair Muko, Yanoma Yeti, as yes, Sika, ye de Bohon Brano. Sika a free oil la ye to the mo ana eba enti part of the oil fund that they supported the annual budget bia ye was a country no e mufabi and ye dey free SHS no at their finance. There is no dedicated fund enti upesu hu baby sika ni free bar no.
Okay.
Very well. May I say, offer for and to us so 0550922929 055911 0552911 Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Open you did the sell casa free here.
But my casa fee or from our left, my casa fee takrade.
Of our last casa free chakra. The maminti on free chakra. The chakra the dear na moshe him.
My issue is there. The member tax na he live in Adina and yesterday abano oma the tax in now all on my tax in war. Because
tax
the
no
tax in war. On the tax no all my tax in all war. Because abandoned the owner or one of them tax in now oje. But you want the popular of the yen wagana. It's annual Banawa Babotuno, all my tax in war, no friend big papa wagana. Because I could follow the no for what the tax in now, what time we do. But I'm on the tax, no, on the no friend the papa. All for me, people know wagana. My yellow should say, into tax in one moon too. On the no friend you, my papa, who follow the day. But I'm what time in Ebusia, I know for no woman watch it. But you know, you're on the tax, no friend your money, I won't tell you. It's no moon tax in me. Master.
Of our last made us a takra de fado payment here when you 0550922929 0552911929 0550922929 your numbers no your foul calls you know but your expectation no any say hello good morning.
Morning Mr. Speaker.
Yes sir.
Yo but your fellow government Kasafi to break honorable Gizela with the constituency.
Okay, Mami Ntiwe kuwasem so.
Yo, Mr. Speaker. The pacho NDC any woman penny for in some more kafa manifesto no. I believe say on be delivering now one by one. It is a taxes now man for cash mo yi and one. Masa a political play game no mo ye. But say Mahama ko yi enfio pe omo be sa chomo be ka say Mahama ka say obeyi betting tax enfio on way omo say omo be campaign channel 2028 it's strategy
I see
make sure say dia waka nyina obe di so pe no man for ni
we a politician no
mpajo say
we a politician ana
me nya politician but the thing say Mr. Speaker, we say we will be a follow politics. I won't say the American penalty. The NDC mistake. No, that may and may if you say Kim, master, you mark my words. On the side, come home, I say, Mahama can so be better tax a few 24 when you in the campaign. It is but you in a mano assume what it. Come on.
Yamin Council 0550922929 0552911929. Pacho, baby, I walk across the country, 16 regions, 276 constituencies. My wonka na expectation no for the budget, you know, yentimi any winning come. Hello, why ni on Pacho did this okay free here?
Pacho mkasa free sampa.
Okay, free sampa. Pacho mame udi the same.
Pacho friend party.
Eno fati mami ntiwe ko wasem so.
Pacho me say I see smart no government. The government manage the power ko so anya nsa. So the je when so obey just sir.
Yo, eno fati yeah that say sampa for your chairman pay 0550922929 0552911929. Yempeke will course no na expectations no said the city no yenemo any home come. Hello, good morning of Refo.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir, Open Whiny.
Medindi Bernard, Mr. Speaker, we are fine to MTN office.
Bernard said we are serving so MTN office.
Yeah.
Me that's a question so that means you.
Yo. Kessben. John Mahama can talk about be betting tax tax how do I work in my office. Min kuma jeno. Iti ano what can talk about be tan many next go. Say what about no yi sa be tax in your tax get no hona so yɛnyɛ ne sɛ sɛ ne ɛbɛyɛ a yɛso no saa ne ma no bɛyɛ de bɛboa kakra na so onyi fi hɔ deɛ a ɛneɛ sɛ next 4 years no nkurɔfoɔ wɔ saa ba deɛ a sɛ ɔmo sa ne bɛyɛ ɔmo politics o so ɔmo kan sɛ ɔmo yɛ de ɔmo yɛ fi hɔ ɔmo baayɛ so no ɔmo ayɛ de ɔmo ntie yi yɛbɛfrɛ sɛ ɔmo bɔ ɔmo mɔden na ɔmo yi saa no ma yi na efi hɔ because ɔyɛ bɔ ɛsi ne deɛ bɛtɛ na ɛsɛ ɛdi di asɛ
ɛna bɛtɛ ne yɛsɛ ɛnyɛ adwuma nti ɛdɛ na mo didi nkakrakra yi ɛyɛ wontumi nyi adɔ deɛ yɛmfa nsi wae medase from and to us 0550922929 0552911929 enti yɛgye wadwenkyerɛ no expectation no ɛne sɛ wei yɛ budget a yɛdi kan a President Mahama ɛne aban kan ɛnɛ ɛnkyɛ in just about few minutes the finance minister will be in parliament. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, sir. Open Pacho Dean the sale casa free here.
Pacho, me did the Christian, Ecowas Papa Gesso.
Okay, Christian, Mammy Tion Free Gesso, Ecowas Samso.
I'm a Pacho media and call you betting that you living in a free way. Because when you are free of our next Iviano, MPP bad by your politics fair. Almost over that damn so be you free or when you're free or. Ninya propaganda and
no one have one say NPP the politics kakra no
and one have for you na MPP for the manifesto da I don't be the same thing and this for the counter because all my and so emphasis I didn't be seen to do a promise no only na so pepe my
me da say what from Joshua why I don't say how almost there one begasi ya keep na ene bragging right no na ene ho ye nyina ya share boss ye be yinsu ya ntimi anyi. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes sir, open you did this okasa free here.
Me di Musa me kasa free bono.
Okay, Musa bono krobe so ba mintie we.
Oh, Sampa.
Okay, ko wasam so na mintie.
The year say he said Excellency President Bebabe taxes no so. Habono said the normal AC cost for honor the politics catch Ghana for only Habono want to so na cars and Ketuano will be boys will be intimate to be. He levies only free or betting taxes only free or and COVID-19 taxes in I want to free or and no also fair so yeah the two abamano.
Enti wanya ni sa mamu ho. Okay. Vamos a ver. Why? I don't pay. Thank you. Offer from 0550922929 0552911929. And in the bragging right, Moshe Bobat want me and ye. I don't know so bad simply growing. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Open you did this okasa free here. Domahin crow. You might call something in here.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm not pray. So, Miss Mania, Konya, Kessben. The weekend, I say, Bidimu, Mamma, or Modern, so Moyan, this is Mama prepare budget, Papa said, and Kurabi, a money mamma. The more example, and I'm in enough with the mathematics. You can say, Mr. Speaker, Bidimu, why so much, you must have one for the woman. Or I can't be no, I say, Omokramani Panaka Piaba. Within a certain mind. The Nipan better on yet woman, Nipan Piama, Nipan 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, then it's already mine. Because you would send the year. But maybe in a ban also about all the trees, Karaman Litano, now could take 2 months, 3 months, then Nipan watch them. Some could follow you now why all the men from Mohamed could follow Pacoli, Jumano, the Mr. Ghana phone penny for Mohamed, yes, sir. You teach nobody teaching for that. A lot of my friends, including even myself, they have suffered because of those things. We get to office, etc. We be clear for the no protest when you are my coordinator salary bar. They won't do it. Then the panel even go to the things that Omujo Muska to the Koyamo, you are money. And the Mahama by so they prepare budget again, they will play critical role. As some penny for more than so they are more for Vietnam irrespective of the Nipan. On the day one, for the Panama. You can just take man, the flow man to be salary. Also, the leader and the man, what to me, never my mind, according to Mr. Speaker. Then say, I prepare budget to say, not check and balance your various working places in any man. Can I then cost that?
Beshobeda say offer from Brana encha be the phone ni besi amefa ba be 2 bi aka ho na ye de asi na nkomo foforo ho nkomo no bebre na okrom na budget no agi yada agi nyina. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Yes sir, opeyin pacho did this okasa free.
Pacho did Mr. Mensa make us free Kumasi Tabre.
Kumasi Tabre. Mr. Mensa mami ntie we ko asem.
About Kakra, I can say, now say, Zika say, betting tax, I don't want my youth for no again. The patron of credit any for some. Because like the cancer and another, everybody and cophobia cancer. So, turn our boys to make you so more acre. Now, I think that the only thing I remember betting, ye boys to make that bet, you know, say, abandoned to me, I hear a human be factory to be brave. Omo sadia obia de na adwene ele kwakosi adwuma so nipa no okọ right
Maakye ya da se no kwe right na men ka ho 05509229 05529119 na mo so 1000 imotu ya che ya mo mpagya mu kakra 1000 ha boys no ba boys ni ntimenka enti Richard Mamen fa last one na ye fa phone dey nisi. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes sir, opeyin Udi ni baby akasa free.
Afemi David ni kasa free teaching. Teaching that program.
Program ni dey also dada. Enti David, mami nti on free teaching man.
But your tax ni the president can and say we free so because we promising Ghana for say will be. Na ye expect say more than go for tax for the government picture to pay for onya tax system no. We tax ni no Sunday tax for bana na is council in the na betting no yes I don't know the cocoa Europe in a juma of the credit who are one is so abandon but you two are second period which you are tax profit tax in a government no and this is a job so yes say my name is you live in so for me see so big but we give you all kind of tax yeah that's amount and upon what you
okay Meda say mame fa phone no ensi na enkomo ho na yeni enti yeguso atwen ye mu say finance minister at the year budget no ebeba a lot is expected na meba enkomo ho
mitro kakamio
But you me the messages number na yabekin kind at the amount and tina me pese me who expectations across the country do na say taxes in the free ho na taxes free ho no pacho dwadifo na moton niema no monhwe na yi taxes in so niema no montete so na afi ahotomre krom because ene ye ka say money anwa the basic commodity tea roll seminar paste I mean, any man can think it. Nibble din. The reports he got because statue spray. The auditor that I say wouldn't even talk nibble din pa. I don't remember the last time cry canfish cry in ye be way. And your man boarding, and Jemon Teteso, yet Tesso near ye say ya. Now once more you be a fish, so now boa, na ubia watono. Ewo mine him. Na say lawyer yes nke ye kwe misinform ha ko circle ha na boys need din komo bi ho na matete enam kwan so a eba by close of enne benade say ensia ento ankosi fiada na asi na Reverend Paul the boys ni ka wo street ne so no lawyer se besre me ye na boys no efrem mi bisa me so boys on phones was here I'm so speaker ya tete say orekufu dampare ye ba be yinadi ampa na am so me so matete say de mo tete na Reverend Paul me tete say ento ankosi Friday there na IGP dampare wa mamu nyina bye meka ahead of time it is expected say ne ebia obenya letter an announcement appear there no say de ye na say appear call briefing utie our presidency, Ekoma President Kufuor briefing for the day as an IGP. Ana okwe womo de GP1, GP2, GP3. Womo nyina di na chia ko Jubilee House. Wakoma briefing newie. Ofri ho 11:50. From Jubilee House, Babesi Police Headquarters. Obedu 10 minutes pepe na premu ato. News ni mu an what say ye yinedi. wo mampanyi de adwuma no e de ama o my we when you o mampanyi de adwuma no de ama obi foforo ana wo ka baba kire ne na ye wo koye na opon bu anu so ba e beto aso so enti de ye tete no by close of ene ebetimi asi say IGP Dampare will say bye to the nation na odi abai we no adwuma o mampanyin Kufuor de share nsa no di nyina na timi aba na wie na anim say aban ba ye NDC fo bebre na IGP da so te ho ye de hey Dampare kwa mo na mo bebre o mo bebre nipa bia won nenso police fo na enye happy no wo mo nye happy because of few things. Few things. Almost promotions, you know, and na every bon. And yet IGP Kwan and then pay promotions. It must go through the police council. Recommendations necessary, but as I saw coach exams, as I saw coach now passing. O passing crown council internasi. And cross check ye mad ye no go ahead. One day. Again, when we say what say Dampare boys. Visibility for you omudi moto ni na nam kromi omo se omo chiwa na wo ye police panyini kra na afro omo se omo nyai wa boys ni so omo nyai wo je omo ko catch IGP ansa enti akoyete se obi wo tesa no ye commander ho ase ni mu wait no ni mu duro no aba form because enkwala no afi no omo ba ne ye de omo pe bia eno ne ka ho bi the IGP ba ya me oye ya mani anye ho the centralized point of the police administration or more communication. Sa semusi was a Hubekwa. Yes, there be Yemra National and Sana police wanted to me my response. Say Hubekwa police want to mean Kahwase. Whether division or district, or to mean Kasa. Now, Koyese Western North Regional Police Command in the Krano, ebet me Kahwase. And only dear on several locations, Yakasi and the IGP Nyadri. But we are only few what. The akani nyina ye nkwan de wa na nka mo pedi amoanya say ye were 16 administrative regions but Uba police regions ni mo is about 18 or 20 regional commanders ni bi adwa wo mo e wa Ashanti region bebre nye happy okwa Western region bebre nye happy adentia Ashanti region na nka first a bomba ko na commander ba ko wo hwe ni nyina so say IGP Dampare achemu miensa enti ye kasa yi Asante bekwai e wo police region wo mo say there bia den wakoye ni sa e ba ni sa na say wait na bafo you see taking the police to the ground yen decentralizing and conform asem si amun taking responsibility wo mo say there bia mo mpe issues e koso ho nyina ye nim kasoa Enyema na ekoso wa kaswa. Okay? Ene kaswa benya Central East region in terms of the police administration. Na baby ya kaswa si ankrofo krajin say kaswa ne ye part of Greater Accra, but kaswa is Central region. Enti kaswa nyane region one ne enclave no na Cape Coast e kono nso nyane region. Wo mu munu yomsi kum, wo mo ntiase. Hey, woman so mumpe lawyer. And your money be ni woman so mumpe. Uniforms you buy ye Crawford a check a affairs and cash show more. Asem see a demonstration. Ube who said those days, Navin Paul Adam for you. Just if I say Fasata you for it? Right? Kwasi for it. I mean, what demonstration near Tan, a chain into 20 minutes to Dampare boy where you channel dia to or say no ne ceremonial caps near there e mamunyu so momfa easy ones mo hye bibi nia wo yi hye obotoma na wo komo si debi or the police na ni munyama bafom Ghana for yempa de papa o ye na Dampare no be ko won kyerebo IGP no won ni na afebo for the rest of his life there be onye a lifetime IGP but for me with the people I've seen as IGP he's the best so far. You can disagree with me, but me, and Mehuno, he's the best so far. Police are no call rounds. Ni school kwaladi komo patrols ono ankasa de ne ho gimu bi eye ni nyina mo se mo mpa because o monitor ya se mo de mo nyi no why na ye tete nso se tete yonwunu na eba is a police na ehoi wo mo pam political colors ya se o mo nyina eye so mo asuban wo mo nkomo a wo mo ne party fo ni bidi ana party fo ni nim so we de okan ye ho we de onkan ye ho wo mo ankomo enye me na meka enti ye tete Christian tete yowuno ana eba council I don't know ye the boys ne kan wo street ne so enti na me pese me bomb amade so the ones see form right you know the aba no circle boys no ko ba wo mudi no me ne Ghana fo ache o munim so be de meti ameka say de tie na ma me ntie wo ho kakra da ye nto aso
yo see IGP mekas wayebi said the kind no untiminya bibia pepepe. There will be pros, there will be cons, there will be negatives, there will be positives. Adia ba kwa na mimi susu se na eya de pa say na that without fear or favor be no de wo ekwan so ye chiwa ya chiwo ye wan kra de wo ko bring a lot of discipline and wo hwe sprinters flower pot ya overpass ya nanado danko kufuado ye and ama traffic no etimi easy ho na nka kanene nenka ehu pa but say dan parade sa
flower pot or Oak Plaza Oak Hotel and
yes or the strict measures e ba honom no afi no obi anyimfa ho so was a discipline e ba eye but you see sir also so said the all kind of me boys he can what be na me so mati be na me kan said the all say ne two IC so say ne nkrofo a na pamfo no enye happy with him no and also there because if you are a leader you should be able to bring all your people together and you move with them but said your boys can was street in so I can kamia ko say why singled out ejina as a hero and omo na chitafo ni nyina no in a way no kasa ewom because of my mobo wajuma
mobosa obi agi na ketua
wajuma asama wo kan sesi e wajuma wo ye sesi e
lawyer so obi agi na ketua o
me bisa wasem so wajuma wo ye sesi e on say more a very nice gentleman bia or front desk konom ye dru ho anu abehia wo lift ni mu kama na ni mu te say na afa adwuma wura amani tumi say bibia bekoso bia no on kan kire ono mo mfamfa empanyimfo a wo adwuma yi mu so on deal with ono me say there is an incident that I witnessed at Teshi police station.
Okay.
Na sa they are from Dampare police for EB.
Dampare boys.
Boys EB. And the commander wohonum. In fact, literal OD commander natem ewo. I didn't know say within the police service I him say hot dear ranks no eye adwuma no. Ya she ebi mu ama mu feel too big and then you ochina ne fa but feel big e che obi a or next in command even to the IGP. I didn't know say banasa. It is said you share young ones no ma feel so empowered no. Aden yentimi and share one say directly no. I'm empowered. Is it the case say no person or no quiet one man na he has done so many things and media they me pay one who say oh you firm very firm but come here say person or no kwa that's a populism kakra bi woni mu too much. Me yesia me hu say me ena me gina so ebi ne say me share paper me say me share social media so ye rato forces so call market ene bidima no ko didi nkomo ebrebe na okọ enye week ya shase also ebrebe na ye budget no budget ya tro ye hu adwuma dada eti ko na okọ market onom no ebe sese bibi o budget ni mu no just populist keke and yeah into ya on to us on yanisa
maybe he wants to have a fair idea of what is happening
and on on say what you're creating pressure
say by implementation or we are by appropriation
now then one jini panajuna the implication and I say what he sought to achieve and I say portray and I say wakwa kotie market women nyina adwene ne de akohye budget nim na so ente saa ebra wo kwesa week ya okomu budget ne ya bobo no ye ne bibia wie aka corrections bia I dotting the i's and crossing the t's and ye di na menye market women bia adwene ne de aye budget ya tena se ne ya hwehwe ne de ba nti IGP say no cressa we also the can some there na ehu say I don't find the sources boys see your mom
na kan
what was na make kan say the what kind the one am crash me nti say yeah papa
by close of ensia enko ankosi Friday next
nti say
but my sources in the me say by close of likely so be letter say on procedure only
why ade why bi be ma be ye bi wa be ni nyina nti say e bra so nyoma bi ane tete de na say enye boys no kasa wo
boys no
as a oppressor still or tena so a whole lot sika sembine nyoma bebre but wa be ye bi say omampanyi president his excellency John Dramani Mahama Ghana fo nyina ye nyina ya to abama no osusu se braso se okwa se resetting
oh yeah
and they reset they reset the bi be kan bia
I am reset we ya omo aka ni so omo reset yo
eno de aduma de bi wo ho
mon crofo ni bebre da so
ehefo no
mon crofo no
oh Debbie omo ya Ghana police service
Debbie enye police service na sem na make me say appointment mon crofo bebre da so office
metimi abobinom kredi na ebinom so me NDC fo
ehu nhia
de ye mo ye boko
na bezo bondi
me say ye mo and they are manyosem e beko ye nim
go before
yes Kwame
yes
Dr. Dampare Kwame ayi emre bi ohun say way back 2006 2007 ena Yankasi Enua Appiah Stadium.
Yes.
Sata no LPP. Etu okọ president Kufuor ene ni kudi nkomo. Na okọ president Kufuor no omo di nkomo no. Ena it was alleged say okache president Kufuor say uni owura Dambotwedi. Because na Dambotwa akoka no ba bi say owura Haruna Seku ono no ye chairman at that time.
Yeah.
I accuse President Kufuor what castle and waje kickbacks. Tin you what a castle and waje kickbacks. It is Dambotwe. Those said me are confused as some kakra say yes said Dambotwe say o papa na akwa Haruna Seku abetra honom as a chairman. And all boy a crowd you say yes ye kickbacks and yadia and what can president Kufuor was a bonibi say entwe and appears to no catch president Kufuor. There according to the sources nature say he yelled at that time because na serial callers and serial callers they were very powerful people. Catch president Kufuor so only Dambotwedi any 3 days and a Kwame and Kraba see a Dambotwedi. Just me can you. Me person me busa say Dr. Dampare bekwa. Is it because of say Listowell allegation or the buy nana? Nana poku Listowell say Dr. Dampare kuku nipa bi ewo Botiano or mankophobia firing squad and all this stuff. Yes, asem nana. Nana poku Listowell say Dr. Dampare does not deserve to be an IGP. Wanyade Dr. Dampare waye ya noma bia se Mahamani makwa fire da dada enti pese be bisa se eye saade ne na president Mahama hidi to that call na say ena so hidi to that call se yi Dr. Dampare dia anase amade kotranche ya are they going to set up a committee to probe what Listowell said?
It's a serious allegation.
A serious allegation. They make an watch say.
Yeah, me too.
And no sad and chair. Minister Dr. Dampare is being taxed. Your task can say, Techima killings be a by 2020 elections.
What with him?
What with him? Where we? On me, ya identity on me, ye. So me, identity, ya manui. Where we are reporting also here. And where we are crying the report that by say report in a bar on answer. Ama bibia dead as I analyze as and you know. Jamaica watch I say a whole lot. So firing Dampare today. Your best situation be a budget of mobile. A better create assembly about discussing the Dampare general between no focus is being swayed. Debbie or Mumenya but transfer. Jamaica watch I say.
And also I can
oh yes.
Say the damn parade about Bashim.
Yeah, near real coffee bibi. Yes,
near real coffee budget in the movie.
It's almost
budget na konya little attention.
Attention. Omo me anya abotransa. Madam Pari ankasa no me have my reservation.
Kessben.
The latter part of na hwehwe no mudu doors no. He was not focusing on the job, but he was focusing on how he will retain his job. Populism ne no maybe kwatratra baby toto dame money sa no ma no bamsa please.
And I said no boy where that na.
There's some things we are who clear say no wanted to pursue saving the job. At that who said Dr. Dan Paris should go was the day police did this statement to Babon to say they cannot provide security for Ablekuma recollection. What am I saying Papa Feli? Because Ghana police and internal security. Head of internal security.
Still, they don't have a member of parliament.
You say you can't not provide security for collation because you say provide the kwa. And this is for Baba Bedina Brasam, you discipline them and the Basanwa, it will go against your job. That is what you were doing. He started well, but we're ending bad.
And the end justifies it.
Men of God are not catch you almost say, a more shenko. We are 1 year pen. Yes.
That's what Bianca comes to be man.
We are 1 year coming. Oh, go to the 31st. That's why I can so be unkwa. What can doom say? The doom saying chess will be unkwa.
Fear and panic.
Fear and panic. There are a lot of fear and panic. I never and come say. What me anya ho hwe bi.
For instance, Nigerians you show homofia, say or more Ghana.
I na me say enye Nigerians dey na America. Prophet Nigerians. Baby obi amechia no. Baby obi amechia no. Prof.
Dabi, you don't need to say Ghana.
But in reality, you are Ghana. You are not homofia.
Yes, but say who you shoot in windows at the Kasa. You say Ebube any Atibetia. It's the okay, no. You name the watcher. What you say? It's what decentralized said the okay in Intina police for John. Also, okay communication. So I didn't know I keep it to the chest.
Yeah.
What you say?
Communication.
There are a lot of things. Communication was centralizing. What a lot of news. Who say you newscasting about Ghana? A lot of people don't listen to 12 o'clock news by a few radio stations. Why? Because first pan people were radio stations were correspondents. It is Shuba. Obit me rush call. Then the police commander will speak to the person. Give us the vivid account. But now what disabled woman na say oba ese okoko fre national the statement. Obi the statement by one no. What mean interrogate statement no. Do person omo kire. O fire se fre national.
Facebook PR.
Then information also by we are. There are some radio stations are almost afraid to that information. Yeah, answer. Matata radio on in Quanta Pai. You understand? There are some radio stations here. They give them the privilege to speak to the Ghana Police Service. But to Ghana Police Service, there are some units. Your SWAT unit, your Buffalo unit, your Ayama changing the striking force, your SAR unit now to the extent your communication directorate. Why do you have to disable it?
All right, but that's it. Enter Parliament. Richard, any indications now? You better na yakwakofa. The budget hearing no Eddie abroad na yetimi Eddie Hong Kong more ochina ye ba ye best so atwa so na anywhere the Hong Kong. But two things. The minister in charge of foreign affairs issue statement na mamen kan na quick one yentoa so any enkomo recall of diplomatic and service passport Accra 10th March 2025 following the directive by the office of the president to record the diplomatic and service passports issued during the previous administration and the subsequent public announcement issued by this ministry dated 15 January 2025 which outlined the category of individuals affected. The ministry notes that there are a total of 404 diplomatic passports and 387 service passports, which remain outstanding from holders who failed to surrender their passport when the original publication was made. Individuals who fall within the underlisted category are required to surrender their passport by 17th March 2025 to the Legal and Treaties Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs without fail. 1. Former ministers and spouses. Oh, sir. Former members of parliament, irrespective of political affiliation. Former members of the Council of State and spouses. Former and retired justices of the Superior and Lower Courts. Former regional ministers, metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. Officers of state institutions, chairs and members of boards, officials of the National Cathedral Project, former political ambassadors and dependents, businessmen and entrepreneurs, former government functionaries, and all other persons holding official passport not currently serving in any official capacity for the state or otherwise holding any position that falls under the requirement of sections 6 and 7 of the Passport and Travel Certificate Act 1967. Passports in the above categories not surrendered by the given deadline will be cancelled and placed on a stopwatch list for seizure at any of Ghana's entry and exit points. And this is what Samuel Okujeto and the Foreign Affairs Ministry issue. I remember and some we are some world. Now, Maakye service passports, more diplomatic passports. A buying society, one more the announcement about ukra diplomatic passport nibi fa de bra. Ukra service passport fa de bra. Besine mumfankoi na edida mo dem za agede cancel ene ma bi ho no mo I mean so utie the statement here 404 diplomatic passports ana enkrofo da sukura in this country wabra aban na ka che mo se mumfamra because the krokra mo nyina no I mean what the two list this why no ano muntimi fanya hwebie service passports 387 na report Okujeto na ema yehu se sa ministers ne yere mo nsu krokra diplomatic and service passport yibio
oh say enye irregular is not associated with this administration pay.
No, men can't say associated with this administration. I'm only saying say woman nsu krabi no
yes sir side chicks ne kuta.
We will begin to ask certain questions though but and now for budget. Hey,
I think it's in right order. Say you're calling for the service passports and diplomatic passports. Now you just have to return it. When you say babe ye de bia ewo krimuna.
Okay.
Honorable Okujeto so no or boy adwuma bi wo ya na ono so no onhwe bibi ye kakra because of eyibi ode buy say foreign affairs lands be Ekufuado time where we talk foreign affairs land be our no ye reverse that decision ye je land in the back no more talk say land na be wo muma pens way we hear say na wo enoma na too political
I say we no say without your political affiliation.
No, this is different.
Until you're a member of parliament now Krabia Fabra.
No, this one I agree.
Okay.
I agree. We are former member of parliament. We NDC me now uni abemu bi one. Why should we be holding
exactly service passport or diplomatic passport? But in court traders advocacy for one homebra. Now many executive secretary ending como general secretary now bogu Maakye.
Mr. Speaker.
Bogu.
I'm a town catcher.
So where you be more? Where you be more?
I
picking ma we ma where you be more now?
You because the bridge boy Ghana ever since you know I will be a boom.
I see.
I
never book on the business go ye.
Yeah, 24 there. Hey, my mini kind chairman penning for that traders advocacy group Ghana no. Any 24 do dona a set traders advocacy group as seno. My min chair o mo no pay. Na men so mun cry say sɛ ntifu ni wa apegyafo ho enti yɛhwɛ de apegyafo wabɛn de ɔno nso bɛyɛ na yɛhwɛ ɛkwan a adwadie ebetumi agyina ɛwɔ Ghana enti yɛhwɛ kwan yɛwɔ kwan hwɛ mu a
na mo wɔ kwan hwɛ mu yi deɛ budget no deɛ di kan nie eba President Mahama eba ye minim sɛ monya interaction bi ansa na budget yi ba expectations no ebi ne sɛn
wɔn mo ba ye mu deɛ ayɛ tutujagu wɔn ani abre ɛhyehyɛ nneɛma enti yɛn hyɛ da mo bɔ ɔmo apromu bebrebe ɛna yɛn so ne a relax kakra ebi sɛ yɛpɛ si yɛhwɛ de ɔmo betumi ayɛ Muso mo bɛyɛ yama mo kwan sɛ momra na momra mɛhwɛ deɛ mo nso mo betumi ayɛ na ya ne mpɛ sɛ ɛbɛ preempt bebrebe na sɛ kasa biara bɛkɔ so a na yɛbɛtwɛn ɛnɛ yɛwura to forcing na no nsɛm a ɔmampani akurukyia ma ne sɛ ɔmfa nkɔma Parliament na Ghana fo nyina ntie bi na ye nyina yɛhwɛ ne yanyi ntum no ɛno ne yɛhwɛ na yɛwura ya no to se gbam ne afa yɛ pen ne afa yɛ pencil yɛ crayon yɛ chalk deɛ ɛbɛtwerɛtwerɛ da ho yɛbɛtwerɛ deɛ ɛbɛtwerɛ paper so yɛbɛtwerɛ ne abu nkonta ne nyinaa ne ehu sɛ yɛkukuro yɛbɛtumi aso ana enti no ɛno na sɛ yɛhwɛ kwan
na wo hwɛ kwan bibi wo ho a wo hwɛ animu sɛ minister bɛyɛ ɛwɔ budget yi mu ana
so we dia wo bi anko wo mu anumu wo mu ana do wo manifesto tuja sɛ eniema bi a enimu a adwadie ebi ti sɛ 11 enimu a adwadie baako krase because ye ma me no ma no mo kɔ yaji omo kɔ kwan so no mi ade nyina afi no obi ade ni sika two phones so do ya kromfo na okokoko siana wonya hwe emfiri no but ile bi ba na ese almost revert back because he can betuma free so no enye ska ketwa ye de ya church kwan bebebe a mo paso from pesca ya hwe kwan bi te se roto omo introduce omo nya ne card kama so no omo pekura mo obi ankotra ho omo nya no automated card kama unko street baby a benya biato wacha se na uduru honu mu a ehye oka nim na system hu na ade na ababie so no Ghana fo nyina ya moa mutimi anya sika fro because on the time na ni pansaje de no on the human interface na mo mu hunu sika no so bibia yembolo kakra yewura negeta ewom so di ntwo de nanso niema no kan digita no NDC for so enyebi so no mo gaze ona ne dana no ntino that be because rotosi yetimi ya no digitally na card utiminya mobile vendor bia utiminya bito no so ko fakwa no so nko ade atua na omunyi free say 2 CD no at least 35 CD upwards so no na you realize ka na sa 11 sa sebe anyamra samu a yanu ya omukuta omuhunu se amra na da ho no me da bia na me catch rom se tradio omupa ase ansa no wasre what ya say na so man tra ba bia MPP fo hwi ase no mo sha ase sre a asemba to kro Ghana no ye de yemfa ba yemfa kumo demom ye besi ano ye beka de osi dimu atam so be dimu atam sa pepe na Ghana ne ye de koye nim because se nyame
atem didie ya tra ho
Mr. Speaker me na me make point ba menye Mr. Speaker sa ateni ana nkofo be express wo mu feelings wa ateni yes ni so kwa kofa ba Kenya no mu za de Ghana yen de anu kayo omdo mba fa ba mani pawu what I say ombe tears street ombe attack mo amani pepra enu tira na make say it's better say be makwan na Ghana for express themselves in any way that we can hear them no and much better so they say ye ben encourage street demonstration no ne sa man. And uni Mr. Speaker, attend any be on my company for no pa. Come yes. Come on, Timmy woman so. So now you if a baby now one yard the pan will be doing champua. Say so no.
And I know as a baby and
also so many culture. Manusi is a cat and also so a Mr. Babaya culture. No, you penny the Asepa.
Okay.
But no, maybe studio case. Okujoto ohunu na asem kan ye. Owe okujoto veti yo ko ya. Sem ye broni a me wa manone mi tie okujoto nsem ni de wo si ya no a. Me ma no -0. So atiase because run ntimi an clear no. So no. Utimi makika sansem we fa hu ni na unto aso ye niam bi asebe ehun ya. I think so run whole studio he was making a point. It woman in our now almost so no. Not young in I am the Ghana. Say yes, any one Macano. Any this almost as yet the apostle to try no free.
I see. Mammy Nasia no pay. Now,
young quoting yet here, Mr. Speaker, Sa Fremi. Now, your expectation is a Bamu, Samamu. Yeah, the battle Ghana get the phone Ghana for you.
Medase, Naboku, thank you. Yes, and one Casacriano, a honyo. Baby, I kind budget no. A honyo cry because when him say weekend, Friday night, ABC Saturday, chairway, and one more day committees, a hold on at the bar. What you say? Yeah. Now, the members of Parliament. On the side of the NDC, and you happy cry.
The committees, no.
With the committee, so when you happy cry. Majority of them were job brutal. Now, I know people share a year. Daybreak and him had the Democrat, no. A year ago, irritate MPs over committee positions. And no banner headline, cause yeah. And a daybreak, the Democrat and the buy. Now, when him say. Committees be one Crawford say and no am kwa there was so. Yeah. Anna the akwa ni say MPs na akọ 2 terms, 3 terms. Nana wuti. Na omo expect senka. Ye be ma womo either say ministerial appointment and deputy ministerial appointment. Womo enya no san Crawford na enya sa appointment ni nyina. Na rebon. Omo last hope no was the fact say yedi ombeto committees a lucrative kakra. Now on say you can say corruption no. I am mpese e beka ho asem. And I'll tell you something. Afen committees ne ba ye nana wuti. Womo say ayariga a promote backbenchers no. Womo ba parliament na anu ya womo nya 4 months grey. Nana wuti. Womo say dan Paris ubani bia ba ayariga mu. And then backbenchers na womu ba yenche ya womu nim parliamentary proceedings. Womu ni edu omo to lucrative committees.
The
juicy ones. Enti MPs mpemfo na atna wache ni nyina adwalai. Na womu anhwe ni year budget no mbe kan ne. Na womu kan budget ni we NDC fo na anka so womu nko debate. Die boban me na me kacho. NDC MPs no budget no anhwe a womo kan wi omo ankasa nkodibeti kan na me nkoye adwuma mra me ba me di ho nko membe bubo di ni bia che na yatimi aye ho adwuma because bubo ba ma me call lines ne so na me ne executive council member any enkomo Reginald Obin part of the Chamber of Construction industry do me no any enkomo adope mzobe otemenka good morning.
Oh, morning, opening na bibia boko.
Eradi adaro ma me ho ye na nso e.
Na me adumo speaker. You see the what na bejo me dey na e won se bibia eti o nti enso ya ba ye nso ye beka ye dey supportable. Ni ade aye edwuma ye se road fund ne ye. Abandada no ye hwe se ye kwa ahonchire mu kakra no or the road fund ni bi e dey ye nyoma na enye related to the road sector. Nti ma fund na deplete ye. nti yɛhwɛ sɛ aban wa be ɔbɛhwɛ na road funds ke be mu no foto no nyina na bɛkɔ into development of road ina de twato on say aban obi aye demand ye de miensa pe third one say obeye provision budget to pay road contractors o maye adwumawie omo twa mo payment omo ye get fund adwuma omo ye government of Ghana adwuma nyina ye bompa say aban di be budget nim na wetumi etua eye road contractors ka na yetumi nye sika etua ye workers ka loans ya agigi nya etua ka na chese input no nyina akoso amaye nyina iti sika nyoma miensa mabubo su na ya hwe nim se aban e de beka eye budget oba beka hu
I see. Eno no yade ehia mu yie papa. Now, say no construction di mu ankasa no, especially mu amoye akwan ni ade. Ka he na wom because yenim say no ka ho na economy baby ababedru.
Kai woman de speaker so papa say can nyina boma almost about 0.5% of GDP, which is very, very huge because cost of road enya de that form, especially say asphalt road inti car buy na did that on the emuso pa na me sure say Ministry of Finance abe obehwe na waye ne audit efi de ebeka ISO tua ni nyina wahwe nim na wetumi etua ma say nkofo tie mi ntimi emfa figure nda menim sisi enti na mentumi ambo figure na nkasa nche ba yade a ekwenim pa
very well, but enti mo share him say one payment no ebetimi aba na afin so VAT no yetimi reduce na Mr. Obi ade ye ko from kra real estate ye boy baby ejina na ejina mo de $. De enti akoba ni say
speaker on say the abani san say normally say we real estate on say business man o di usika shem na o de AC dan to even get the land concession land need to build no can easy on say obetua nipa be 3 ansa na asase ba ko nsaka enti no kra ma eka na eden ekosoro asase bi anka obeton 100,000 obetua families be 3 enti at the end of the day no asase 100,000 no utua ka obela one kasawa spend 300,000 and knowing that real estate business no sa eka no ebeba be ka edan na usi ni ho number 2 construction materials you use one in your cement for the first time we share on my imo cement factories baby and so still prices no kwa na ekosoro which is very abnormal but you share say buy one be able to me regulate when am na cement price I aba from third one iron rods so adia and also ekosoro dollar kosoro per na iron rods kosoro because it is tied into electricity the electricity na inti the dollar ekosoro prices of utilities ekosoro nyana and also kosoro inti udi ni nyina boma din say real estate ni be sit down at on affordable price because the quality of market na share any the demands e wo no sisi and any price you tia for output to put it together no speaker and that form and unti na ehun ni sa no
na de mo yen so Mr. Obi mo de Ghana fo nti na mo de ya de even though yenim say you are into business to make profit and all of that. But who can say, I mean, realistically, also your housing deficit, a major problem. And you'll be up a baby in the theater. Now, idea you born you said near because kakra. But mun charge you see the anymore rather than say $, no more pegging is na ebanisa na average Ghanaian, the middle class, the more below the middle class, no, what bet me afford their to a diadem.
Mama tuwase fika on say pegging of the eba a dime tony dia utia cedis and the obi anje $, but almost peggy to $, no, so that a depreciation happen what country no see no businessman lose bebre should say usi dine be 100,000 Ghana cedis at that time. But on turn 100,000 Ghana cedis. Nyoma say 100,000 Ghana cedis eto my mean to me to. Not just okwaya na buy. Anything they pegging it to the $. However, to make real estate be affordable, I buy say odumiti because say see no consider one kasa real estate, one your infrastructure. Okay. And also na ma ebu no cost ropa because infrastructure no former a kwan can buy any water no say wo order that cost no a free price now would do $2 so no. If your price na the eco form It is a buy and as municipal assemblies, almost partner real estate, no more to provide the infrastructure as their contribution towards solving the housing deficit. Me assure say there you as real estate companies, a one member from them will be to me I have to be. But say the infrastructure no cut your cost no and no nema a cost rosano.
And in effect, the exchange rate near the affected heavily on the Juma Moye, right?
They affected heavily pa. You see, I know Ghana Thermal Construction Industry. The action is a use a locally manufactured product. It's a bamboo technology. Yani a DRR, water, materials to me developing locally. A meet consumer taste.
Okay.
Speaker, Okoton dine, na se ni pakrono beto dino on toa. Waboka. Inti omo shenim so mbeba Luva place papa bi na shem tiles here porcelain tiles ceiling here plaster board we your friends air condition boom enyoma mabubo so nyanye bi wo krom ha.
Okay.
Inti at the end of the day na say dey okra so de ba e hono na dollar no e dey e kan ye. Inti say ye sa nyoma mabubo so dey real estate nya locally a Ebema Kano Abba from not just say a realistic values for the houses I used to my
very well. Then expectations, are very high. And you ever said in Comobie, Ms. Obey, after the budget hearing. I don't pay my money.
Yeah, that's a pa.
Ms. Obedasi. I feel any more by Jumapa. Why?
Patomate.
And Ora, Reginald Obey and Menino at the Encomono council member at the Ghana Chamber of Construction Industry, speaking to us on their expectations. Mamini Ora Kofidia, one a founder and executive secretary at the media development menino any enkomo govi Maakye
so a chamber for media development.
Okay, me that's the chamber no man fair no amba fache me
chamber for media development
fache me na bibia boko there
bibia sheda nye boko there e ma bibia nye boko no so ma ko na mi nchire mu ana
tremu ma me mitio
de emma bibia nye boko ne hwe empempi aban ko na aban aba ya se ye budget mu shem da enhu de dia shem say we there for building capacity building for the media Kwame bibia so ba ya se media for na say ayi a wogigina mu a wo koba nom ne na sefu ye friends galamsey fight here ya so obi anfa ne hunyi mu a wo koba de bai I mean, in your own capacity, and I would the risk involved, and building your own, you have built your own capacity. No government. Erastus nomina sifo mum na ji ayi na si maye. Obete ora kana sigbe. No send a message. Mum bia mum na mum boa na yen said the fight against. But my question is that building the capacity of the media person, now, if we say or not. And on the crude practice in the mining sector. Government yourself or the government itself, what and how have you contributed to the development of that media practitioner? In the budget, I'm expecting seriously that there is even a 0.5% somewhere allocated for the development of the media practitioner or the media as a whole. You see, they say I won't kind budget. You are representing. So media no acquire set up to say they won't go the day. What they lose representing.
It's a more consensus, and it's a buy any day and from a media fraternity.
I'm going to media no so we have budget here. You publish from through the then Ministry of Information, and I say now the minister
in charge of government communications.
Yes, so that it's almost so other boy to build that. Me, I'm looking at capacity. We are not saying to establish but help them to build their capacity, get knowledge in the areas that affect the people in this country, in all the sectors. Because if the media man doesn't understand what is going on there, because only knowledge, because on TV because Obian planning go through, man, never say workshop refresher course no na tifo bia na okoye saade no at his own expense na uba no abe kase ana media for no kra so mu why you no contributed a penny to the development of that person in the area that he's practicing that we think that his knowledge should help build the nation. That is my concern.
I see. Now, for the yes, here we mummy no. They were bind the no cry. Ankran de na a door so private media no. And abai beda confess kase what they ba be shemu for capacity building near there. I mean,
say obi say ministry of information. Ministry of information. Workshops. I'm talking of workshops. You can have, experts. Get them at a workshop. You say, you see, you sometimes be a report. Now, some more okay, especially on radio main campaign, key reporters. Some of them, and now more news. Some of them. Idea say obiti na the area can say na fa no no. Too defamatory. It is because any pan onim.
I see.
So, but your capacity building, arrangements be meaning it is difficult for the private media houses. And the media houses ya say sky mu ma advert ya ma amai no ma ye dia ma kan nyina. But abai no free say. I mean, so you free say the pillars of democracy, the media is part of it in shaping the democracy as well as the development of the nation there. I think that there should be a deliberate, attempt by government to also make sure that the capacity of the media, if we say, come here, you build the parliamentarians' capacity.
Yeah.
Fair building. Your party chief executive, I'm a part of your friend is the executive. Yam building, CEOs, yam building, ministers, yam more represent courts. Our game parliament as so if you see the media as part of the agents of change and development, why won't you also make a deliberate attempt to also help build their capacity?
I see. Many on this note because media fund there more can but more to be come was him and I don't think
American in Neno.
Okay,
Matthias. I don't think American in Neno. So and we are so you can said the work who baby as who said anti said media Libya what radio so grab microphone or TV so yeah our advocate say Yame a new core media development. Yame a new core practitioners no. Because the Sagalam say nothing for about nothing way. The don't have much knowledge in. A Tubatis will be a report. We are only the all can work. What can the street one.
Okay. See, I buy man a new core so.
Yes, in the budget I expect. Media that is my expectation. So right. What I speak and I say me investigation. I mean I know fees to contract in no can say you can cement once. I'm doing an investigation honest of the friend say quarries in this country. Or we are Chinese for. Yeah, almost a year or manufacture cement for Ghana has it. They are now using soda instead of clinker. Because the cost of clinker is skyrocketing as a result of, importation charges, see the nominal dollars to see the nominal as for. But as I'm doing this, if I don't learn much about that industry, if I don't build my capacity in that industry, how do I even understand the terminologies and the issues there? And I think that it should be, I was saying, or minor, the diet so any Nasudie say, OBTS be the need no it should be about sector beer. Now, say knowledge now, or come one or the casa in one sem, which was our form.
Okay. Very well. Mate, over I take my own kind budget in India. You best have a beam that your baba be doing common. Why? I don't permit so many dash, papa. And Oracle Fidia. And many no Eddie and Kobono were no a year founder and executive secretary at the Chamber for Media Development and Yanin Eddie Komodo. Mamimra Naminko form for Ghana for the Namini Abayiba ye mentioned that Tenin Kasa Ogawili a chairman African Power Danfo chairman concerned drivers. Ogawili Maakye. Na Bibia Boko there.
Nani and the train. Sadava for the Maminchi in Chiadava for it and no pay. Now, the two of him about last month, and you may share years okay. About the sober budget in Tiamatre. That time was no when you minister in and my English and a electricity. In Tiana no Casa, a chairman, a train and driver for the station. Every TV says.
Oga will free December nyina mon kasa yo yen hye dante mon ka enti eba ne se na nka mo beto asenti ade mu last month ayante mon ka kure mo amoho wa
o yeshia e ma yen we nyina executive no kura de wo me de babontin be ka se yen pin fo ni yen pia wo me de won pepetum enti aga e ko shia yen father of transport pia di fo pin fo and wo me yen se debi wili mama ko fo no twinsan na yenhwe say budget no if you minister no so ba yen share wi an yen tutie
no na make us enka first ne kra no a anka we mu koshia ye decision ba say anka mu de krata be ba bonte na anka ye ne nsem trofo nso ye hu na afi ya bogana fo na mane na anka mo te ho a wo mo prepare wo mo ho say hwebe enche bia ahyenti ade ntumu ni beba na we de ase mo de ase ayi kane adua na se onto say wo boy amane ye nim bibia akoso say
e me se wo pe na wakasa asem yensem se bi sa ba muti mo ba bontre be kasa asem se na ko na mo ma de ko ni ya unsa na ma bontre me kasa de ye kan ye eni de ga blame me da de man ba ye de bai e mo so ma freyen se bi ba kura na se aba ni ye pipi na ye prezia onka o unya wo ko se fo na ada union so da bro ma ko ji dan so se ye bo mu jape obense na mo frefre ye
eno de ye hu de mo de ba ye se me hu yanka mefra o ma hu
mate next time the best one kata I am the same ujafo ono na frey nti se one kan wasem dia na enim ne nti a one kan wasem nti wo de ma yen ko budget ne so
budget ne de na mo hwe anim
me say
driver for
de ye say ye car ne car sem na dollar no and we have first second ye what taxes you are ya kan wasem ka ba we buy the tunanim Taxation and pollution levy, special petroleum tax, and a box mass, and a Esla. Esla will say, one year budget, and one can say, Umunya, need a first kind of crime from 1 year by 7,000. Taban Gigi, and so Abanas and Aboka 4,000. I don't know, so you do India, Abanas and Aboka. It was a scan with the checker. And you say, I take can. Nasabanas Aboka Biodia, into me, we use a scan. A really good baby, and we hear my news today. And when you say tax if you are, it's most petrol bit to be a buffer. There's a petrol to be buffer. Prices are yet taxes here, bit my maintaining Kakra. There's a banner to me, that's here to petrol in Sudia. They know what I say, you have to insurance so. If you're fat one charges so, I was so canny a man swapija. And the economy Nankasa and some million done I mean, let it be in there to Tunka. And we say abandon to my yes idea. And no dear, come off with this year. Now, I say my way in Timono, maybe I took Ghana for. If you ain't a share, and no man penny share and boss 24 hours economy, obey 24 hours, and Bano, if you buy we are and a joke and no pa. Charlie, you not have a friend and it's your pa, just a boy and a Jumano. And the dear will say, young papa to force him. And a market to market, money man, and Cassan, in any tea. The Cassian and the because a humanity obey you, obey the report to the bro. Now, one Cassa where is from? No one will say report to the Abroni and Okra.
a pay 10 na Ghana for and let bow ye. You will say one Matthias community, that's what can say one mobile lolly station, so nobody saying I have and catch it. Yes, budget. Send a mobile taxes in the son. Okay, yes, about be tax to be fee when the
very well. Ogawili made us no pay.
Consent drivers. Many are going there. Many children have a force. Mr. Wom, Opianya come, no Biancasa, the Asheli Beba, a baby. That's a baby, every mamma. They are one among the sea to my almost one man, a cost of Bauma. If it is Anamonamo.
Benjamin das Papa Ogawili and Alvin Ponziga. The appointment in Indian episode can be your home. And Crawford July, one more July, especially senior MPs, you know, one more 3 terms, you know. Dudwana, no one more try, one more in your baby, papa, committee, papa, Swana. Nana, a hundred more problem. Oko Parliament, so you as a member of Parliament, right? Ojo Bosumi Aketua. Incentives be a who be a demand. A dear and a work committee in the Huntia. Nana, and layer ye can say, I have one finance committee or problem. Yeah. A dear and a committee no. A dear and a coso or dear and see or Huntia. You have one trade committee where you like finance committee only a committee on agri, committee on trade, committee on economy. Meaning I am for one cohort into where you like. Privileges committee on Nasubi, appointment committee, yam for one cohort into where defense and interior. Yam for one cohort. Committee on communication, yam for 1, 2 and ubi soon to where the mines and energy committee, and you only do ko into where was here the Nako to assurances committee, the Hodi assurances committee there, or Kojiden on gender committee, or non so I was on
chieftains. But coming.
A Crawford now, my member again, Yaman Quabaso, Nicholas. My member Nabaso, as I said, Nicholas of Finance Committee.
Wow,
and I'm in East.
Mammy Cassim, before I met back sadness.
I think was our defense and interior.
Yes, committee. Make I say, Nana Crodajma Rollins, I resign as a Obe resign as a first vice chairman. I could contest it. President Mahama, President Mills, Obe contest. Before nobody can make complaints be. None the complaints ni bini say party take decision or parliament.
Yeah.
Yamana manye. Because the national executives they have the power over say omu take omu changes our parliament. You understand? Because that time no a day ura abambabin. Ye no free as a majority leader. I don't call health no. So the bichi maame ne bo anwo so se yan kanche no. Kwame afei honorable Asedun Ketia.
Yeah.
Time no a Muntaka Mubarak. Any how na Idris we issue the buy no. You remove omo from the leadership minority leadership no. What has Asedun Ketia kai? Was we did it because they were not cooperating with the speaker.
Yeah.
Sa scenario me nu amede amawi. E de na kire. E kire say the leadership our parliament no and I say the leader of parliament no want me take a decision alone. You get me? Ayarega cannot take decision alone. The president Mahama.
As the committee abedaso.
Yes, committee abedaso. Anything parliamentary. Ayarega cannot stand up on one quantity soaring kase. Appear could be kwa no. Party executives net nasi. President also our input. President has an input. They make an watch say. And so I then no more persecute Ayarega like that. But Kwame, what's your appointment there, banana? And I say, committee no, dear banana. Kwame, take your time and watch it carefully. And you're strategic. But unless I won't person better say
for baby, I didn't crawl for
yes, a strategic. My remember a typical example. 1 year, a brand table almost complaining bitterly. Your friend Thomas Walanyo Japan.
If for Walanyo, Chepo me madam for
Chepo, yes.
One
MP for Hawaii. All the go to Peter Mewu.
Kwame. Yes.
Tio. Obi a wakwa to Peter Mewu.
Yeah.
Can we say ebia wa wasting anase was spending a lot of resources. Because Peter Mewu was not a small fish like that.
Yeah.
A coin of us or beji seat no be a crown nan you say be obese lusu seat no. The make an what I say.
Yeah.
So taking the seat back, Kwame, you still need say other resources are branching to keep the seat going. Because my reading the CV I say.
Okay.
We reading the CV no. There's no way I say Koko Finance Committee. You understand? We reading the CV now.
Unqualified.
Me kaso unqualified, but I say we read committee aye ni mu ayatena se aye read bi na. I say the CV ni mu hard to the extent so because o compare bi say esibe ye bo amo kwasi kwate no ne so compare papa we see the boy ni CV na. Kwame who yes Quebec Finance Committee.
Okay.
But Ebia, he was taken there for a purpose. Because Kwame, we should not forget that this is politics.
Yeah.
NPP for I tasso there's some seater and what Shantereja they want to take it. Ebine seat we say such a front place.
Yeah.
I will vote to Sano. Kwame. Oma fight ya so mo person mo such a front place. Na a first timer and oma kwa koma na omo key a committee including foreign affairs, regional integration and the finance committee, and yes, education committee. This is the man that unyase oba massive wealth.
And why efuna
WWE Nasiri Afrajachi.
Okay.
One Dr. Kwablado for Bano primary sir or winning. Okay. You understand? So
I saw your bar, right?
Yes. Nasiri Afrajachi. Yes. 80 Usha baby
and committees way
or foreign affairs and regional integration.
Okay.
Finance committee and education committee.
Also a finance committee.
Also a finance committee and also education committee. First timer. Kwame. Strategic. Why? When your ministerial appointments. You understand? And that seat near seat a NDC seat, but every election there looks like say NPP person. So you need to staff that boy. That woman, you understand? As our staff, now otiminya a juicy committee. Come we bet me a committee's name. 1 or 2 things be to amass well to maintain the seat. And simple like ABCD. Sunyai West ya moka wa assembly center ya bua amankwa. Kwa bi say programs be a president Mahama na baba we na MC. That is one. The tosu bi Kwame Sunyai West check Sunyai West. The history of Sunyai West.
Seat.
The make what you say.
One of the Encroft Bruta.
And I also Parliament.
Almost ECOWAS Parliament.
My comment sorry.
And sorry, but
first time I ECOWAS Parliament. And sorry, let's say Mama Hilda head.
Yes.
The first time I call Parliament. Okay, you have to say Pan African Parliament. And now Samuel Simmons and the first time I don't know ECOWAS Parliament. So what?
Ocean last week.
Now, or Kasa
they are covered.
What's wrong with that? Now, what's wrong with that? And conforcing the English, Kwame. You must be in English. Who show me English or kind grammatical? What was the grammatical errors? What's added? Unqualified so Pan African Parliament. Sorry, ECOWAS Parliament. Go to ECOWAS Parliament, Kwame. You uncophobia me, many Samuel Semes at all. I'm a Obia friend of phone so on that to last speaker. At that time, I deputy speaker of parliament, ECOWAS Parliament. I'm at the Padekasa, what's your bro for all kana? No, besides, honorable. So, all these people are saying, almost this about knowledge.
Okay, now,
Omunya but party in the public for the Obia walk parliament, I walk 3 times. Why enjoy ya? What do love will be because Obi minister and so complaining.
My name Mohammed Abambila ending Kombomra. I know your national president at the Motor Riders Association. No, when him say ya promise you can't for say ye baby reform me omo. Mohammed, don't you come morning? I just say.
Ayo, no.
Eradia dom menso me hu ye pa na. Okada riders bibia boko there.
Oh, bako.
I see. They say budget no but your person you need more expectation no any saying then I'm more sure him say budget he be ye dia mamo.
Budget pato say dia muta.
Hello.
Yes, me say budget say budget dia ho visa.
Finance minister I kind budget more sure any mo say and they the one promise mo na bosha o mo de ma mo no ebetimi abaso ana.
Most ya o mo di ma ni dio. Yeti mum yeti nka say ebe ba yemi yan hu. But if I abon e di tai ti say mo ye na mo famre yes ye ready na yekin.
Enti dia na mo share nim bo share no wo mo share ni say wo mo ka so mo bombe de ne amamo
o me di gala so moto ni amaye
okay
eno na ye bi ani to so a ye jima kakra ye tin say ebebom
enti mo share nim say wo be legalize motors no ho
yeah
na mo tumi ayem adwuma
ye ntumi adwuma no
na jama me ne wo kasa wujina circle ha baby
wa hu la circle ya apon ayeme men de kasa I
see Mohammed I see but adwuma na ma musika de
oh e boy pa eno na e jimi bia bibia
o kasa mutimi de bibia de hia de modi to aduane di ana de etimi de bobra sifie
di bobra etimi malege di toka etimi di malege di sifie nti e di ejima bebe
na womo aye kasa mo motor riders yo kada riders munnim raso momfa mra nya adwuma afei bebre na ne dua na dwo a womo de motos no kokro no bo ne ade enti ma me en legalize no ade na mo ka de afa no ho
dia mi da ka fa ho no se on ba di gala fa ma ya ye betina yi from because o man di gala sininti na krofo no yere o mo frefrem what you say abasa o man di gala sin yi a ye be hu krofo ehu okada because okada ko no omo life is different ono krofo no life when you for bu omo abese bantekale do to dina omo hu kramo papa what you say but a basa o ma digala te pa dia ye ba hu different
very well enti Mohammed mame enna wase bibia ne ebesa ba nche bi why yeah enti that is the national president Edema Okada Riders you know I remember almost fair him.
Almost share him.
Nana, but nkomo ayedi finance committee, you know, okay. Isaac Adongo, chairman for the finance committee. Richard Achiampong, vice chairman, okay. Honorable Kweku Rickett Hagan, member. Honorable Ernest Henry Nogbe, Ashaman Rashebejeni, member. Honorable Bismarck Tete Nyako, member. Honorable Richard Kwame Sefe, right? Also a member. Honorable Adams Abdul Salam, member. The Honorable Nasira Afra Jachi, right? The Obo Nidino, Afran Prince Nidino, right?
Yeah. Afra Jachi.
Yes, also a member. Then Ataisa is also a member of that. Then Nicholas Abankwa, Amenfi East, a member. Ujie. So Ataisa is a first timer. Afra Jachi is a first timer. Okay. And then to those that I know, Walanyo Chekbo, Hohoi, Wasanso Waha, Ononso Asaye, member, Ononso a first timer. Muhammad Amin Adam, former finance minister or a ranking member. Gideon Boakon is a first timer, but I don't know bet me I say purely economist or qualified. No, Gideon Boakon is deputy ranking. The first time about a deputy ranking on the finance committee. What you say? Then you have Alexander Afenyo Markin, leader, and also a member. The Honorable Mahama Tia Abdul Kabiru, a member. Then the Honorable Kwame Anyimedu Enchi, and so a member. So 19-member committee for the finance committee. Public accounts committee. Honorable Abena Osayasari, okay, chairperson, and then the Honorable Davis Opoku, vice. And I mean, what more nyanya setting, I mean, flagship committees.
Yeah.
But now, young wrap up on the FNC, and
yes, education committee NPP side. No, we not actually there.
Okay.
Mustafa Yusuf, watch there. Dr. Duchuma actually Appiah John Fodro team. Asina is also education, former education deputy minister. Mama Parton so actually there. And a friend chair someone so actually there. Yes, sir. So they go Kwame. Ababa wa no munya botre faman. Yes, wrong. Because Sunya West no Kwame is this out. And this we need out.
And my young parliament
we need that.
Na young fa a year budget no emra speaker shas here. Na yentie a year finance minister. Stay with us.
A suggestion to you, probably through you to the table office. It's true that not all of us have had copies of not the other paper, the votes and proceedings. Because under your able leadership, you provided us with very, very beautiful and working computers. So maybe I thought that I could appeal to you if you could direct the table office to make available next time the votes and proceedings on the computer. At least without even the paper copy, we can easily follow on the computer and make comments and suggestions as necessary. Mr. Speaker, just for your guidance and consideration. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, the structure we are using as the Chamber of Parliament was constructed in 1964. In spite of all our attempts to modernize it, we are still having serious challenges. And so it's not easy to unload some of the applications we have. Even the electrical connections are also giving us serious problems. It means we have to replace all, including the job 600. That's quite a colossal sum, which our budget has not been able to take. So we have a lot to unload into your pieces, but we are having challenges. And so we see that we're doing it piecemeal. And I hope in the near future we'll succeed in putting all there so that it will be a paperless parliament. We don't want to be giving you hard copies. It's quite expensive to run such a system. So bear with us. We'll get there sooner than later. Yes, honourable members, can we go to page 9?
What we are rather allocating, and it is exceeding 57 billion.
Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, honourable member. Honourable member, my mic is working.
Honourable members, is it the case that your mics have stopped working? Honourable members, I will proceed to suspend sitting for a few minutes so that it could be rectified. Please, just on 5 minutes.
It's back. The speaker is back.
Honourable members, are you sure?
Mine is on. This is on. Then everybody should come here and talk. Mr. Speaker, it appears that my microphone is working, and I'm ready to yield my space for anybody who wants to speak in the House, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, sitting is suspended for 5 minutes.
Oh, nice working. No. The mic is not working.
It's working.
This is 90.
That's at the time you want to.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 more variety.
Minutes after 11, and this is Kessben 92.9. Couple of messages are more de aba edoso na menkin kan bi emfama na afeyen to so eni nkomo se ye kasa sisi ayi de Parliamentary page mo sima enum womo eko na afe leadership no Eshia na womwahe. But we'll be back again. Na afi one more time ababetua the budget hearing no so we say good morning, Mr. Speaker. I love your show. Keep it up, please. You need my contact. I'm Fosu Asante Obuase. You sent in that one. Fosu, thank you. Yate. We say CK is my name. I'm watching you live from Amansie Estate in Tinanko. Thank you for a message. Abba. We say good morning, Speaker. We cannot fight Galamsey. The reasons is the army and the police, who are the ones to stop the people, are doing the Galamsey themselves. They are partly to be blamed for the challenges we face as a country. They collect monies from these illegal miners and they continue to tell them to work. Thank you for a message. We say good morning, Speaker. I would like to ask if there will be a tax stamp on the imported exercise product introduced by the GRA through the various land borders and ports. George Odiwefri Kumase Anna Ediaba. George, to the best of my knowledge, Yenti Bibiasa. We say good morning, Mr. Speaker. I really love your show. Please, what's the name of the host that spoke about the mining issue? I really love him. God bless you. Okay, bedase. My main call line also Embra na mene mrashebidweni ewo pandai eni enkomo. Honorable Matthew Nyindam na mene no eni enkomo NPP mrashebidweni no. Honorable Maakye no pay.
Mr. Speaker, Major Officer.
Eradia domenso be ho ye na unso e.
Eradia domo be ho ye pa.
Very well. Na ebade say na yenim se mo be she budget yasia na de ebe ho an se mo san page momo e de na esipoti.
Mr. Speaker, I mean check in the for na Maakye Appiah Kubi so how much bra mutie. Yes, we say yes, ya sha say na nka ye the basic work your friend say correction of votes and proceedings. We are nanka omo the business of the day at pass. Na the microphones no enyina ko off. And ya suspend by some few minutes. Na technicians no aye ho adwuma. Na ya sabe shot there. But me no kasa here there are indications say microphones no aba back.
Okay.
If you try to speak about na ya ba betro adwuma there no say.
Very well. Now as minority in the house, what are the expectations like?
Well, yeah, expectation there sabio, expectation it is Ghana for expectation.
Okay.
NDC for aba almost say omo ba mbeye we na sabe MPP amambo na yebu ya no anko yiye omo ba na omo ba be ye nema bi enti enani da omo de omo budget ba enti me ni omi no ye hwe anim say budget no obeka ne abronika the social contract na omo ni Ghana for assign no omo be ba be da bi a kire say taxes na omo to omo cancel no omo aye crowd omo cancel.
Okay.
Betting tax no omo cancel. E-levy on the council. Emission tax on the council. COVID levy on the council. Na yenso ya nyanti ye bi se on person ye bi ti say Robin Peter to pay for. That's omo council sa taxes ya. Na omo fa particular bi so. No omo de VAT atototo nema bi so. Na sabio omo aka kwa say ya Jupiter ho so ye dia kwa kotua Paul. Eno ye kan say omo de be ba na ya say no kore anase enya no kore na free secondary school education so a omo bo achi ye say sabe omo ba beto aso the way anana do dan kwakufu ado ye no anase omo ba na omo be yi e kan bi na omo de ama wo fo say omo ntua eno ye kan ama omo de aba ye kan aba ama omo de aba ba be ka kire say sabe level 100 students na omo tua omo school fees no omo e crowd so omo tua na so omo ntua so mo betua da be na omo ba betua we nyina ye kan sabe nsama omo aka bebre no ye kan na omo ba na ye nyina hwe no omo ba be ka kire nti ye minority de sabe ye ni be dodo aye ba be ka ya fi ya ni se owo na ye kan o
what favor need to say owo na mo twa o
na ye kan omo pa.
I see, but I believe say corporation will not suffer today.
Oh, corporation, I don't think it will suffer because yeah, as the minority, no, yeah, again say, sabi, or money ye nyina mai. Nti ye be fa kwan papa so na ya bo omo na ye nyina ya timi akikere oman no. Na so omo de kwan boni bi so and also person omobo Ghana for sabe aprobi wakwa kaka me say me ba me say na wasan aba nwa aba be ka say me ntimi nya ene de sabe yo ye be tiantiamo ye be ye hundede na ye be ma Ghana for atia say sabe yo ni omo kan no e bia nya no na omo ye but this are early days yet ye can budget no amomo de aba
okay
na ye nyina ye du mu support na ya hwe ne ekoso
but also indication that Munyani say we will be increasing VAT on certain products.
Yes. Yanya indication say. Yanya indication say some of the banking sector activities no some of the VAT echo. Yanya indication say none areas be some of the VAT so then e for. But we are system na ajabo there say ajabo do fi ayiba be hu ne ajade ba. Enti almost omo be there ye twen omo. Achapa in the next 30 minutes, 1 hour there. Your friend is saying, Ato Forsten, Minister for Finance, Obeba. Na yena ya gre ne koso. No kwe wo mu no yebeka. Sabe introduce wo mu so yebeka. Amagana for Jenat.
Very well. Honorable, I'm grateful for your time. Why?
Mr. Speaker, Nyamisha.
Maybe any said in Como. Why?
But
I force you to no more one pay or Kessben. The Honorable Matthew Yindam, Anna Menino, at the Incommon. Mamini, a reporter, if you are any and Como. If you are good morning, as you saying.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'm Adam now, sir.
Eradiado, Mehoya. And the Cosu on Brashebe, Bo Yan Como.
Okay, it is a mate. What's a review? Honorable no Edina no Esiena. I had them say, Boko. Nyamiado, Honorable, Atofos and Ella Bipimu Ewaha. Name on right to my MPs. I was on Montana Symphony. Say, Omumra Meti a year and a budget no. But now and I had them say. Yes, shall say Emma sitting and I say section S shall say speaker everybody in process was a young fan shall say no. Meaning na air cost name ya challenge kakra teacher me no kasana suspending house no. Ye tanka was a minister no me start saying bibia at 10. But me no kase aka na to fabo. Name budget ne yan starting kan ye. Challenge is ya kakra ne say speaker Mike sir MPs no used to say ebia so person ka asema obemia so now for the odia ka asema ma speaker no me no kasa say tia na echo off into say you suspending now for the technicians or more mashe bejefi hanu say no omumbra me say now for the monsambra back the into say me bonnet of hanu say security tight from the entrance so banase who is our ID card and I say we need visitors card and yeah the room about entrance about premises so not to talk of getting closer to the chamber and I say obenya says inside I had them say bibia that the minority for chain budget no that's so na majority for say omode budget papa eneba minority for so ka say nsem na omo kan no omo hwe ni mu say nsem a omo kan 11 ni bet tax ni covid levy ni nyina no omo ye fro na fede nduma nkofo bebre na omo apom omo ka say omo be create more employment no omo hwe say side no so den na omo be kan afa ho ndi Mr. Speaker say me mo me kata enwa sisi ne wa atwenye mu etwenye technicians no na omo mbra embassy say microphone sa ye yusu ewo chimba hanum say MPs ni yusu ewo chimba hanum say no na fede dwumede ni ya sade ahyeso
enti we ni ya for be how many minutes
Omoma 5 minutes, but as I speak to you now, no 10 minutes crampa ba. So now so muntimi rectify problem now. Emma Sadia no AC.
Okay. All right. If you just be on standby. We be any I best I say na finance minister ba ya Tarebe na she no she fita na.
There we honor the oba na on any suit. Finance minister normally at first him say they be a suit and atare no any suitcase and all the chairman sign me o mangana bobre sikani ebo into that was some of the reactions of Otekia Odura Parliament but chimman kasankasa de onyenra o say about the dress no suit or she suit one shot at the feature be at say na your former minister no e brena bebraya na o she atare fufu e de betwemu e wa ha say the kind your budget no
na what they was so to former budget he edibe no modi atoso
Speaker, that was one thing I am for year past because previous budget we announced na minority for the Omudinyaba na majority for so edi Omudinyaba Nemo my say when you first time you see Omunyanya Dimbia and Fama a budget here and a day at 2 forcing ever kind of. Yes, I said your kind we are and a majority for Benyon Mudia Modibema, no minority for so any dear Modibema dear. And only a debate to the bar as I speak to you now, my dear. Omunyanya Dimbia and Fama a budget na yet ye watching a chance minister no Edward Betujano.
Okay. Medasi, bibi any ebesaba anche bibefia. All right, I'm grateful. And that is our reporter from Parliament reporting for us. The air Koso Ewo horses say there's a little bit of technical challenges. One more air have with the microphones. Ewo chamber name. And there. Parliament will still convene na afi minister at the budget no at the ababa betudra. We anticipate a lot of things. Expectations are very high. I don't pay anywhere in Komo. You've been on the phone lines waiting me actually wadwe the share ni mo say ebeti me aba here be enter kosi say donko M1 dear na emse Ghana yenyina na yehu the finance minister no ede eba na o messages nibi this one says that good morning Mr. Speaker, I really love your show. Please, what's the name of your guest who spoke about mining? I really love his discussion, and he was saying the truth. Ajiman Henry Eddie way free Poku Chrome Ewo Ahafuano Southeast Anna Ede Abba Ajiman, thank you. We say good morning Mr. Speaker. Ted, this man, why is he talking? Are you not in government? My name is Yusuf Mamoda. Thank you, Yusuf, for a message. This one says that we expect the government to post 2020 second batch of nurses. We have been home for 5 years. At day, Ghana, no more issues of this nature. Speaker, good morning. I really appreciate the lawyer's contribution. He's saying the truth. You guys are doing a good job for the country. Thank you. Good morning, Speaker. They want to collapse our businesses, but we never give up. Raymond, you are watching us from Sunyane and Awodiwe Abba. Raymond, thank you for a message. In a way, say good morning, Mr. Speaker. I say, my name is Aqua Dennis. God bless you for your good work. We do a free Achim Krobo Anna Ede Eba. Dennis, thank you for a message. No pay. I'm highly grateful. We say, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Betting tax is problematic to the general youth, but the unemployed youth, the billions of cedis the previous administration accrued from the betting tax. What did they use it for? The money could have been used to support the youth and the One District, One Factory initiative, just to allow the youth to have a wonderful job. But no, this did not happen. What is the government saying? We need the betting tax to go away. Richard Cypher, all the way free offense, so Anna Ede Abba. Richard Medasiano pay any message, or say, does Ghanaian MPs pay road tolls? During his statement, he said, if the government increases it to 10 Ghana cedis, he will be happy. And I want to ask, does the Ghanaian MPs pay road tolls? Indeed, they pay road tolls. And that is it. We say, good morning, Speaker. What I'm expecting from the budget today is the removal of the following: the betting tax, the e-levy, and import levy. Your show is loud and clear at Wyben Musical Enterprise at Konongo. Beatrice, you sent me that one. Beatrice, thank you. DJ Omale, Wayosi, Ewo Go. So President Mahama promised Ghanaians to reduce the price of fuel, cement, and to increase the price of cocoa and other commodities. That's why Ghanaians voted for him. So we don't need any excuses. That is what you mean to say. May that say, teacher Kujo Ewa Tepa the way Abba, or see, we are expecting the juicy budget that the NDC promised Ghanaians. We don't want to hear the old stories they used to tell us. Ghanaians' expectations are very high. No more Matra Maakye budget again. Greetings to lawyer Bafuwa, Menchia South MP and Chairman Kwame Appiah Kubi. With the no Abba one for within and Kaho. Thank you for a message. This one says that good morning, Mr. Speaker. Only team, we are fantastic. Thank you. Betting tax and e-levy is daytime robbery. Example: a government worker will pay tax on his or her pay slip, and he has to pay tax again from the e-levy when sending money to his mother in the village. Does it make sense at all? Those stating e-levy and betting levy don't know anything. They are just ignorantly speaking without really considering the issues. James Edway Free Eastern Region and Ede Eba. James, thank you for a message and pay Odiaba. Mr. Speaker, good morning. I'm PM at Kaswa. I think economic dialogue going that happened must reflect in the budget. The wasteful expenditure must become cut down, and the NDC social contract with the people was based on their party manifesto, and they must ensure to fulfill them all. Thank you for a message. Wode Abba Anope. And those are some of the messages. Mogusua Mode Abba. We say, good morning, Speaker. Please, EC hasn't still paid the temporary workers for election 2024. Please ask them for us what is really happening. Yate Ayafa Udin Kaho na Yehu. We say, good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'm Christian. We are expecting the government to cancel all the nuisance taxes as they promised during the election year. Thank you for a message. Speaker, good morning. I'm very impressed about the submissions made by your panel member on Galamsey. He has spoken well. I'm Ben Odiwe Ediaba Edujama. Senior high school Anna Osende and Nono Ede free. Yeah. Ben, thank you very much. And your numbers, 0550-567-929 0550-567-929 and no your numbers are no pay ya de juma. My studio na point ziga ewa ha na my so na parliament ye be kind budget but say ye ka say microphones nyina no article.
Yes, Kwame. Kessben. Microphones are because he said they may be light off by. You don't know, it's a technical problem. They're Kwame. It's been a White House technical problems about any idea. But Kwame, we are expecting say Kwame expectation were high, do.
Yeah,
expectation were high too much. But many infographic be said it is confirmed say e-levy and betting tax and covert tax being scrapped.
Or more year free home.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's a young ready budget.
But was it minimum say if it's a infographic be a Kwame I start here
circulating.
Yes, my the big class and Mr. Sapo.
Okay.
Yes, confirmed by.
All right. And my yanko parliament na yanko tie speaker Ebra they are back and my yanko na yemfa the budget hearing no and fan 2 hours so.
Committee, the nominee has been designated as Deputy Minister for Justice and Attorney General. But over here, the votes and proceedings have captured it as Deputy Attorney General and Deputy Minister, Ministry of Justice. I do not know if it's a needless repetition, especially with the deputy coming at the two ends. I seek your superior judgment.
Remember, this is the correct designation. He is the Deputy Attorney General and also a Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Justice. That is the correct designation. May we go on now? Page 14. Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, on page 14, item 16 motion, under conclusion of debate, the second sentence, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker will due for the chair at 16:31 p.m. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker to the chair. Deputy is missing, if it could be inserted. And The same applies to the next sentence, so consequential amendment to that. Thank you.
Honourable Member, we are grateful. Table of Office, kindly take note. Page 15. Page 16. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. On page 16, item 9I, name number 11. Honorable Professor Grace.
Page 16.
Page 16.
Yes.
Name number 11. Item 9I. That's Committee of Selection.
Oh, you're talking about item 19, not 9. 19I.
19I, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
please.
I'm guided.
Yes.
The arrangement of the title, I see some inconsistency. In some, I know for the standard in our rules and proceedings, we usually have the title, the professor, coming at the end of the name and in brackets. But in this arrangement, the arrangement is different, Honorable Professor. And I see that again on page, we haven't gotten to page 22, but I have seen that repeated several times. So if there could be some consistency with the arrangement, I think that would be helpful, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I will take note of that. Page 17. Page 18. Yes, please.
Okay, so thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Page 18. Page 18. Item 11 and 12 has been repeated. Honourable Alfred Ni Koteyashi. It's both at 11 and 12. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, my attention has been drawn by the chief whips to the fact that there have been some mistakes, errors in the list that was submitted and approved. I think it was on Friday. Yes. And so they are working at it and they will come back to us properly. So we await that. So if you identify some of the issues you are raising now, please kindly hold your peace. We'll get it corrected later on. Please. We'll do that later on. With regard to the composition of the committees, both standing and select committees. So page 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, up to the end of 58 will be taken later on. So please, honourable members, hold your peace until they resubmit the proper composition to the House. In the meantime, the committees by law are established. It's only the composition that we're having issues with. The referral will be to the committees, and that is what will happen after the presentation of the budget. Please, with that, we'll take page 59. Page 60. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the rules and proceedings of the 29th sitting, dated Friday, 7th March 2025, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. I have a copy of the official report of Tuesday, 25th February 2025. Any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, yes?
Mr. Speaker, some minor corrections on column 79, second paragraph, line 8. Line 8. The former president, Jalaji Kunkufo, names are very significant. The second Kufuor was spelled wrongly. It should be Kufuor, not Our. Kufuor. It's a Kufuor. Then the last paragraph, the last sentence, beginning to tend to that concept. Tend is used here, but I suspect the right word should be tend, T-U-R-N, instead of tend, T-E-N-D. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note of that. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on column 75, line 8, the sentence should read, but I want to highlight one important thing that the maker, Mr. Speaker, the article there has been excluded, and I think that it is proper we include that. Still on the same column, line 17. Mr. Speaker, it should read as, I think that apart from the law, the act that was passed by the House, we has been omitted. We should look at the projects. So, Mr. Speaker, the House Department the table should include we there. Mr. Speaker, column 76, paragraph 3. We have, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would want to also suggest that apart from the budgeting uploading of projects, the mistake here is the phrase, the maker of the statement has to be deleted. The maker of the statement has to be deleted and replaced with we, so that it will then read as, Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to also suggest that apart from the budgeting uploading of projects, we could include in every brochure, So that, I think, should be the rendition. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the same paragraph, line. I would be able to tell that when I call this investor, the B is excluded and it has to be included in the sentence, be able to. and we replace participate with partner. We will replace participate with partner in the same sentence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, table office, you have to listen to the voice and do the proper thing. Well, this is quite massive, and partner and participate, they are quite different and distinct. So the voice will determine which one to use. Because if you read the standing orders, it talks about it being put in as much as possible. It's a verbatim reportage of what is said on the floor. Yes, please.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, at column 144 of the official report, my contribution to the tribute to the Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the second paragraph at column 144, the word is faith columnists, not feed. So it should be FIFTH. What we have here is FEED. So, Mr. Speaker, if that can be corrected. And then the first paragraph at column 144, Fidel Castro should not belong to that category. It should be put in a different category. So if the corrections could be effected accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, can they take note of that? Yes. Honourable members, there be no further corrections. The official report of the 25th February 2025 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we will now move on to the item of the day. I mean the main item of the day, that is item 7, statements. The first statement. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on our today's order paper, item 7, as you rightly call, the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to invite you to our standing orders, order 195-2. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I need guidance and I'll read it. Mr. Speaker.
Please, let's listen to the Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister was, Mr. Speaker, order 1952. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I need guidance and I read.
The budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the president, and in a form the House may determine. Mr. Speaker, I'm emphasizing on the last part, in a form the House may determine. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, this new standing orders on this 9th Parliament, we haven't determined any form the budget statement will be presented as at now. Mr. Speaker, I have gone to read Order 6, and I have checked on our schedule from Schedule 1 to Schedule 10, and that of Order 6, and I have not been able to understand. And as we stand, Mr. Speaker, as at now, the House has not determined the form the budget is going to be presented. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has to determine the form before he can present any statements. Mr. Speaker, that is my plea, that the House must determine, my application is that the House must determine the form of the budget statement before he reads the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act and its various amendments spell out clearly the budgeting process, the requirements of a budget, what must be contained in it, and etc. And that was a legislation enacted by this same Parliament. And this Parliament acts according to the prescriptions of that legislation. So if there are provisions in the standing orders that recommend that we have a form in which the budget should be presented, the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act, of course, is the parent legislation dealing with financial management and the presentation of budgets. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's an issue here. Let's proceed and take the budget statement from the Minister of Finance.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the application by the Member of Parliament for Tolon. I have also listened to the Leader of the House responding to the said application. The Leader of the House makes a general submission. The application was anchored on the rules of this House. A mandatory provision in Order 195, there's no may there. It reads, for the avoidance of doubt and at the risk of being repetitive, this is what it says. The budget statement in economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of and on the authority of the president, and in the form the House may determine. Yes, wait, look at it. Mr. Speaker, wait, yes. So, yes, wait. Mr. Speaker, they should take it easy. They should take it easy. They should take it easy. This is law. Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the reverse logic? Please, for the benefit of our young ones, for the benefits of the young ones, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of procedure. This house is equally guided by its own rules and precedents. Wait a moment. For those who are in a hurry to shout in his agreement, if the law says may determine, is it also the case that in reverse logic, the House may decide not to determine any form? No, wait. The law is that a budget statement must be presented. But we are saying again that as a House, we may have to determine which form. So, Mr. Speaker, the invitation by the minority, the deputy minority whip, is well founded. He is inviting us as a House to determine, are we going to allow him to make a statement, or we are going to allow him to move a motion? Is it going to be in a form of a motion or in a form of a statement? This is a well-anchored application. Don't use your number to shout to intimidate him. He has made a solid argument. This House has not determined the form in which this item has to be taken. The deputy minority whip is inviting us to set the ground rules. The majority leader got up and referred to PFM Act to say what? He didn't quote the specific provision. The man has made an application under our own rules. You didn't attack him on the rules. You didn't know. You didn't say anything against his application on the rules. Mr. Speaker, as the minister is here, in which form are we going to listen to him? What is he going to make a statement, or he is going to move a motion? Mr. Speaker, this house is being invited to determine this matter. You see, the Supreme Court has had an occasion to give a contextual interpretation where may is placed to mean shall. Yes, it is there. No, come on, Mr. Speaker, even that argument aside, put that argument aside. There is no need for any interpretation of whether may should be shall. The point is that the law provides that we should determine the form. The law says we should determine the form. In this House, there are ways to come here. You come to make a statement, you come to move a motion. What is the minister coming to do? It's for this House to determine. Is he going to move a motion in accordance with Article 179, or he's coming to make a statement? And when he makes the statement, what happens? Is it going to be left with a chairman of a finance committee to now move that this House should debate the statement? Mr. Speaker, this is a solid application, and he should be applauded for what he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to rule on this matter. I've heard enough. I think in terms of procedure, the right thing has been done. The order you quoted clearly states the statement of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the government. It says what? The statement. And so what they are bringing to us is a statement. And when statements are admitted, they are presented as statements. Now, when you go to 1952, which you refer to, it says the budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the president. That's first. Second, and in a form the House may determine. Honorable Minority Leader, you are not in a shouting battle. Please. This is the House. The only way the House can determine however you define form is when the statement is presented to you. The House cannot determine this matter outside the House. You can only determine it when you are truly sitting as a House. And this is the House. He is presenting the statement. If you decide that you want a form, you define form in any different manner as you are doing, then this is the time when it is presented, you take this opportunity to determine that form you want, different from the earlier form that we've decided and been practicing. If this is what you want to do, please, the statement must first be presented to you. It has to be presented to the House. And if you may, you determine the form you want it to be presented. That can be part of the debate. But I'm not sure the definition you are putting on the word form. Form. Please go back to your lexicons. To determine the meaning of form. I think the writing is being done. The statement was admitted. It's been properly captured on the order paper as programmed by the business committee, and the minister is here to present the statement to the House. So the minister may do so. So honorable members, honorable minister, just a minute. Honorable members, at the commencement,
yes, Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for your guidance and the proper interpretation of 1952. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Galamsey. I've been for the longest time until I became a Galamsey.
Speakers, item 7, statements. The budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on the authority of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, in pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution and the other paper and the standing orders of the House, Order 1952, and today's order paper, item 7. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, today marks a moment of great significance, and I have the singular honor to stand before this House to present, on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, following his extraordinary mandate, the maiden budget of his new administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to His Excellency the President for entrusting me with this responsibility. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I also submit to this House the following statutory report as required by law. The 2024 annual report on the petroleum funds, in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also submit the 2024 Energy Sector Levies report in accordance with Section 6 of the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 annual report on the collection and utilization of the African Import Union Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Import Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Right Honorable Speaker, with this budget, I will also be seeking a review of the following act to support the policies of government aimed at stabilizing the economy and promoting inclusive growth. The first will be an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. The second will be the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund 20, Act 870. And the second will be an amendment to the Mineral Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978. The Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Cocoa Board Act, Act 1984, the PNDC Law 81, as amended. The Speaker, that's not all. I will also be seeking amendment to the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Ghana Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, as amended in Act 914. Speaker, I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 982, and incorporating into a comprehensive public financial management act. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to add that I will also be seeking amendment to the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. So, Speaker, we remain committed to the pursuit of our 24-hour economic policy of stimulating economic growth and job creation. Right Honorable Speaker, this policy will contribute to addressing Ghana's structural economic challenge by creating an integrated, efficient, and increasingly export-driven industrial economy that fulfills the utilization of our national resources, capital, and labor power. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be presenting the 24-hour economy policy to Parliament in due course. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as part of the effort to stabilize our cedi through foreign exchange and gold reserve accumulation, I will also submit a bill to provide a legal framework for the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board for the consideration of this House. Mr. Speaker, this budget is indeed an abridged version of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request the Hansa Department to capture the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, standing here evokes a sense of nostalgia as I reflect on my journey in public service. From my early days as a young parliamentarian in this House in the year 2009, destiny has guided my path from a backbencher to a member of the Finance Committee, to a Deputy Minister of Finance, to ranking member of the Finance Committee, to Minority Leader, to Majority Leader briefly, and now, Mr. Speaker, as Minister responsible of Finance. Right Honourable Speaker, the invaluable experience I gained in this chamber has shaped my perspective, sharpened my focus, and prepared me for the task at hand. I fully commit to supporting His Excellency the President to fix the economy of Ghana. I take this opportunity to extend my profound gratitude to the good people of Ejuma Kwenyanesiam, my constituents, and to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House across the aisle for your unwavering support throughout my years in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, this esteemed House is a sanctuary of rigorous debate, principled cooperation, and at times constructive disagreement, all in the pursuit of greater good of our beloved country. I look forward to working with you, Right Honourable Speaker, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reset the Ghana's economy through sound policy and structural reforms that will propel our country forward. So, Speaker, there comes a time in a nation's history when fundamental challenges must be confronted, difficult choices must be made, and a new course must be set for the future. For Ghana, the defining moment is now. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama made a commitment to reset Ghana for jobs, accountability, prosperity. The Speaker, as captured in the NDC manifesto, in this regard, the theme of our budget is resetting the economy for Ghana we want. Right Honourable Speaker, the democratic principles we tirelessly fought for are being held. Our democracy has been consolidated with yet another peaceful transition of power. That notwithstanding, our youth face an uncertain future with growing unemployment and hopelessness. This suggests that the dividend of democracy, such as economic prosperity and social justice, remains elusive. Mr. Speaker, the choice before us as a country are clear. We can either continue on a path of self-destruction by not confronting the problems, or we can embark on a journey of fundamental reforms and transformation, one that resets our economic model, redefines our priorities, honors our social contract, and provide opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, luckily, President Mahama has chosen the path of reform and transformation. He will fix the economy. He will restore hope and lead us to build the Ghana we want together. Right Honourable Speaker, this budget was preceded by the National Economic Dialogue on the theme Resetting Ghana, Building the Economy We Want Together, on the 3rd and the 4th of March 2025. Through this consensus building dialogue, the people demanded a decisive action, real solution to the severe challenges that plagued us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is a culmination of the true aspirations, felt needs, genuine desires of the people of Ghana, expressed through the engagement with diverse stakeholders. As part of our broad consultation also, ahead of the budget, we recently engaged traders at major trading centers, including the Mokola market, to listen to their concerns, gauge their expectations, and elicit their input. So, Speaker, the extensive consultation revealed that the overriding concern among Ghanaian traders and business community remains price and exchange rate stability. Apart from eroding their working capital, exchange rate volatilities makes effective business planning impossible and increase the cost of doing business. This budget outlines far-reaching measures which will be implemented in close collaboration with the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, to effectively and efficiently manage the exchange rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, we also engage the youth of Ghana in a dialogue on social media as part of our new budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, during my engagement with the youth, it was revealed that 321 pharmacists who were employed since June 2023 have not received their salaries. We will take urgent steps to remedy this situation immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, this conversation was an eye-opening experience, one that strengthened my belief that the voices of the youth matter in designing policies that directly and indirectly impact their lives and future. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2016, I came to this chamber on behalf of the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Seth Emmanuel Tepe, and led the passage of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 912, to deploy a robust public financial management system. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act remains one of the best in the world, its poor implementation has rendered our public financial management systems weak, allowing for abuse and costly infraction. So, Speaker, President Mohammed's government is committed to the full implementation of this critical legislation. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, we will enforce the sanction regime, link contracting and public procurement to budgetary provisions in the medium-term expenditure framework, and seek parliamentary approval for all multi-year commitments as required by law. Mr. Speaker, we will comply with the public procurement process and link them to approved budget. We will also respect the limits of the appropriations as approved by Parliament. We will rationalize the management of the compensation of employees, including conducting headcount across the country. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention or my focus to the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now focus my attention on the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, hands on heart, we inherited an economy in deep crisis. Mr. Speaker, an economy hard hit with debt and beset by other fiscal challenges, such as large accumulation of MDRS, energy sector, shortfalls, and financial sector payments. Mr. Speaker, weak commitment control and reckless public spending have reversed the progress made in fiscal consolidation, even under the IMF program that commenced in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the gains made under the IMF-supported program that was to achieve through the painful sacrifice of domestic bondholders, external creditors, and taxpayers, the economy remains in distress. Right Honorable Speaker, key performance indicators to be assessed by the IMF staff in the upcoming fourth review of the program scheduled for April 2025, such as the primary balance on commitment basis, inflation, social protection, and others, as at end 2024,
are likely missed. Right, Honorable Speaker. In addition, all structural benchmarks due by end December 2024 are also missed. So, Speaker, inflation worsened in the year 2024 from 23.2% in the year 2023 to 23.8% in 2024. So, Speaker, the 2024 end period inflation also exceeded the budget target of 15% by 8.8 percentage points and the IMF central target of 18% by 5.8 percentage points. Unfortunately, this has triggered a discussion with IMF under the monetary policy consultation clause. Right, Honorable Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP in the year 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis target for 2024 was a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, the previous government recorded a deficit of 3.9 percentage point of GDP. This presents a slippage of a whopping 4.4 percentage points. Right, Honorable Speaker. At the end of December 2024, total central government arrests amounted to 67.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 5.2% of GDP. The Speaker, with the road sector recording an arrest of 21 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, when I assumed office on the 23rd of January 2025, my office was inundated with requests for payment from many contractors and suppliers. To ascertain the total arrests and outstanding payment for all MDAs, the Ministry of Finance decided to formally request all MDAs on the 28th of January 2028 to submit information on all arrests and outstanding claims for validation. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance held a special hearing with the MDAs to validate the arrests that were submitted for payment. The response from the MDAs and the validation revealed that a staggering amount of 67.5 billion Ghana cedis is owed to government contractors and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this consists of MDA's outstanding interim payment of invoices worth 49.2 billion and bank transfer advice at the Controller Accountant General worth 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion excludes 1.73 billion US dollars owed to independent power producers. This 67 billion also excludes 68 billion Ghana cedis owned by Electricity Company of Ghana to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion US dollars also exclude the 32 billion owned by the Ghana Cocoa Board to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this 67.5 billion also excludes the 5.75 billion owned by the Ghana Road Fund to various contractors. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is also seeking an amount of 53 billion Ghana cedis as bailout to be able to address their negative equity challenge that they face. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to address these mounting accumulated arrests, we have commissioned an audit of these arrest payments and guarantee value for money before a penny will be paid. Mr. Speaker, before a penny will be paid, we commit to do that arrest. Right, Honorable Speaker, in addition to the 67.5 billion cedis in arrests, the validation process also revealed that MDAs have awarded contract to the tune of a minimum 194 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount represents 16.5% of GDP as at the end of 2024, with the road sector again alone accounting for 100 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, most of these contractors and most of these contracts were awarded without commencement certificate and authorization. Mr. Speaker, this is in blatant violation of the Public Financial Management Act 921. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me now update you on our debt service obligations. Mr. Speaker, apart from the huge arrests and commitment, our fiscal situation is further complicated by huge bullet debt. debt service and constrained fiscal 50.3 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, simply put, the interest and principal payment that will be due for payment beginning now for the next 4 years is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. This represents 11.6% of GDP in domestic debt service obligation alone. The Speaker, of this 150 billion Ghana cedis, 73.3% of this 150 billion Ghana cedis is due for payment in the year 2027 and 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, 2027 alone, the domestic debt service that will be falling due will be 57.6 billion, and 2028 will be made to call upon to pay 52.5 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, the debt service obligation of 2027 and 2028 are major harms. These harms are cancerous and pose significant risks to the economy of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we shall fix it. We shall fix it. Mr. Speaker, our debt service obligation of this financial year is equally burdensome with significant harms. February, we were called upon to pay 9.9 billion. July, we'll be paying 6.2 billion, and August, we'll be paying 10.1 billion, all this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, the fiscal challenges are further compounded by the significant short-term treasury bill that we also inherited. So, Speaker, these obligations, totaling about 111.1 billion Ghana cedis, requires rollover week in, week out, placing additional pressure on cash flows and liquidity requirements. Mr. Speaker, beyond the domestic maturities, Ghana faces significant external debt service obligations for the next 4 years. In the next 4 years, we'll be made to call upon to pay $8.7 billion representing 10.9% of GDP, with heavy concentration again in the year 2027 and 2028. Again, Mr. Speaker, 55% of this external debt service will be due in the year 2027 and 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the year 2027, we'll be made to pay $2.5 billion, and 2028, we'll have to again pay $2.4 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, it seems the debt restructuring undertaken by the previous administration was designed to make 2027 and 2028 debt repayment heavy, sadly. So, Speaker, I don't know how come we sat and allowed that design to happen. So, Speaker, that is cancerous, but I can assure you we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all this upcoming domestic and external debt service obligation, no buffers were built to cushion this unprecedented debt service burden. Mr. Speaker, as of 7 January 2025, the debt service reserve account, the sinking fund in dollar, has a balance of $64,000. Mr. Speaker, when we were leaving office, we left behind $319 million in that same account. Mr. Speaker, the debt service reserve CD account had an amount of 143 million Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we were leaving office, the balance was 430 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I now move you to stalled project. Mr. Speaker, due to the bilateral creditors' debt restructuring that is ongoing, undertaken by previous administration, a staggering number of 55 projects have been halted. Mr. Speaker, this leaves a massive amount of $3 billion in undisbursed loans and about $300 million in outstanding interim payment certificates, IPCs. Some of these projects include the famous Ifia Kwanta Hospital, the Kejetia Market Phase 2, the Bolgatanga Boko Pomacrom Road, and the Tema Aflawa Road project. Delayed payment and demobilization from site could result in cost overruns of over $1.1 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, The IMF-supported program imposed an annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for all bilateral loans that are being restructured. This constraint means that it will take a minimum of 12 years to complete all of this stalled program. So, Speaker, unfortunately, as a result of the debt restructuring or this stalled program, working with the IMF will take a minimum of 12 years if we decide to go business as usual. We'll be engaging in the coming days to resolve this challenge. Speaker, I now take you to the famous energy sector fiscal risk. Mr. Speaker, the increase in energy sector financing shortfall is posing significant risk to the Ghanaian economy. In the year 2024, the Ministry of Finance supported the energy sector with payment of about 20.8 billion Ghana cedis. These resources could have been used for job creation and other development programs, like roads, schools, and hospitals, if the sector inefficiencies were resolved. Mr. Speaker, a recent exercise conducted by the Energy Sector Financing Modeling Team under the Energy Sector Recovery Program, ESRP, revealed that the business-as-usual energy sector financing shortfall has increased significantly to about 35 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025 alone, even after spending in excess of 20 billion cedis in the year 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, the shortfall for the period 2023 to 2026 has been estimated to be about 140 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is 20 times more than the allocation for goods and service for all MDAs in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the energy sector shortfalls, which relate to current invoices that are largely unpaid legacy arrests due to the independent power producers. Mr. Speaker, the legacy arrests stood at $1.73 billion as at end 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector, which has long been the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, is sadly on its knees, owing to gross mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the sector faces declining output and financing challenges, characterized by unsustainable debt, rollover cocoa contract risk, and quasi-fiscal expenditures, including cocoa roads, which, Mr. Speaker, is a non-core function of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Right, Honorable Speaker, cocoa production has dropped by nearly 50% over the past 3 years. In the year 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 330,000 tons of cocoa to meet its contractual obligation. This sharply decline has affected the finances of Ghana Cocoa Board. This undersupply has been rolled over for subsequent years for the new administration to pay. So, Speaker, these 2023 to 2024 forward sales contracts, locked in at lower prices than the current market rates, have resulted in revenue losses of about $840 million for both Ghana Cocoa Board and the impoverished cocoa farmer. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rollout cocoa contract has resulted in a loss of $495 million for the year 2025 alone. So, Speaker, these are the risks in relation to the market price differentials and, as a result, costs causing the smuggling that we see with Ghana Cocoa Board. So, Speaker, Cocoa Board outstanding debt amount to 32 billion Ghana cedis, of which 11.92 billion is due to be paid in the year 2025. Outstanding cocoa road contracts reached 21 billion Ghana cedis, approximately $1.3 billion in the year 2024, of which only 4.4 billion has been accounted for in Cocoa Board's finances for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector still struggles even after spending 30.3 billion in the financial sector cleanup exercise by end 2024. This includes 26.9 billion Ghana cedis after spending this amount in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the financial sector is still struggling, and the financial sector will require
10.45 billion Ghana cedis to address the financial sector legacy issues and emerging risk. In addition, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis is required to fully capitalize the National Investment Bank and the Agricultural Development Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will also update the House on the fiscal performance for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance in the year 2024 was characterized by improved revenue collection, but with significant expenditure overruns. In addition, large arrests were accumulated over the period. So, Speaker, in summary, the provisional data shows the following. 1. Primary balance on commitment basis, the key fiscal anchor of the IMF program, worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP at the end of 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% of GDP at the end of the year 2024. This is 4.4 percentage points worse than the target surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, Mr. Speaker. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, the primary balance was a deficit of 1.2% of GDP against a target of 0.6% of GDP, representing a 100% deviation. Mr. Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis for 2024 was a deficit of 7.9% of GDP against a target of 4.2% of GDP, while the overall fiscal balance on cash basis was a deficit of 5.2% of GDP against a target of 5.3% of GDP. Total revenue and grant amounted to 186.6 billion Ghana cedis, or 15.9% of GDP, 5.3% above the revised target of 177.2 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.4% of GDP. The performance was mainly driven by higher than programmed oil and gas receipt and higher non-oil tax revenue collection. Total expenditure on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 279.2 billion, or 23.7% of GDP. This is 27.1% above the budget provisions of the year 2024, Mr. Speaker. The primary balance on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 232.4 billion, or 19.8% of GDP. This is 35.3% above the target of 171.7 billion, or 16.8% of GDP. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all expenditure lines exceeded their respective targets for the period, except for interest payments, goods and service, and other expenditures. Right Honourable Speaker, the discrepancies for the year 2024 being unclassified expenditure was 3.8 billion Ghana cedis as compared to 12.9 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, at the end of December 2024, provisional data indicate that gross central government and guaranteed debt was 726.7 billion from 610 billion in 2023. This represents 61.8% of GDP in 2024, compared to 68.7% in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP ratio and the dollar component of our debt that has come down, that has reduced, is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal of Eurobond debt under the debt restructuring. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP that has reduced is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal and interest that were given to Eurobond bondholders. So, Speaker, you may recall that the government commenced the debt restructuring program in the year 2022 to restore debt sustainability and economic stability. As of now, the restructuring process is approximately 93% completed.
The remaining 7% relate to debt of $2.7 billion owed to commercial creditors. We are committed to completing the remaining debt restructuring as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, real sector development in the year 2024. Right Honourable Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 shows that overall real GDP growth increase. So Speaker, at the end of increase to 5.7% in the year 2024. So Speaker, I take that again. So Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 show that overall GDP growth grew by 5.7% of GDP in the year 2027, compared to the growth rate of 3.1% recorded over the same period. Mr. Speaker, the key driver of this growth was largely coming from gold mine. So Speaker, including Galamsey. Including Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey growth cannot be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP grew by 0.6% in the year 2024, compared with the growth rate of 3.6% recorded in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserves increased to a stock position of $8.98 billion at the end of 2024, and was enough to cover 4 months of imports, exceeding the target of a floor of 3 months of import cover. At the end of 2024, the currency had depreciated by 19.2% against the US dollars, 17.8% against the British pound, so Speaker, and it had depreciated by 13.7% against the euro. Mr. Speaker, Right Honourable Speaker, it is what it is. The state of our economy is troubling, but we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we will fix it. But Mr. Speaker, it will require some sacrifices, truthfulness, transparency, and discipline. We will take strong measures to confront the situation head on. Mr. Speaker, the sacrifice must come from all stakeholders. To the resetting agenda, organized labor has followed suit by working with government and employers association to agree on a modest 10% increase in base pay and minimum wage for the year 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I would like to express my profound gratitude to organized labor and employers. Mr. Speaker, ordinary Ghanaians have also sacrificed by enduring the negative impact of severe currency depreciation since 2022. Hyperinflation, high food inflation, principal and interest haircuts, soaring interest rates, among others. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for the people's representative, the members of Parliament, and the judiciary to also follow suit. I would like to call on all other stakeholders, including the business community, faith-based organizations, academia, and civil society to support this national call. So, Speaker, our immediate task is to reset our nation, to restore good governance, equal opportunities for all. So, Speaker, through this vision, we will work together to build the Ghana we want. Right, Honorable Speaker, the resetting agenda will be anchored on the following. 1. Restoring hope in our democracy, renewing trust in public officials, and helping every Ghanaian attain their full potential. Offering a trusted hand to the vulnerable, particularly women and youth, and creating a new Ghana for coming generations. And finally, stimulating demand by patronizing made in Ghana goods under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, today I came to this chamber with made in Ghana bag, signifying, Mr. Speaker, with made in Ghana bag, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first present, Mr. Speaker, they don't know that in Ghana we sew suit. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to first present the government's immediate and strong measures to address the current challenges we are confronted with, followed by the medium-term vision, policy objectives and targets. Right, Honorable Speaker, consistent with Section 14 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 911, the fiscal policy objectives of this government is to support the economic transformation agenda to ensure the macroeconomic stability of the country within the macroeconomic and fiscal framework. More specifically, the fiscal policy objective of the government include the following: rationalizing government expenditure and eliminating wasteful expenditures, optimizing domestic revenue mobilization through broadening of tax base, increased non-tax revenue collection, adopting enhanced tax compliance measures, and modernizing the tax administration through digital technology. Mr. Speaker, we will also increase the share of domestic expenditure to spur economic growth and job creation. We'll be reducing public debt to sustainable levels and adopting prudent debt management practice to support debt sustainability. Reducing the fiscal deficit progressively in accordance with the amended Fiscal Responsibility Act to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. And Mr. Speaker, restoring confidence in the Ghana economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, our approach will be to foster economic growth, accelerate job creation, reduce inflation, and stabilize the cedi. To achieve this, it is crucial that we establish the macroeconomic stability and ensure debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that by prioritizing these fundamental elements, we can cultivate an environment where individuals can prosper and businesses can thrive in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians through the recent National Economic Dialogue have expressed a clear desire for fiscal deficit and public debt to be reduced through cuts in government spending rather than through only tax measures. We wholeheartedly agree, Mr. Speaker. Going forward, we will tailor our expenditure to align with our fiscal realities. After all, whoever pays off their debt gets rich. So, Speaker, we are poised to implement a three-pronged approach to achieve our objective, beginning with this budget immediately. First will be to recalibrate the fiscal adjustment, and we believe that by prioritizing spending-led fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle. Fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle in a way that first, it will help lower inflation and curb depreciation of the cedi. Secondly, it will lessen government reliance on borrowing, which in turn will reduce the crowding out of private sector and lower interest rates. Lastly, this approach will ease the strain on monetary policy allowing the central bank some greater flexibility to reduce monetary policy rates, ultimately resulting in lower bank and lending rates. Mr. Speaker, the second approach will be to deliver a shock therapy. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing a form of shock therapy to the economy by making significant spending cuts this year, thereby reducing the government financing needs and front-loading fiscal adjustment. This is the down payment for our policy credibility and credit worthiness. Right Honourable Speaker, our third approach will be to restore fiscal responsibility. By moving forward, we will enhance public financial management by empowering ministers to effectively manage their budget on their own, ensuring strict compliance with the commencement certificate. Mr. Speaker, we'll be passing and enforcing a revised Fiscal Responsibility Act, and finally, we will enforce the sanction regime for non-compliance of the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the overarching macroeconomic objectives, the following macroeconomic was the sanction regime for Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the overarching macroeconomic objectives, the following macroeconomic targets have been set for the year 2025. Overall real GDP growth of at least 4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, not less non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, end period inflation rate of 11.9%. Mr. Speaker, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, gross international reserves, including oil funds and encumbered assets, to cover not more than a minimum of 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, to address inflation, government will implement a number of measures to complement the Bank of Ghana and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, the measures to stabilize the exchange rate include the following. We will be establishing the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation of accumulation of forex to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana will continue to implement its FX forward auction to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. Government's strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit will reduce the pressure on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, our import substitution drive under the 24-hour economy involving domestic production of key products originally imported will reduce import and related FX requirements, boding well for FX stability. Right Honourable Speaker, we are addressing the inflation problems through a number of measures, including the following. First, specific interventions, including the Agriculture for Economic Transformational Agenda, is expected to increase food production and reduce food inflation. Government will implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utility, to reduce their prices. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing will contribute significantly to reducing inflationary pressures. Right Honourable Speaker, our strategy to improve exchange rate stability will reduce imported inflation and fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will maintain an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. Right Honourable Speaker, to achieve our expenditure-led fiscal consolidation objectives, we will implement the following measures. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to our expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, the following expenditure measures will be implemented in 2025 and the medium term to support fiscal consolidation agenda. First, we will conduct a comprehensive audit to validate the quantum of arrests and commitment as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the mandatory use of blanket purchase order to capture multi-year commitment contract in line with our medium-term expenditure ceilings will be implemented. We will amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement. Mr. Speaker, we will also work with Parliament to amend the Public Procurement Act to make commencement certificate and budgetary provision a prerequisite for all procurement that will be paid by the central government. Mr. Speaker, we will fully integrate GANEPS and GIFMIS to ensure that only MDA's projects and purchase orders that have approved budget and allotment can obtain procurement approvals. Mr. Speaker, we will operationalize the compliance desks at the Ministry of Finance to monitor reports on commitment and arrest accumulation. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we will publish a PFM league table for compliance purposes. We will strictly enforce sanctions under the sections 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act for breaches of the PFM Act, specifically those that relate to arrest accumulation and commitment control. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will cut waste, and we will cut it very deep. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we have selected expenditure items including the Ghana Cares, the USTAT, One District, One Factory for complete elimination. Mr. Speaker, we will reassign the functions of development authorities such as Coastal Development Authority, the Northern Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority to the district assemblies and do away with the development authorities. So, Speaker, we will amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to allocate all ABFA resources for infrastructure use, not for goods and services, but for infrastructure use. So, Speaker, the National Health Insurance will receive full allocation under the earmark funds capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, the road fund will receive full allocation under the earmark fund and capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30, we will reduce the JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15%, and fully restore transfers to GMPC under the earmark fund and capping alignment act. Right, Honorable Speaker, we'll be amending the Mineral Income and Investment Fund Act to ensure that 80% of the royalties originally maintained by MIF is transferred to the Consolidated Fund for Infrastructure Development. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will strengthen social protection through the implementation of new interventions such as the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress Initiative. Mr. Speaker, it also includes the free tertiary education for persons with disability, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Trust Care, otherwise known as Mahama Care, and free sanitary pads for schoolgirls. Mr. Speaker, to address the energy sector challenges, including reducing the quantum of large energy sector shortfalls, the following energy sector recovery program interventions will be implemented this year. First, Mr. Speaker, ECG and NEDCO will implement a number of measures, including metering and implementation of private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, we'll also implement the liquid fuel to gas swap through an increase in N-gas supply from 60 MMSC per day to 100 MMSC to take advantage of cheaper gas prices and others. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the IPP capacity renegotiation to generate some savings through negotiated lower fixed capacity charges and variable O&M charges. Mr. Speaker, as agreed with the IMF by the previous administration, we will implement the following ESRP measures to achieve the structural benchmark of the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, PURC will continue to implement the quarterly tariff adjustment to reflect changes in inflation, exchange rate, and generation mix. Mr. Speaker, PURC will also undertake a major tariff adjustment, which will be due in fourth quarter of 2025, to reflect capacity charges, additional liquid fuel usage, and additional capex. The weighted average cost of gas will be increased from the current $7.80 per MMBTU to $8.45 to reflect the increased prices of natural gas as well as the changes in the supply mix. So, Speaker, the subsidy on weighted average cost of gas granted to some ceramic companies through the discounted industrial development tariff will be reversed. So, Speaker, I now take you to the revenue measures. Revenue measures. Mr. Speaker, in proposing some revenue measures to achieve the 2025 fiscal target for your consideration, I'll first take you to the IMF requirement. Mr. Speaker, this measures is inconsistent with our commitment under the IMF-supported program to observe a non-oil tax revenue effort of 0.6% point of GDP annually as part of the measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization and achieve our debt sustainability target over the medium term. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite our commitment to increase the non-oil tax revenue by 0.6%, we have programmed the following nuisance taxes for removal in line with our manifesto promise. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy, of 1%. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on betting. We will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy of 1%. We will abolish the emission levy, otherwise as a Wusie tax. We will abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable income. Right, Honorable Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable incomes. In addition, it will support business growth and improve tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, Right, Honorable Speaker, the tax refund account has been abused in recent years. In the last 8 years, a study revealed that 29.1 billion Ghana cedis had accrued to the tax refund account, with only 12.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 43% of the total accrued amount, being used for tax refund purposes. Mr. Speaker, the study also revealed that 16.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 57% of the total amount accumulated in the tax refund account, was misapplied. Mr. Speaker, which is a total violation of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915, and the Public Financial Management Act. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, there were virtually no tax refund arrests over the period. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, we are reducing the current tax refund ceiling by 2 percentage points from 6% to 4% of total revenue, as defined in Section 69 of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the ceiling on the tax refund from 6% to 4%, Right, Honorable Speaker, we have saved the taxpayer 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is enough to close the revenue shortfalls from the removal of the bound account from 6 to 4. It is enough to remove this tax, and the savings will be provided to take care of social interventions. Mr. Speaker, already we have saved 3.8 billion cedis for 2025 alone from one source, and this is enough to close the gap from the taxes we have removed today. Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns from well-meaning Ghanaians on how we are going to close the revenue shortfalls as a result of the removal of the selected taxes, the answer is that we have stopped the bleeding. We have stopped the bleeding. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, with this budget, we will amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. This measure will improve the tax revenue net of tax refund by 2%, representing 0.3% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in line with government policy, the 2025 minimum wage recently negotiated with the National Tripartite Committee will be zero rated. This is consistent with our resolve to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, again, without increasing the levy, we will also review the Energy Sector Levies Act to consolidate the energy debt recovery, the Energy Sector Recovery Levy, and the Sanitation and Pollution Levy into one levy and use the proceeds to cater for energy sector shortfalls and service the inherited debt service obligation. Mr. Speaker, the reset has just begun. Right, Honorable Speaker, the rest of the energy sector levies, including the Road Fund Levy, Energy Fund Levy, Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, Public Lighting Levy, and National Electrification Levy will remain to support the achievement of their intended objectives. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana has not sufficiently capitalized on the benefits of its extractive sector to generate revenue to support development and diversification. We have failed to leverage our natural wealth by capturing its rent and channeling it towards productive infrastructure and human capital. Natural resource rent, which is the difference between the revenue of a commodity and the average cost of producing that commodity, is about 14% of GDP in the case of Ghana. However, Mr. Speaker, revenue from extractive industry is around 1.5% of GDP only. This is because, as a country, we have failed to fully capture the economic rent of our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, whereas global gold prices have seen some significant increase in recent times, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage of the development. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to increase the Growth and Sustainability Levy from 1% on gross production of mining companies to 3% to enable the nation to have its fair share of the windfall. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause to 2028. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause of the special import levy to 2028. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians and this Honorable House will recall that road tolls on public roads were zero rated in the year 2022. Demand for construction and improvement of road infrastructure continues to increase, even as substantial arrests and claims in the road sector remains. Right, Honorable Speaker, while the annual average collection from road tolls have not been significant compared to its potential, the existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue from tolls to road construction and maintenance. Accordingly, government will work with the stakeholders, including the private sector, to roll out a technology-driven solution to reintroduce road tolls this year as part of the big push. Right Honorable Speaker, we will also strengthen the legal and regulatory regime for non-tax revenue and enforce the framework to improve service delivery. This will be achieved through the introduction of an overarching non-tax revenue legislation, amendment of existing relevant laws, and the development of a national non-tax revenue strategy and policy. Mr. Speaker, as part of the reforms to improve other non-tax revenue streams, government will explore the operationalization of a regulatory framework for collection, management, and reporting of property rates consistent with our medium-term revenue strategy 2024 to 2027 and the Local Government Act. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the local authorities must be given the opportunity to collect their own property rates. Mr. Speaker, the current compliance rate for SMEs and personal income tax is below 30%, which is extremely low. Government will embark on an aggressive and sustained tax education campaign in the next 2 to 3 years to ensure improved compliance and tax revenue mobilization. We will also institute a quarterly dialogue on tax issues among the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance, and the business community to ensure that issues affecting businesses are addressed promptly. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to VAT reforms. Right Honorable Speaker, we commit to the people of Ghana and this House, the business community, that we will undertake a comprehensive value-added tax reform this year. Mr. Speaker, with the aim to review the current distortions and cascading structure of the value-added tax regime. Ghana's effective rate, VAT rate, is about 22%. This is obviously because the 2.5% Get Fund levy, the National Health Insurance levy of 2.5%, and the COVID levy are well added to the base for a final determination of what is due for VAT purposes. Mr. Speaker, aside the high VAT rate, businesses are not permitted by law to claim their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy, compounding the burden on households. Right Honorable Speaker, our VAT regime has been distorted and rendered inefficient. It combines both VAT and sales tax principles with a flat rate, standard rate, and levies. We have requested for technical assistance from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF on VAT reforms. It is expected that the IMF mission will commence in April 2025. The recommendations from the Technical Assistance Mission are expected to inform our reform. Mr. Speaker, ahead of the IMF Technical Assistance Mission, I will inaugurate a VAT reform task force to hold broad consultation with key stakeholders for their input. Mr. Speaker, the parameters for VAT reform will be is for them to complete this year. Mr. Speaker, the parameters will include the following. 1, abolishing the COVID levy. Mr. Speaker, reversing the decoupling of Get Fund and NHIL VAT from VAT. Mr. Speaker, reducing the effective VAT rate for households and businesses. Reversing the VAT flat rate regime and upwardly adjusting the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of VAT. Mr. Speaker, will also improve compliance through public education and awareness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization and resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant for 2025 is projected at 223.8 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.2% of GDP, up from 186.5 billion, or 17.4% of GDP. The projection is underpinned by non-oil revenue measures, which are expected to yield at least 0.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2025 has been programmed at 269.1 billion, representing 20.7% of GDP, down from 279.2 billion, which is 26% of GDP in the year 2024. Primary expenditure on commitment basis is projected at 204.7 billion Ghana cedis, representing 15.8% of GDP, which is a significant decline from 232.4 billion, representing 21.7% of GDP in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, based on the resource allocation from 2025 fiscal year, the total appropriations for the year ending 31st December 2025 is 290,971,212,435 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, budget financing. Right Honorable Speaker, based on the estimate for total revenue and grant and total expenditure, the projected overall balance on commitment basis is a deficit of 43.8 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis is a surplus of 20.3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, overall balance is a deficit of 56.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis is again a surplus of 7.3 billion, equivalent to 0.5% of GDP. Right Honorable Speaker, the cash deficit of 56.9 billion is expected to be financed from both foreign and domestic sources. The total foreign net financing will amount to 21.4 billion Ghana cedis. Foreign financing will include a provision for financing from IMF ECF program disbursed of 720 billion Ghana cedis and the World Bank Development Policy operations of 600 million Ghana cedis. The residual net domestic financing will amount to 36.9 billion, representing 65% of total financing for 2025. This is expected to be sourced from the issuance of debt at the short end of the domestic market and opening of the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, the government will take steps to reopen the domestic bond market to extend the maturity profile. The reopening will be executed cautiously to establish large-size benchmark bonds that will enhance market liquidity. Right Honorable Speaker, further is to reduce the risk on debt portfolio of government, and we will build cash buffers to support effective implementation of the liability management strategy. Mr. Speaker, this will help smoothing the redemption profile and mitigate refinancing risk associated with Ghana's debt portfolio. Mr. Speaker, the government in 2025 and the medium term will implement liability management operations to manage the risk embedded in the Eurobond debt profile. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning 2025, we will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to Section 44 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we will be building sufficient buffers in the sinking fund as a landmark reform to manage our public debt. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report to the House that following our proactive fiscal management strategy, in our engagement with the market, this management strategy has yielded sufficient dividend. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of January 2025, the NDC government inherited a 91-day Treasury bill rate of 28.19%. Mr. Speaker, just 2 months into this administration, we have successfully reduced this rate to 17.72% as at last Friday. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of over 10%. In other words, 1,047 basis points in just 2 months. So, Speaker, similarly, on the 7th January 2024, we inherited a 182-day Treasury bill rate at 28.92%. We have again successfully reduced that rate to 18.97% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. This represents a reduction of 995 basis points in only 2 months. The Speaker, again, on the 7th of January 2025, we inherited a 364-day Treasury bill rate of 30.15%. We have successfully reduced this rate to 19.93% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of 1,022 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, on average, rates have fallen by over 1,000 basis points, signifying a strong investor confidence, crowding in the private sector, reducing the cost of doing business, and overall acceptance of economic policies of President John Dramani Mahama, ultimately laying the groundwork for sustained macroeconomic stability. It has been done already. So, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the key policy intervention to support economic transformation and job creation agenda include the following. So, Speaker, the 24-hour economy aimed at stimulating economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each to boost production, promote productivity, and generate well-paying jobs. We will be presenting the policy to Parliament in due course for consideration. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the GIPC Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed to support the 24-hour economy policy. Right Honorable Speaker, we will roll out the implementation of the $10 billion Big Push policy for strategic infrastructure development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will be established in the course of the year and as soon as possible. So, Speaker, we will stabilize the Ghana cedi and provide stability to the macroeconomy. We will implement an economic transformational agenda underpinned by structural reforms anchored on promoting modernized agriculture, agribusiness, and value addition for import substitution, export, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, we will complement monetary policy with fiscal and rare sector policies to reduce inflation. Food inflation will be reduced through the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda anchored on our 24-hour economy. Right Honorable Speaker, we will undertake key structural reforms to support inclusive economic growth, fiscal and debt sustainability, sound public financial management, efficient public service delivery, and good governance. The Speaker will restructure the Bank of Ghana to strengthen its independence and operationalize its efficiency mandate. So, Speaker, we will ensure that social protection is adequately catered for in the course of the year. We will use government procurement to drive Made in Ghana agenda to promote production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Right Honorable Speaker, to demonstrate this agenda, as I said, I came to this House with a presentation of a bag proudly made in Ghana by Horseman. Mr. Speaker, this should be encouraged. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning this year, we will formalize the export of Ghanaian labor to other countries. We will ensure a structured and beneficial system for Ghanaian workers seeking employment abroad and create safer legal pathway for them to work in foreign countries whilst protecting their rights and welfare. Mr. Speaker, this will also reduce illegal migration, prevent worker exploitation, and maximize the economic benefits of remittance and boost foreign exchange earnings. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to how these resources will be allocated in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we will provide a cedi equivalent of $279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for Big Push project. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the non-academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated an amount of 292.4 million Ghana cedis to commence the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated again an amount of 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of Akosombo Dam spillage. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 200 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of tidal wave disaster that recently displaced resident in certain part of K2 South constituency. Mr. Speaker, the overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of dedicated sources of financing. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved it. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. The overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of a dedicated sources of funding. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved the funding challenges by uncapping the GET fund. Mr. Speaker, this makes available dedicated funding for full financing of free senior secondary school education and free tertiary education for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Capping and Realignment Act will be amended to uncap the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, this year, the budget for free senior secondary school education program is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. By uncapping the GET fund, we will be making available an additional 4.1 billion specifically for financing free secondary education program and other related expenditures. Aside the uncapping of GET fund, we have for 4 sets of primary textbooks for about 800,000 learners. So, Speaker, we have also provided for 9 sets of SHS textbooks for about 540,000 learners. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the school feeding program, budgetary provision has been increased from the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis last year to 1.78 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, representing a 33% increase. The allocation for 2025 reflects an increase in feeding costs per meal, representing 33.3%. Mr. Speaker, the government has also allocated 145.5 million Ghana cedis to the capitation grant, up from 84 million Ghana cedis in 2024. This is an increase of 73.4% over the previous year. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 203 million Ghana cedis for the payment of teacher training allowances and another 480 million Ghana cedis to nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. An amount of about 10 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the National Health Insurance Scheme. And this amount is expected to be used for the following: claim payments, essential medicine, vaccine payment, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mr. Speaker, and bridging the USAID financing shortfall. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, government will continue to implement reforms and increase budgetary allocation to enhance the implementation of 4 targeted social protection programs, namely National Health Insurance, the LEAP program, the school feeding program, and the capitation grant. Right Honorable Speaker, under the LEAP program, beneficiaries will be increased from the current 350,000 to 400,000 beginning July 2025. The allocation of 728.8 million Ghana cedis for last year has been increased. Has been programmed for the Ghana Road Fund to be used solely for road maintenance. This represents an increase of 155% over the 2024 allocation of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly Common Fund. In accordance with our decentralization policy, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth and at the district level to deepen decentralization. Right Honorable Speaker, I repeat, we have allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the district assemblies common fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our decentralization policy and objective, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth at the district level and deepen decentralization. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that in a stark contrast to what has happened recently at the District Assembly Common Fund, where only 50% of the released amount are sent to the District Assembly for the purposes of running the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for Agriculture for Economic Transformation Program, of which Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Ngokwan Ketenkete are all key components of the program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 51.3 million Ghana cedis as seed fund for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we have also allocated an amount of 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis to the Edumewura Program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the National Codes Program. Mr. Speaker, another amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the payment of monthly allowance to all assembly members. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance, and outlook, as well as, Mr. Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as sector of various MDAs. So, Speaker, I want to repeat this. So, Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as specific sector interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. This is indeed a departure from the norm, where ministers of finance present detailed sectorial performance as part of their budget speech. So, Speaker, I believe sector ministers must be made to do so. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, so, Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the state of the economy, as I have presented, does not reflect an economy that has turned the corner. It reflects an economy in severe distress, burdened with debt repayment harms, mismanagement, and lack of accountability. The budget sets Ghana on a path of fiscal responsibility, debt sustainability, macroeconomic stability, and job creation. It is about resetting the economy and restoring hope. Ghanaians reaffirmed their faith in a better future when they actively participated in the National Economic Dialogue on the 3rd and 4th of March 2025. A key outcome of the dialogue was the confirmation that the fundamental problem with our economy is fiscal indiscipline. The NPP administration awarded contracts outside the expenditure framework. They borrowed over and above Ghana's capacity to repay. Mr. in meeting the IMF program target while restoring Ghana's creditworthiness. We have achieved a lot in a short time, but this is only the beginning. Our commitment to reform we will not waver on that. Mr. Speaker, we have achieved a lot in this short time, and our commitment to reform will not waver. Those who doubt our resolve should not underestimate the determination of the people of Ghana, who will no longer tolerate ineffective governance. Together, we will navigate these turbulent times and emerge stronger. Mr. Speaker, we are making serious progress. Right Honorable Speaker, we are making progress. We committed to running a lean, efficient government of 60 ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the e-levy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the burden tax. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to eliminate academic fee for first-year public tertiary students. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we committed to distributing sanitary pads to our schoolgirls. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap Get Fund. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap the National Health Insurance. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to uncap the road fund to maintain our roads. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to hold a national forum on education. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to hold a national dialogue on the economy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free primary health care. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver Mahama Care Program to finance the treatment of non-communicable disease. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free textbooks to school children. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to begin the implementation of $10 million Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to constitute a review process for our constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to build the Ghana we want together. We are delivering. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to recover all looted state funds under our Operation Recover All Loot program. We are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reset Ghana. We are delivering. Right Honorable Speaker, I call on Parliament, the business community, civil society, investors, and all citizens to support the bold reforms outlined in this budget. Together, Mr. Speaker, we have the power to build a resilient economy that will help us tackle the challenges we face as a country. This budget is a foundation upon which we will build a more resilient and equitable society. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not just about numbers. It is about a blueprint for growth, stability, and opportunity. With unity and determination, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, with unity and determination, I repeat, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I invite this House to join hands with us as we work to build the Ghana we want together. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much. Idebi keke.
members.
Kessben.
Members, the Minister for Finance has taken 1 hour 40 minutes to make the statement, and I believe by our standing orders the statement time is ended. We now move on to the commencement of public business. Item 8. Presentation of papers.
Kessben.
This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 more variety. Perfect. 92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio stations listen to. This is 92.9. 92.9 This is 92.9 more variety. Perfect. 92.9. 92.9 the radio station that other radio.
Taxes no are no more expecting a majority of them now non pacho ye ede a free ho and just a wrap up of it say ye ka say no e levy a core emission levy a core again oba BMA betting tax no the na wo share ni mono and also ye every ho. And then if you want to know road tolls no will be reintroduced na afi Yetimi Ajiji road tolls, just to make sure say the road fund will be back. Bounce back with a lot of sika yebetimi at the Ashesa fund name na abai etimi at the aye ejuma. Now the free senior high school policy, a lot of interventions by the government. Richard, I mean, a lot under a year finance minister as we go by we'll take our time to digest it one after the other. Now utie a year finance minister bima the 24-hour economy will be backed by law. For that reason abayno egosua emra a ebebo a year 24-hour economy na afeomwa implementation any bibia no ebetimi asase no mpacho Ninyina no ebeba parliament na afi parliament etime ashe the regulating policies are SSA eba for the 24-hour economy policy enti eno ebeba. Now your disappointment will be say COVID-19 levy yenye and free honor. Now the minister is saying say going forward in substantive a year budget ebeba COVID-19 levy and so ebe free ho na afi you can have a respite na what me after say ohun ebe timi ahen high wo. And those are major a year announcement any abayno ede aba in about 1 hour 40 minutes Castle Ato Forsen Ghana's finance minister is finally here with what the Ghanaian people want to hear.
Yeah, Kwame.
Maha.
Yeah, meow.
Na ya sorry so china ya ba we'll get deeper into a lot of the issues. Yes, but your predictions 11 one watchem emission 1 no emission levy okay yes and also one more
MPP farmer na bi ko keka ma
emission over the buy yes one more year free ho. Betting tax and so boys in any Japan
na Kwame
yes
menim se metie ni ya or say will be scrapped, abolished, and answer is being abolished because it has to go to parliament first.
So what happens is that tax bia yegibia is by law. Otie henti e-levy a electronic transaction levy which a law establishes a levy and what it means is as I said bill eba na yede abolish every ho and the announcement na yeden aba okay emra na asese yede ban ye revoke sa existing laws all those ones will have to come na afi emra kwan so ye ni nyina
so enuka search by tomorrow near kwande because obi a wasese ho asie de kwabere so be sese omo ho asi
of course
you understand so enuka search kra
road tolls nso we would have to do a reintroduction of it and also mra no yes and also homra no as I say etime babiem na members of parliament ejitum okay na afi emrano etimi
I'm happy for the contractors 100 billion contractors. I'm happy
now utie eye minister nso PURC for a lot of role and our mobile play pa it looks as if say adwuma ne de omo ye but edu ba bia na omo ama the other institutions and as agencies ebule omo kakra now utie the minister ekana PURC and as I say womo be determine a lot of the tariffs utie ebeba enti ECG enyinam kane aboa ye betum no say if say PURC no so much happy say ye betuma ntumo no nya de ebeba ECG cannot say womo hia say ye beto tariff nim to cater for their shortfalls to say the bia womo eye no. That's what much PURC inside Gudechi. Now, PURC the mandate no realistic tariffs. They would have to ensure the review of it. Now, I feel brand who says I send to mobile. There timiaba oba no water. The same thing. And then so ebe happen. And those are some of the few things. Now, utie the banking sector and so or say even after the cleanup the financial sector no is still faced with a lot of challenges. Enti aban ehwe se wo mo betimi ahye sa eye sector ni nyina mo ekena. The government allocation on the National Apprenticeship Program over 300 million Ghana cedis. Womo hwe ni mo se womo betimi ede aship. Oti ase na afi womo training mabunu no ma mabunu no so enya ensa no nyuma bebre na no etimi aye. Now again the promise to establish a women's bank. Now Minister Kase and Shisheni Nano Egu Akwemwa, Womo Eba Ababeti, the Women's Bank. Said the Bea and no Ebeboa assiste Emano Edwedifono na Afe Etime Abua. Eti a lot more of the issues no Abuboso, but we'll take it one after the other. Na Yetime are digesting on the energy sector, the independent power producers. Okay, Nana. Minister has said say womugu so any omo ye negotiations no na rate ni bi ho a womo timi atete so aba form now ka hodo a war energy sector ni ma ababeye legacy debt ni nyina no there will have to be certain considerations IPPs will have to come to a certain terms womo beti card so said the aban betimi so etua in that front and those are some of the major highlights of a year budget now. Finance Minister Ebekin Kayen or Chinanopa Ekono Yaba na Tuesday and Enkosi Friday no we'll tell you more. We'll have the conversation. Na afi they won't yasi nyina no yatu yabo say I'm breaking it down. Na yetime ediamo. Na na dey make chat to that yen sorry so.
Yes, Kwame nyame ya adum ochina. We take our time we go through I go through ye. So that's what I have.
Very well, my man. Now was here, and thank you so much for staying with us from morning up until now. 12 minutes after 2. We did the Kwame Appiah Kubi, Mr. Speaker. Highly grateful for your time, for joining us on Kessben TV, Kessben Plus, and our Kessben 92.9 on Facebook. More joining around the world on our social media handles. Moma yenna mwase na yemfa mo ensi ha. Yebe sorry so. Adopa adom yene will be back. Ochina midweek. Yewa bedi nkomo no na afe ya fan sector by sector. The now we expect no eno anabai no aye ede amawo na ni nyina nkomo die no ebeba. Stay with us na osofo ede aye live worship no eba erade akasa no eba ba beto so na wanemo asori erade abom Richard Afo asofo peyin mijao ede na she nsa na echemi abo. Stay with us. Adom yenia. We'll be back here tomorrow morning. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Oni pada seni awon manu emu we wi ase ha